The Game of Homes. Chapter 1. I opened the door, leaving the chain engaged, and peered through the gap at Kevin. He was soaked through. Rain dripped from his usually perfect hair, and his expensive coat was plastered to his body. "Kevin, what are you doing here?" "What am I doing here? What are you doing living in this excuse for a—" He gestured dismissively at Briggs Manor, water flying from his sleeve. I felt the captain appear behind me, his presence crackling with indignation. "Do you want me to—" "No," I whispered over my shoulder. "I'll get rid of him." Kevin frowned, rain streaming down his face. "Who are you talking to?" "You! Don't disrespect my house. It's one of the most historic, most beautiful houses in, maybe the whole state." He scoffed, wiping rain from his eyes. "I'm not here to talk about houses." Despite being drenched and bedraggled, he still looked exactly the same as he had 12 years ago when I met him, apart from a few silver strands of hair that had appeared. Violet. He stepped closer to the door, his breath visible in the cool night air as rain continued to pour around him. "I'm sorry. I know it's late, but I needed to see you." Thunder cracked overhead, a sharp, sudden sound that made us both jump. The captain was not happy about this late-night visitor disrupting our peace. "He's sorry?" I muttered under my breath, then louder. "You're sorry? For what, exactly? For the 12 years of my life you wasted? For making me handle our breakup like another piece of real estate paperwork? Or for getting married weeks after you outgrew us by someone you must have been seeing while we were living together?" "Well said." The captain gave me a clap. Kevin flinched, his polished facade cracking just slightly. "All of it. I never should have done what I did. I don't know what I was thinking. With you, I had everything." I crossed my arms over my chest. "It's too little, too late, Kevin." I moved to shut the door, but his expensive and very wet, soft leather shoe wedged into the gap with practiced ease. "Wait." His voice took on that wheedling tone I remembered from whenever he wanted something. "I do have something for you." "What, the 2-carat diamond pendant you gave me as a gift and then took back?" "He took back a gift?" The captain's voice boomed from behind me. Kevin shook his head, causing raindrops to fly off his hair. "To be fair, that was an investment in our future. You can have it back if it's that important. I'm here about a good listing for you. To my knowledge, you've never turned away a listing." I paused, my hand still on the door. A listing? That meant money, and I needed that for my new business. As much as I wanted to slam the door in his face, Driftwood Cove Properties needed every listing we could get. The business was still in its infancy, despite our recent sales, and Gavin defecting from Bass's team. What's the catch? I'd come to learn that with Kevin, there was our catch. No catch. He flashed that $1 million smile, the one that had probably charmed Rachel Winters right into marriage. "I won't even take a referral fee. The owner is an old client of mine. She lives in Lighthouse Bay. That's close enough to you, right?" Lighthouse Bay was the next town over, maybe 5 minutes' drive on a good day, well within my service area. "Yes, right next door." "She wants it sold ASAP, so it'll be a quick sale for you." Kevin's smile widened, and I could practically see the calculations running behind his eyes. Easy money. Kevin was right about one thing. The agent within me couldn't say no to a listing. "Thank you. I appreciate that. Text me her number and I'll give her a call. Now, kindly remove your foot." "I'll need to come with you, so it'll be a proper referral. I'll introduce you. How does first thing tomorrow sound? She's expecting us." A harsh caw echoed from above, and Edgar swept out the door from behind me and over Kevin's head, his massive wings creating a shadow that seemed to swallow the porch light. Kevin ducked, stumbling backward with a yelp. What was that? He looked around wildly, as if expecting more aerial attacks. "Just a raven," I said, fighting back a smile. Edgar perched on the porch railing, his eyes fixed on Kevin. He turned and looked at Edgar. "It's looking at me. Shoo!" He tried to scare Edgar away, but Edgar didn't even blink. Kevin turned back to me. "What was a raven doing in your house?" "Look, forget about the listing. We're not desperate." I started to close the door again, but Kevin lunged forward and held the door. "Don't be silly. Money is money. I know you need it to boost your new real estate business. I heard about you ruffling Bass Matthews' feathers. Word on the street is you opened right next door to him." Heat rushed to my cheeks. Of course he'd heard about my conflict with Bass. The real estate world was smaller than most people realised, and gossip travelled fast. Kevin continued, "If you want to get the better of him, I suggest you take this listing. I happen to know he'll really want this one." Now I was more interested. Edgar let out another caw, this one sounding distinctly like laughter. "Cheap shot!" the raven called out, his voice carrying clearly in the still night air. Kevin's head snapped toward the bird, his eyes wide. Did that raven just talk? No, you must be hearing things. Too much stress from married life, maybe? I considered his offer, my practical side warring with my pride. If Bass Matthews wanted this listing, it was probably worth pursuing. And if Kevin was right about the quick sale, it could provide the financial boost Driftwood Cove Properties desperately needed. Okay, I'll take the listing, but this is strictly business. You introduce me to this lady, and then you leave. Kevin's shoulders relaxed, and that familiar, presumptuous smile spread across his face. Okay, done. Although, I'll need a place to stay for the night. Thunder cracked above us, and even I jumped. There are plenty of places in town, I quickly told him. He looked over my shoulder to the interior of my home. I thought I could stay here for the night. The house is big enough. The temperature around us dropped at least 10 degrees in the span of a heartbeat. My breath misted in the suddenly frigid air, and I could feel the captain's presence like a storm front moving in. Another crack of thunder split the night, this one so loud it seemed to shake the manor's foundations. Kevin jumped. What the? A massive gust of wind came from nowhere, howling around the porch like a living thing. It caught Kevin's wet hair and expensive coat, whipping them around his face as he stumbled backward. His foot slipped on the smooth stone steps, and he windmilled his arms, trying to keep his balance. "Scoundrel!" Edgar cawed from his perch, clearly enjoying the show. "No room at the inn!" Kevin managed to catch himself before falling down the porch steps, but the wind continued to buffet him, pushing him toward his car with invisible hands. He turned and ran, his Italian leather shoes slipping on the gravel driveway. "I'll text you the address in the morning," he yelled over his shoulder, fumbling with his car keys. "We'll meet there!" I watched him peel out of my driveway, his expensive Mercedes roaring to life with the kind of engine noise that screamed money and insecurity in equal measure. His taillights disappeared into the darkness. The wind died as suddenly as it had started, leaving behind the sounds of the rain and the distant crash of waves against the shore. "Well, Captain, that was dramatic," I said, knowing the captain was around somewhere, even though I couldn't see him right now. "Drama queen," Edgar replied, then took flight, disappearing into the shadows of the old oak tree that stood sentinel beside the manor. "Scoundrel," the captain said. "The hide of the man wanting to stay at a lady's house. In my day, a man would never have asked." I stepped back inside and locked the door, my hands shaking slightly. The captain materialized in the hallway, his translucent form flickering with residual energy from his display of power. His blue eyes were stormy, and his jaw was set in a hard line. "That man," he said without preamble, "has the audacity of a mutinous crew member." Kevin's always been presumptuous, but I have to admit, I'm curious about this listing. Why does Bass want it so bad, or would want it if he knew about it, or will want it when he finds out about it? I probably shouldn't be pleased about future Bass being miserable. The captain followed me. "You cannot trust that man, Vylette. Men like that don't change their nature." I know. I sank back into the armchair, pulling my legs up under me. But if this listing is as good as he says, and if it really will irritate Bass Matthews, then maybe it's worth the risk. Perhaps. The captain's form solidified slightly, his protective instincts still running high. "But I'll be watching. That man sets foot in my house uninvited, and he'll discover what a real haunting looks like." I smiled despite myself. I don't think that'll be necessary. Kevin got the message loud and clear. The captain harumphed, hands behind his back, and then he started pacing. "Mark my words, lass. That one will be trouble. He hasn't come all this way just to give you a listing." "Maybe, but now he's in Driftwood Cove, things will be on my terms." "Well, if you need me, I'll be in the library, thinking what I can do to that man if he ever darkens this doorstep again." "Good idea. Would you be doing all that thinking over a glass of brandy?" "Now there's a good idea." He slowly faded from view. As I settled back into the chair, I couldn't shake the feeling that the captain was right. Kevin's sudden appearance, his mysterious listing, his knowledge of my conflict with Bass, none of it felt like a coincidence. But then again, in my life, it seemed that nothing ever was. Chapter 2. I arrived at my office, Driftwood Cove Properties, the next morning to find the lights already on and the scent of fresh coffee wafting through the air. Jill was at her desk, typing away at her computer, while a small figure was curled up on the couch in our tiny waiting area, wrapped in a blanket and clutching a tablet. "I'm so sorry," Jill said the moment she saw me, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Owen insisted he was sick again, and I didn't think you'd mind if I brought him in. The babysitter fell through and... as long as he doesn't have anything contagious." "Does he?" I set my purse down on my desk. "Not wanting to go to school blues, that's all," Jill replied with a rueful smile. "I don't know if anyone can catch that." Owen peeked over the back of the couch, his dark hair sticking up at odd angles. "I really don't feel good, Miss Vylette. My stomach hurts." I said, fighting back a smile. "That's terrible. I hope you feel better soon." The bell above our door chimed, and Gavin walked in carrying a takeout tray with what looked like enough coffee for a small army. He'd defected from Baz Matthews' agency and brought several listings with him when he joined Driftwood Cove Properties. "Morning, ladies, and Owen," he said, setting the tray down on Jill's desk. "I brought reinforcements. Figured we could all use the caffeine. Sorry, Owen, I didn't know you were here, or I would have got you something." "It's okay." Gavin went to give Jill a coffee, and she raised her hand to stop him. "I already made some this morning," Jill said curtly. Gavin, being the gentleman that he was, smiled diplomatically. "Well then, I'll have a second cup." "No," Jill said firmly. "Leave it there. I might have a sip later." Gavin dutifully complied, stepping back from the desk. He handed me a coffee, then glanced toward the couch where Owen was now sitting up, looking significantly more alert than someone with a stomachache should. "Hey there, buddy. Feeling under the weather?" "My tummy hurts," Owen said solemnly, then immediately perked up. "But not too bad. Can I help with anything today, Gavin?" "We'll see. I might have some filing you could do later, or show you how to look up listings on the MLS." "Great! Let me know when." Owen covered his head with the blanket. Gavin pulled up one of our client chairs, turning it backward and straddling it. "So, what's on the agenda today? Please tell me you have some good news about new listings. We need to replenish what we've sold." I took a sip of coffee, gathering my thoughts. "Actually, I might be getting a new listing today." "And?" Jill asked, her fingers pausing over her keyboard. "I feel like there's more." I hesitated, knowing how this was going to sound. "Well, it's a referral from Kevin." "What?" Gavin blurted out, his coffee cup stopping halfway to his lips. "Your Kevin?" "He's not my Kevin. He's just the Kevin I used to live with." Gavin frowned at me. "Why are you talking to him at all after what he did to you?" I stared at him, caught off guard by his vehemence. Gavin was usually pretty laid back about everything. "How do you know about him? I've never mentioned him to you." He had the grace to look embarrassed. "Sorry, Jill told me all about him, and after what he did to you." Jill's head snapped up, and she fixed Gavin with a death stare that could have frozen all the water in the cove. "That will be the last time I tell you anything. I said it was a secret." "It wasn't exactly a secret," I said mildly. "Half the real estate community knows about our breakup." Owen tugged the blanket off his head. "I know about it too, Miss Vylette." I sighed and stared at Jill. Perfect. "Oh, great, Owen. Now you're throwing me under the bus." Jill turned back to me. "I didn't tell Owen anything. He must have overheard a conversation or something." "It's okay, I don't care," I assured her. "But he asked a good question." "Why are you having anything to do with him after what he did?" Jill asked. Owen piped up from the couch. "You don't need him, Miss Vylette. You're doing great all by yourself." "Hush, Owen," Jill said automatically, then looked back at me. "But he's right. You don't need Kevin's help or his listing. It's probably some overpriced dump that won't sell anyway." I set down my coffee cup, choosing my words carefully. "Look, I know how this sounds, but it's a referral, and we don't have to pay Kevin a referral fee. If I don't take it, he'll probably refer it to Baz. I'm not getting back with Kevin. He's married now too, don't forget." "Well, where's the listing?" Gavin asked, leaning forward. "It better be a good one if you're willing to deal with that jackass." Before I could answer, my phone pinged with a text message. I fished it out of my bag, expecting to see Kevin's typical terse communication style. 1247 Seaview Drive, Lighthouse Bay. 10 a.m. Don't be late. K. I looked up to find 3 pairs of eyes watching me expectantly. "I've got to meet him there now. I'll tell you all about it when I get back." "Wait," Jill said, half rising from her chair. "You're going alone? Are you sure that's wise?" "I'm a big girl, Jill. I can handle Kevin." "Wait." Jill reached into her purse and pulled out a small can. "Hairspray. Doubles as mace." I made a face, grabbed it and put it in my purse. "Does that make everyone feel better?" Owen shook his head, as did Gavin, and Jill gave a weak smile. I grabbed my purse and keys, then paused at the door. "Can I answer the phone?" Owen asked hopefully. Absolutely not, his mother replied. But you can help me organise the filing cabinet. As I walked out the door, I heard Gavin mutter, "This is a bad idea." I couldn't argue with him about that. But as I'd learned over the past few months, sometimes bad ideas were the ones that paid the bills. Chapter 3. The drive to Lighthouse Bay took me along the coastal highway, past rocky cliffs and glimpses of the ocean through stands of weathered pine trees. Kevin's text had been typically brief, just an address and a time. Since I was running early, I pulled over to the side of the road and looked up the address on my phone. From what I could see in the satellite images, it was a decent-sized house with what looked like a separate guest cottage, all situated on a generous lot close to the water. All looked good so far, so I continued driving. I found the house easily enough. It was a sprawling ranch-style home from the 1970s, all cedar shingles and large windows designed to take advantage of the ocean view. Kevin's oversized Mercedes was already parked in the circular driveway, and I could see him standing on the front porch, checking his phone with that familiar, impatient gesture. A woman emerged from the house as I pulled up, tall and willowy, with silver-streaked blonde hair pulled back in a neat ponytail. She wore yoga pants and an expensive-looking sweater that screamed recently divorced and reinventing herself. Her smile was warm, but had that slightly desperate quality I'd learned to recognise in sellers who needed to move quickly. "You must be Vylette," she said, extending a manicured hand as I approached. "I'm Winifred Brass. Kevin speaks well of you. You come highly recommended." I shook her hand, noting the way Kevin shifted uncomfortably beside us. "It's nice to meet you, Mrs. Brass. Oh, please, call me Winifred. I might have to change my last name now I'm divorced, but I'll keep it for now." She gestured toward the house. "Kevin told me that you two used to work together." I bit my tongue, swallowing the sharp retort that wanted to escape. Work together. Trust Kevin to reduce our entire relationship to a professional footnote. "We did work together," I said. Kevin cleared his throat, clearly eager to move things along. "Winifred has a beautiful property here. I thought you'd appreciate the potential." "Why don't I show you around, Vylette? I think you'll find it has everything a buyer could want." Winifred led the way. The interior was exactly what I'd expected from the exterior. Open concept living with soaring ceilings, a stone fireplace that dominated the main room, and floor-to-ceiling windows that framed a spectacular view of the lighthouse and the bay. The kitchen was dated but functional, with good bones that could be updated without major structural changes. "The master suite is through here," Winifred said, leading us down a hallway lined with family photos that looked like they'd been hastily rearranged. "And there are 2 guest bedrooms on the other side of the house." As we walked, Winifred kept up a steady stream of chatter about the house's features: the new roof, the updated electrical system, the landscaping that she'd personally overseen. But there was something in her tone that suggested she was trying to fill silence, to avoid awkward questions. "The guest house is separate," she said, pausing at the sliding glass doors that led to the backyard. "It's quite charming, actually. Perfect for visitors or, well, for someone who needs their own space." Through the glass, I could see a small cottage nestled among the pine trees, connected to the main house by a flagstone path. It looked cosy enough, but something in Winifred's voice made me pay closer attention. "Actually," she continued, fidgeting with her wedding ring, or rather, the pale band of skin where her wedding ring used to be. "I should mention that my ex-husband, Ronnie, still uses the guest house occasionally. We're divorced, but he still shows up to play his video games there. You can just ignore him if he's there. He won't notice you anyway. I felt my professional alarm bells starting to chime. He'll leave for open houses, won't he? Oh, yes, Winifred said quickly. He's mainly there at night. He plays his Nintendo Switch with his friends, his old friends from his school days. He'll play with them for hours each night, talking and laughing. That's actually part of the reason for our marriage breaking up. Kevin shot me a look that I interpreted as, don't make this complicated. But I couldn't let this slide. A property with an ex-husband who had ongoing access was a liability nightmare waiting to happen. I'm sorry to hear about that, I said, because Kevin wasn't going to say anything. It's fine. I'm used to being single now. It's really not much different. I was alone then, and I'm alone now. What kind of arrangement do you have regarding his access? I asked. Is it spelled out in the divorce decree? Winifred's smile faltered slightly. Well, it's informal. Ronnie is harmless, really. He just needs somewhere to decompress after work. His apartment doesn't have good internet for gaming, you see. Winifred, Kevin interrupted smoothly, why don't you show Vylette the other living area at the back of the house? I know she'll appreciate the view of the garden. But I wasn't ready to be redirected. Mrs. Brass, Winifred, I need to understand the situation clearly. Are you saying your ex-husband has a key to the property, that he comes and goes as he pleases? Winifred's face flushed slightly. It's not as bad as it sounds. He's very respectful about it, and he only uses the guest house, never the main house. Well, hardly ever. Hardly ever, I repeated. Sometimes he needs to get a snack from the kitchen, but he's very quiet about it. Most of the time you wouldn't even know he was there. I looked at Kevin, who was now studying his shoes with intense concentration. This was exactly the kind of complication that could derail showings or open homes, and he had to know it. How often does he come by? I asked. Oh, maybe 3 or 4 times a week. Sometimes more if he's had a particularly stressful day at work. He's an accountant, you know, very high-pressure job. Kevin finally looked up, his expression pleading. Vylette, I'm sure this is something that can be worked out. I'm sure it can. I turned back to Winifred. He'll need to stay away while I'm showing the property. How will I arrange that? Assuming you're happy to give me the listing, of course. Of course I will. Winifred's face crumpled slightly. I know it's not ideal, but Ronnie is going through a difficult time right now. The divorce was hard on him, and gaming with his friends is his way of coping. I can't just cut him off completely. Somewhere inside him is the man I married. I felt a pang of sympathy for her. Breakups of any kind were never easy, and it sounded like she was trying to be kind to her ex-husband, but kindness didn't sell houses. I understand. Maybe you can give me his number and I'll let him know in advance before I show the property. Winifred nodded slowly. You're right, of course. I haven't figured out how to handle Ronnie yet. He's not ready to let go of the house. I didn't want the listing if I was going to have problems with access. I'd been in that position too many times. Do you want me to call him and tell him you're putting the place up for sale? Winifred shook her head. No, I'll do it today. Can we see the guest house? I asked. Of course, though I should mention he might be there now. He sometimes works from home on Wednesdays. In my experience, when sellers started a conversation with, I should mention, it was rarely good news. Chapter 4. We walked along the flagstone path that wound through the pine trees, Kevin trailing behind us with his hands behind his back. The guest house looked charming from the outside, a cosy cottage with weathered cedar shingles and cheerful window boxes that had been recently planted with colourful flowers. Winifred pulled out a key and unlocked the front door. "Brace yourself," she murmured. The moment we stepped inside, I stopped short. Monitors everywhere, mounted on every available wall surface, and game consoles of every type imaginable. The living room had been completely transformed into what could only be described as a high-tech command centre. Multiple flat-screen displays of varying sizes created a semicircle around an expensive-looking gaming chair, while shelving units lined the walls, packed with PlayStation, Xbox, Nintendo Switch, and several other devices I couldn't even identify. Cables snaked across the floor like electronic vines, connecting the various systems to a network setup that would have made a small IT company jealous. The coffee table was littered with energy drink cans, empty takeout containers, and an impressive collection of wireless controllers. I nearly tripped over a cord, but managed to catch myself before I fell. This is, I searched for the right words, quite a setup. Kevin let out a low whistle. "You weren't kidding about the gaming thing, Winifred." Winifred's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. It started off innocently enough. He was playing from the house, a game or two a night, half an hour tops. Ronnie said it helped him decompress after work. She walked over to one of the gaming chairs, running her hand along its leather surface. Then he started complaining about the bad internet connection in the main house. "So you upgraded?" I asked, still taking in the elaborate arrangement. "We upgraded to the highest speed our provider offered," Winifred confirmed, her voice growing tighter. "But he insisted it wasn't good enough for his games. Said there was too much lag, whatever that means. But here in the guest house, he was satisfied with the speed." "This gaming thing must really draw people in," I said. Winifred's expression darkened. "I blame his old school friends. A whole group of them, apparently, all playing together online." She gestured at the largest monitor, which displayed some kind of elaborate fantasy landscape frozen mid-game. "He has meals delivered out here. When we were married, I wouldn't see him until 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning." The bitterness in her voice was unmistakable, and I felt a familiar pang of recognition. Different circumstances, perhaps, but I knew what it felt like to be pushed aside for something deemed more important. Kevin had never been into gaming, but he'd had his own obsessions: networking events, client dinners, weekend golf with potential investors. All the things that had slowly but steadily crowded me out of his life. I was starting to relate to Winifred more than I cared to admit. We'd both had disappointments in love. "How long did this go on?" I asked gently. "About 2 years," Winifred replied, sinking into the gaming chair as if the weight of the memories was too much to bear standing. "At first, I thought it was just a phase, men and their hobbies, you know. But it got worse and worse. He'd skip dinner with me to play with his friends, miss family gatherings, even called in sick to work a few times when there was some big tournament or event happening in whatever game they were playing." Kevin shifted uncomfortably beside me. "Winifred, maybe we don't need to get into all the personal details." "No, it's fine," she said firmly, standing up straighter. "If Vylette is going to sell this house, she needs to understand what she's dealing with. Potential buyers are going to ask questions about why the guest house is the way it is. Perhaps I can get him to move everything." "That would be good," I told her. "But I know he will wait until the last minute. I haven't even told him I'm dating anyone. I don't want to upset him before the house sells. I want it all to go smoothly, Winifred said. I found myself admiring her honesty. Too many sellers try to hide problems like this, only to have them blow up during the buying process. We stood in uncomfortable silence for a moment, surrounded by the evidence of a marriage that had been slowly consumed by blinking screens and virtual worlds. Well, I said finally, we should probably head back to the main house. I've seen enough here. We left the guest house, and I was grateful for the fresh air and natural light. The cottage had felt suffocating, heavy with the weight of broken promises and neglected relationships. As we walked back toward the main house, Winifred seemed to shake off her melancholy. So, what are you thinking for an asking price, Vylette? I considered what I'd seen. The beautiful main house with its stunning water views, the complications with Ronnie's ongoing access, the current real estate market in Lighthouse Bay. Based on comparable sales in the area, I think I can get a little more than you're probably expecting. The location is prime, and it's a lovely property. Winifred shook her head. A quick sale is more important to me than squeezing out every last dollar. I just want to be done with this chapter of my life. I could understand that sentiment completely. Sometimes moving forward mattered more than maximizing profit. Do you have papers for me to sign? She asked suddenly, checking her watch. I'm in a hurry. I have an appointment with my new beau, Gus, in Portland this afternoon. Not Gus Cooper? Kevin asked. That's right. He mentioned he's a client of yours as well. Winifred giggled like a schoolgirl. I was going to mention it to you. It's a small world, I said, as I pulled a listing agreement out of my bag, grateful for my habit of always carrying the essential paperwork. I filled it in quickly while Winifred watched, noting her preferred asking price and the urgency of the timeline she wanted. Winifred signed it with a flourish, her signature bold and decisive. Perfect, she said, handing the papers back to me. I've got to go now, but call me when you have a showing scheduled. I'll make sure Ronnie is out of sight and the place is presentable. Please remember to text me his number after you've told him. I would like to meet him in person, have a quick chat, and then I'll text him the showing times. I can do that. She locked the front door behind her, handed me a large bunch of keys, and climbed into her silver Lexus and drove away, leaving Kevin and me standing in the driveway. Then Kevin turned to me with that familiar smile, the one that had once made my heart race and now just made me wary. You know, I have to say I'm surprised to see Winifred with Gus Cooper. Why? I represented him a few years back when he was accused of murdering his business partner. Charges were dropped, lack of evidence, but the whole thing was messy. A cold shiver went down my spine. Murdered his business partner? An investment fraud gone wrong. Gus did 18 months for embezzlement, but the murder charges never stuck. No body. His partner disappeared right before he was supposed to testify against Gus in the fraud case. Anyway, congratulations on a new listing. Thank you. Do you think Winifred knows about his past? I guess so. Who knows? How about we celebrate your latest listing over lunch? There's a great seafood place just down the road from here. No, I said firmly, walking toward my car. Definitely not. He followed me. Come on, Vylette. Just a meal between old colleagues, nothing more, I promise. We can discuss the marketing strategy for the property. I stopped and turned to face him. Kevin, I thought I made this clear yesterday. This is strictly business, nothing more. His smile faltered slightly, revealing something that might have been genuine disappointment beneath the polished exterior. I'll stick around town until you agree to have a meal with me. I've got nowhere else to be. I can work from wherever for the next few weeks, and we really should coordinate our efforts on this listing. I felt another chill that had nothing to do with a suspected murderer. This was exactly the kind of manipulative behaviour that had driven me crazy during our relationship. The subtle threats disguised as persistence, the refusal to take no for an answer. I got into my car and started the engine, rolling down the window just enough to speak. Don't wait for me, Kevin. Find something else to do with your time, like go back home. As I drove away, watching his figure shrink in my rearview mirror, I couldn't shake the thoughts that had been nagging at me since yesterday. Everyone was right. Jill, Gavin, even young Owen. Would this listing, or any amount of money in the world, be worth dealing with Kevin again? But I'd already signed the papers, and Winifred was counting on me. I couldn't back out now. Chapter 5. The bell above the door chimed cheerfully as I walked back into Driftwood Cove Properties, the signed listing agreement burning a hole in my bag. Despite my lingering doubts about Kevin's motives, I couldn't deny the satisfaction of landing a solid listing. The commission from Winifred's house sale would help keep us afloat through winter months that were always slow in small seaside towns. Jill looked up from her computer, her eyebrows raised expectantly. How did it go? Please tell me Kevin behaved himself. Gavin spun around in his chair, setting down his coffee cup. Owen peeked over the back of the couch where he'd been sprawled with his tablet. Did you tell him to go away, Miss Vylette? I couldn't help but smile at their protective concern. He's gone, I said, dropping my bag on my desk. I knew he wouldn't be a problem. Really? Jill's tone suggested she wasn't entirely convinced. He just left after insisting on introducing you to the client. Well, he tried to stick around for lunch, but I made it clear that wasn't happening. I got a signed listing for a beautiful waterfront property in Lighthouse Bay. You should see the views. They are amazing. I rattled off the address. Gavin whistled appreciatively. Nice work. What's the asking price? $750,000, and the seller wants a quick sale, which means we should be able to move it fast. I settled into my chair, already mentally calculating our commission. Now, let's book the photographer to take photos. We'll want to get this listed as soon as possible. Jill, can you call... Owen interrupted me. The photographer only wants to work with Baz Matthews now. I got a sinking feeling in my stomach. This was the only photographer in town. What do you mean? Jill took a deep breath, shooting Owen a warning look. It seems Baz Matthews has put the photographer on a retainer, exclusive contract. He won't work with us anymore. I felt my jaw clench. Of course Baz would pull something like this. Since when? Last week, Gavin said grimly. Apparently, Baz decided to make sure we couldn't access any of the professional services he uses. But don't worry, Danny is great at taking pictures. He's got a good eye for it, Jill said. Gavin looked over at Jill. Your brother? Yes, my brother. He's not a professional, but he can do it. I sighed, rubbing my temples where a headache was starting to form. This was exactly the kind of petty vindictiveness I should have expected from Baz. Okay, call Danny, please, and ask if he can do it. But make sure he understands we need professional quality photos, and he'll be paid, of course. If he's good, we'll keep using him. If the photos aren't good, we won't. Already asked, Jill said, her fingers flying over her cell phone screen. Then it beeped back. He can do it tomorrow at 10. Good. As long as he's okay with it, that's one problem out of the way. I handed the listing form to Jill and asked her to process it. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of a familiar figure marching across the street with the kind of purposeful stride that meant trouble. Baz Matthews, his face angry. Oh no, I don't need this today, I muttered. What? Jill followed my gaze and groaned. He's coming here, isn't he? The door to our office swung open with enough force to make the bell clatter against the glass. Baz stood in the doorway, his arms crossed over his chest, his face flushed with anger. Vylette West, he said, his voice dripping with accusation. How could you do it? Do what, Baz? Don't play innocent with me. Ronnie Brass is Charlene's brother, and you know it. In Driftwood Cove, you don't cross moral lines. My mouth fell open. Suddenly, Kevin's cryptic comment about Baz wanting this listing made perfect sense. I had no idea. Baz snorted derisively. No one would believe that. You've done this deliberately, haven't you? I didn't know you'd be so ruthless to take on Winifred's house as your listing. I'm telling you, I had no idea about any family connection. The Brass property came to me as a referral. Winifred is confused, Baz continued, his voice rising. She got our names mixed up, seeing as you insist on calling your business Driftwood Cove Properties, so close to my Driftwood Cove Realty. It really is a crime, and I should sue you for every penny you have. Don't bother. I don't have much, and I happen to know some really good lawyers, I shot back, inwardly cringing because I really didn't want to owe Kevin another favour. You need to fix this, Baz demanded, stepping further into our office. Owen had scrambled behind the couch, and I could see Jill's hand hovering over her phone, probably ready to call for help. Talk to Winifred and explain she made a mistake. Tell her she needs to cancel your listing and sign with me instead. No, I said firmly, standing up to face him. I can't do that. Winifred knew exactly who she was listing with. She wasn't confused about which agency she was hiring. You or your wife were never even mentioned. You're lying, Bass snarled. Charlene told me that Winifred specifically asked for Driftwood Cove Realty to handle the sale. Then maybe Charlene should have given her sister-in-law the correct contact information, I replied coldly. My business name is clearly displayed on my website, my business cards, and the listing agreement Winifred signed. If there was any confusion, it was on your end, not mine. Gavin had quietly moved to stand beside me, a show of solidarity that I appreciated more than I could express. You need to leave, he said to Bass. You're not welcome here. Bass's face turned an alarming shade of red. This isn't over, Vylette West. That listing belongs to my family, and I'll do whatever it takes to get it back. The listing belongs to whoever Winifred Brass chooses to represent her, and she chose me. If you have a problem with that, take it up with her. Oh, I will. And when I'm done explaining the situation to her, she'll see exactly what kind of person she's dealing with. He turned and stormed out, slamming the door so hard that the glass rattled in its frame. The bell gave one last mournful chime before falling silent. For a moment, none of us moved. Then Owen's head popped up from behind the couch. Is he gone? He whispered. He's gone, Jill confirmed, though she was still watching the street through the window. I sank back into my chair, my hands shaking slightly from the adrenaline rush. Well, that explains a lot. Kevin knew. Gavin said, his voice tight with anger. He had to know about the family connection when he referred this listing to you. He knows Bass, right? I nodded grimly. Years ago, Bass used to work with Kevin and me. Kevin must have known Ronnie was Charlene's brother, and that's why he said Bass would want it. He was setting up a conflict on purpose. But why? Jill asked. What does Kevin gain from putting you in the middle of a family drama? I thought about Kevin's behaviour at the property, his insistence on lunch, his threat to stick around town until I agreed to see him. I think he's trying to create situations where I'll need his help, where I'll be forced to rely on him. He's probably hoping Bass will sue me and then I'll need him. That's incredibly manipulative, Gavin said. That's Kevin, I replied wearily. The question now is, what do I do about it? Jill sighed. Well, I don't know if Kevin could have made Bass's sister-in-law sell her place, but I get where you're coming from. He's an opportunist. Owen emerged fully from behind the couch, his young face serious. You keep the listing, right? You signed the papers fair and square. Out of the mouths of babes, I murmured. You're right, Owen. I have a legitimate listing agreement, and I'm going to honour it. But this is going to get ugly before it gets better. Jill was already back at her computer, her fingers flying over the keyboard. I'm documenting everything that just happened, including Bass's threats. We need to have a record of this in case things escalate. Good thinking. Thanks, Jill. Gavin lifted his phone from his desk. I recorded it all. I clapped my hands. Oh, wonderful. But Jill spun around in her chair, glaring at him. Really? Always trying to one-up me? Gavin froze, looking like he'd just been accused of kicking a kitten. What? No, Jill, I was just trying to help. How can I make it up to you? Jill leaned back, tapping her chin thoughtfully. Well, I am getting hungry. Gavin brightened immediately. Not a problem. I'll get you something. He grabbed his coat and practically bolted for the door. I turned to Jill, raising an eyebrow. You've got him wrapped around your little finger, don't you? She gave a little shrug, already back to typing. Why waste a perfectly good talent? I just shook my head, wondering which of us was really running this office. Chapter 6. The following day, I met Danny in the parking lot outside Winifred's house at exactly 10 o'clock, both of us bundled up against the chill. Thanks for doing this on such short notice, I said, helping him carry his equipment from his van. I know professional photography isn't really your thing. Danny grinned, adjusting his camera strap. Are you kidding? This is great practice. I have all the wide-angle lenses we need. This has been a hobby of mine for years. I keep it on the down low. Plus, it's not like I'm charging you what a real photographer would. He had a point there. With Baz Matthews monopolising all the professional services in the area, Danny's willingness to help was a godsend, even if his usual subjects were more paranormal than real estate. Just remember, I said, as we approached the front door, we need these photos to sell a house, not document ghost activity. Got it. No EMF readings, no thermal imaging, just pretty pictures that make people want to buy the place. Though, I have to say, this house has interesting energy. Very layered. Layered? I decided not to ask what that meant. I'd also arranged to meet Winifred's ex-husband Ronnie this morning to negotiate when he could access the guest house between showings. It would be an awkward conversation that I wasn't looking forward to, but it needed to happen if we were going to market this property effectively. The last thing I wanted was potential buyers walking in on a gaming session. We started with the interior shots of the main house, the spacious living room with its stunning water views, the updated kitchen, the master suite with its recently renovated bathroom. Danny moved through the space with surprising professionalism, adjusting his lighting equipment and taking multiple shots from different angles. Jill told me about the family connection thing with Baz Matthews. That's got to be awkward for everyone involved. That's putting it mildly, I replied, checking my phone for the third time in 10 minutes. Still no text from Ronnie confirming what time he'd be here. I just hope we can keep this professional and avoid any more drama. Danny straightened up, checking his camera's display. Think Baz will try to sabotage the sale? I wouldn't put it past him. I walked to the window, scanning the driveway for any sign of a car that might be Ronnie's. Baz was pretty angry yesterday. He made some threats about suing me, but he's got no grounds for that. Danny moved to the dining room, setting up his tripod. You know what I don't understand? Why didn't Kevin tell you about the family connection when he referred the listing? Because Kevin always has an agenda. He probably thought if I knew, I wouldn't take the listing, and then I wouldn't have a reason to talk with him. Or maybe he wanted to create chaos on purpose, Danny suggested, snapping another series of photos. Some people thrive on drama. I was about to respond when I heard the crunch of tyres on gravel. Finally, Ronnie was here. I walked to the window expecting Ronnie, but then I stopped short. It was Kevin's massive black Mercedes pulling into the driveway. You've got to be kidding me. Danny looked up from his camera. What's wrong? Kevin just showed up. What is he doing here? The car door slammed and Kevin emerged, looking as polished and confident as ever in his expensive coat and Italian leather shoes. He spotted me through the window and waved, that familiar, presumptuous smile spreading across his face. I met him at the front door, not bothering to hide my irritation. What are you doing here, Kevin? He stepped past me into the house. Good morning to you too. I thought I'd check on how the photo shoot was going. Make sure everything's running smoothly. How do you know about the photo shoot? I just found out. That's a camera, isn't it? He pointed at one of Danny's cameras that was on the floor. This is my listing, Kevin. I don't need you to supervise. Danny emerged from the dining room, camera in hand, and Kevin's attention immediately shifted to him. You must be the photographer, Kevin Hughes. He extended his hand with that practiced charm that had once impressed me. Danny, he replied, shaking Kevin's hand briefly. I'm Jill's brother. Jill? Kevin asked. She's my office manager, I shot back. Ah, keeping it in the family? No, not really. Not that it's any of your business. Danny, why don't you move on to the guest house? I'll show you where it is. I'm not sure if you can get any good inside shots. You might have to stick with exterior photos. We walked across the yard to the cottage, Kevin trailing behind us like an unwelcome third wheel. This is where the ex-husband does his gaming, I explained to Danny as I pulled out the bunch of keys Winifred had given me. It's been converted into quite the setup, so you'll want to get some shots that show the space's potential rather than focusing too much on all the electronics, if that's even possible. Got it, Danny said, adjusting his camera settings. Make it look like a cosy cottage instead of a tech cave. I unlocked the door and pushed it open, stepping inside ahead of them. The lighting in here might be a bit challenging because of all the... The scream that tore from my throat was involuntary, primal, the sound of shock and horror combined. Slumped over in the main gaming chair was a man, middle-aged, wearing a rumpled button-down shirt and khakis, his head tilted at an unnatural angle. Danny was beside me in an instant, his hand on my shoulder. Vylette, what? He stopped when he saw what I was looking at. Kevin pushed past both of us, then froze. It's Ronnie. He dead. Dead, I whispered. Clearly dead, Kevin confirmed. How do you know it's Ronnie? Danny asked. He pointed to a photograph on the wall where he'd been receiving a trophy for something that looked something to do with gaming. It did indeed look like the man who was slumped over, like he'd simply collapsed while playing one of his games. Then I noticed the sticky note attached to the largest monitor that made my blood run cold. Written in block letters with a black marker were 4 simple words. Game over. You lose. Danny immediately pulled out his phone. I'll call the paramedics and the police. Wait, Kevin said, his lawyer instincts kicking in. We need to think about this carefully. Vylette, you're the listing agent. Finding a dead body on the property you're trying to sell, this could destroy the sale. This house will be so much harder to sell now. I stared at him in disbelief. Kevin, a man is dead. Selling this house is the least of my concerns right now. But we should consider what? You want to hide him so we can sell the place? Kevin shrugged. Just thinking of all the options. Hide him, you say? Danny's eyebrows drew together as though he was actually considering other options. Call the police, I said firmly to Danny. Now. As Danny dialed, I forced myself to look around the room more carefully, trying not to focus on Ronnie's lifeless form. The gaming setup seemed the same as I'd seen it before. The sticky note was the only difference. The police are on their way, Danny said, pocketing his phone. They said not to touch anything and to wait outside. They want me to stay on the phone until they get here. We retreated to the yard, where Kevin immediately began pacing. This is a disaster, Vylette. You realise this property is now basically unsellable. Who's going to want to buy a house where someone died? But legally speaking in this state, you don't have to declare that someone died here. We'll have to keep it quiet. Someone just lost their life, I snapped. Show some respect. And there is no we, Kevin. This is my listing. I'm just being practical, Kevin replied. Winifred is going to be devastated, both personally and financially. I thought about the woman I'd met yesterday, the way she'd talked about Ronnie's gaming addiction destroying their marriage. Would she really be devastated? Or would she be relieved that her biggest problem had just solved itself? The sound of sirens in the distance interrupted my thoughts. Within minutes, the peaceful property was swarming with police cars, an ambulance, and what I assumed was the medical examiner's van. Chapter 7. The police cruisers had barely come to a stop when I spotted a familiar tall figure emerging from one of the vehicles. Officer Jack Sullivan emerged from one of the vehicles, tall and broad-shouldered, his clear blue eyes scanning the scene as sharply as ever. His hair was slightly tousled from the wind, and he carried himself with the kind of quiet confidence that made people automatically step aside. My heart did that annoying little flutter it always did when I saw him. "Vylette," he said, approaching our small group. "Are you all right?" "I've been better. We found him about 20 minutes ago." Jack's gaze shifted to Danny, who was still clutching his camera equipment, then landed on Kevin with obvious suspicion. Who could blame him for that? "We were just here for a photo shoot. Danny's first time at shooting." Jack took in what we said and then turned to Kevin. "And you are?" Kevin stepped forward with his practiced smile, extending his hand. "Kevin Hughes. I'm a former colleague of Vylette's." A colleague? I nearly choked. After 12 years together, he introduces me as a colleague. Jack didn't take the offered hand. Instead, he pulled out his notebook. "What's your relationship to the property, Mr. Hughes?" "I referred the listing to Vylette," Kevin replied, his smile faltering slightly under Jack's scrutiny. I thought I should check on how things were progressing. He's from New York, Danny said, speaking way too fast. And he'll be going back soon, I added quickly. You drove all the way from New York to check on a photo shoot. Jack's voice carried just enough skepticism to make it clear he wasn't buying Kevin's explanation. I'm staying for a few days. I only knew Winifred Brass. I never met the dead man. Winifred is a client of mine. Jack made a note, then looked back at Kevin with those piercing eyes. What kind of business? Legal matters. I'm an attorney. I see. Jack's tone suggested he found Kevin about as trustworthy as a used car salesman. And what time did you arrive at the property this morning? Kevin glanced at his expensive watch. Around half an hour ago. Could be an hour. Are you sure? Jack pressed. I watched this exchange with growing satisfaction. It was nice to see someone else find Kevin's presence as questionable as I did. Jack turned his attention to Danny, his demeanour becoming noticeably friendlier. Danny, right? That's right. What were you doing here? Jack asked. I was here taking photographs for the listing. And what time did you and Vylette arrive? Right at 10, I answered. We started with the main house and were moving on to the guest house when we found him. Jack nodded, making more notes. Who discovered the body? I did, I said, feeling that familiar chill as I remembered opening the door. I unlocked the guest house, went inside first, and there he was. We were all here, but I just happened to see him first. You had a key to the guest house? The seller gave me all the keys. She said her ex-husband, Ronnie, had been using the space, and I needed to coordinate with him about showings. I called him, and he was meeting me here to talk. I was going to ask him not to be here during showings. Buyers don't like seeing the sellers still at the property. Jack's eyebrows rose slightly. Her ex-husband, that would be... He turned back to the guest house. I think the dead man might be Ronnie, I said carefully. Ronnie Brass, Winifred's ex-husband. She mentioned he came here to play video games. Jack stopped writing and looked up sharply. Ronnie Brass. I know him. We've met before. Jack closed his notebook. In a small community like this, everyone seemed to be connected to everyone else in some way. Poor guy, Danny said quietly. What do you think happened? Heart attack? He doesn't look that old. We'll have to wait for the medical examiner to make that determination. I'm going to need formal statements from all of you, but for now, please wait by your vehicles. Don't touch anything and don't leave the property. As Jack disappeared into the guest house, Kevin immediately moved closer to me. A death on the property is going to kill any chance of a quick sale. Kevin, could you please show some basic human decency? I snapped. A man just died. I'm not saying it isn't tragic. I'm just being realistic about the business implications. Danny shook his head in disgust. Man, I can see why Vylette broke up with you. Kevin's face flushed red. I don't think our personal relationship is any of your business. It is when you're being cold-hearted in front of everyone, Danny shot back. Before the argument could escalate, Jack emerged from the guest house, his expression even more serious than before. He walked directly to me, his blue eyes troubled. I can tell you the dead man is Ronnie Brass. There was a moment of silence as we all processed that information. Then Jack spoke again. Vylette, I need to ask you something, and I want you to think carefully before you answer. The gravity in his voice made my stomach clench. What is it? Did Winifred Brass mention any family connections when she hired you? Anyone else who might have an interest in this property? I felt a sinking sensation in my chest as the pieces suddenly clicked into place. Oh no. What? Jack asked. Ronnie is Charlene's brother, I said, the words feeling like lead in my mouth. Baz Matthews' wife, Charlene. That's why Baz was so angry yesterday when he found out I had the listing. They're going to be devastated. Jack's jaw tightened. When exactly did Baz find out about the listing? Yesterday afternoon. He came storming into my office, accusing me of deliberately targeting his family. I looked at Jack, seeing my own growing suspicions reflected in his eyes. He said he was going to sue me, demanded that I give up the listing. And what did you tell him? That I wouldn't. That I had a signed agreement and Winifred knew exactly who she was hiring. Jack was quiet for a long moment, staring at the guest house, with its crime scene tape now fluttering in the breeze. When he finally spoke, his voice was carefully controlled. Vylette, I need you to think very carefully about anyone else who might have known you were coming here this morning. Anyone who might have had access to this property. The implication hit me like a physical blow. You think someone killed him? I think, Jack said slowly, that the timing of Ronnie Brass's death is very convenient for certain people. And that sticky note in there? That's not something a dying man writes for himself. Kevin had been listening to our conversation with growing alarm. Now wait just a minute. You can't seriously be suggesting that someone murdered him over a real estate listing. Jack turned those penetrating blue eyes on Kevin, and I could practically feel the temperature drop. Mr. Hughes, I'm curious about something. What's your connection to the Brass family? Kevin's face went pale. I don't have any connection to them. It was just a business referral. Really? Jack's voice was deceptively calm. Because it seems awfully coincidental that you'd refer a listing that just happens to involve the family of Vylette's biggest business rival. Almost like you knew it would cause problems. I had no idea about any family connections, Kevin protested, but I could hear the uncertainty creeping into his voice. We'll see about that, Jack said. Because right now, Mr. Hughes, you're looking like someone who had advanced knowledge of a situation that just turned deadly. And I'm very interested in finding out exactly what you knew and when you knew it. As I watched Kevin squirm under Jack's questioning, one thing was crystal clear. Ronnie Brass's death was no accident. Someone had wanted him dead. The only question now was whether I was an unwitting pawn in someone else's game. I looked over at Kevin. Was he setting me up for something? Chapter 8. Another car pulled into the driveway just as Jack finished taking our preliminary statements. Winifred's silver Lexus came to a stop behind the police vehicles, and she emerged looking perfectly composed, despite the chaos surrounding her property. She walked toward us, taking in the police cars, the crime scene tape, and our grim faces with what could only be described as curiosity rather than alarm. "What's happened here?" she asked. Jack stepped forward and led her aside, but we could still hear everything. "Winifred, I'm afraid I have some difficult news. It's about Ronnie. He was found in the guest house and, I'm sorry, he's dead." I watched Winifred's face carefully, expecting to see shock, grief, or at least surprise. Instead, she simply nodded, as if Jack had just told her the mail had been delivered. "I see," she said quietly. "How did it happen?" "We're still investigating the circumstances. I'm very sorry for your loss," Jack said quietly. "When you feel up to it, I'd like you to come down to the station for an interview." "Of course," Winifred agreed readily. "I can come now if you'd like. I don't have anything else pressing for the rest of today. That would be helpful, thank you. Jack glanced at his watch. Give me about an hour to finish up here, then meet me at the station. When Jack walked off, Winifred caught my eye. Vylette, I want an even faster sale now. Whatever you need to do to move this property quickly, do it. I don't care if we have to drop the price to half its true value. I stared at her, still in shock from everything that had happened. A man who was once her husband was dead, and she was talking about pricing strategies? I suppose I should tell Ronnie's son about his father. They're estranged right now, but they were close once. His son? I asked. Yes, from his first marriage. She got her phone out of her bag. Now, let's see if I have Billy's phone number in here. Ah, yes. She tapped on her phone for a few seconds. There, all done. I stared at her. Had she just sent a text to someone telling them their father had just died? Kevin chose that moment to move closer, attempting to put his arm around my shoulders in what I supposed was meant to be a comforting gesture. Vylette's had a terrible shock, he said to Winifred, finding the body like that. I stepped away from him. The last thing I needed right now was Kevin's fake concern. You should go home and rest, Kevin continued, ignoring my rejection. This has been traumatic for you. I'll call you later to check on you. Before I could tell him exactly what he could do with his concern, his cell phone rang. He glanced at the screen and his expression changed immediately. I have to take this, he said, walking away from us as he answered. Yes, I'm here now. No, it's more complicated than we thought. I'll explain when I see you. He ended the call and walked back over, his face tight with what looked like anxiety. I have to go. There's an emergency I need to deal with in private. With that, he got into his Mercedes and drove off, leaving me standing there feeling more confused than ever about his true motives. You let the son know? I asked Winifred. Yes, I just texted him. He's the beneficiary of Ronnie's life insurance, so that will soften the blow. She then looked around. There's nothing more for me to do here. We'll talk later, Vylette. Okay. Jack was busy and Winifred had left, and Danny was long gone. I drove back to the office in a daze, my mind struggling to process everything that had happened. The morning had started so normally, just a simple photo shoot for a new listing. Now, a man was dead, and I was somehow in the middle of something weird. When I entered Driftwood Cove Properties, 3 concerned faces immediately turned toward me. Jill, Gavin, and Owen were all waiting, obviously worried about how long I'd been gone. Thank goodness you're back, Jill said, rising from her desk. We were starting to worry. How did the photo shoot go? I looked at Owen, curled up on the couch with his tablet. Owen, can you block your ears for a minute? I need to tell your mum and Gavin something. Owen looked up with the kind of exasperated expression only a precocious kid could manage. I can, but Mum will only tell me later anyway. Jill sighed. He's right. I've never been able to keep my mouth shut around him. Just tell us what happened. So I did, giving them the basic facts without dwelling on the more disturbing ones. Ronnie Brass was dead, found in the guest house. The police were treating it as suspicious. Winifred wanted to proceed with the sale anyway, but even faster this time. I left out the bit about Winifred texting her stepson about his father being dead. When I finished, the office was silent for a long moment. Holy cow, Gavin finally said. Owen sat up straighter on the couch. So the ex-husband who played all the video games is dead, and Mrs. Brass doesn't seem sad about it. That sums it up quite well, I agreed. And this is Baz Matthews' brother-in-law we're talking about, Gavin added grimly. Of course it wasn't an accident, Owen piped up. Someone left a note that said, "Game over, you lose." Dead people don't write their own notes after they die. I was taken aback. In my days, I didn't even recall mentioning that part. That's something he didn't need to hear. Jill looked over at her son. You're definitely going to school tomorrow. He huffed. School is so boring compared to here. Gavin stood. I've got a showing. Wish me luck. Gavin walked out the door. As I sank into my desk chair, knowing that life was going to get more complicated than I could even imagine. Chapter 9. After giving my statement at the police station and watching the office slowly return to some semblance of normalcy, I realised I couldn't face going home just yet. The thought of sitting alone in Briggs Manor, replaying the morning's events over and over, was more than I could handle. Instead, I found myself driving to Aunt Lily's cottage on the other side of town. Lily took one look at my face and immediately ushered me inside, settling me at her kitchen table with a cup of tea that was probably 50% brandy. She listened without interruption as I told her everything. Kevin's unexpected appearance, finding Ronnie's body, Winifred's disturbing lack of emotion, the suspicious note. That poor man. And you had to be the one to find him. No wonder you look like you've seen a ghost. Little did she know, I lived with a ghost. It's been a big shock, and on top of that, I have Kevin hanging around until the place is sold, and who knows when that will be. Have you met Gus yet? I tried to recall where I'd heard that name. Is that Winifred's boyfriend? Yes. No, I haven't met him. Do you know him? Know him? I dated him twice. I stared at my aunt. You dated someone? Of course. We met on a dating app for people who... Never mind. Go on, tell me. Don't laugh. It's called Ripe for Love. It's for older people. I suppressed a smile. So why only 2 dates? He had a bad temper. He was driving me to that nice seafood place in Lighthouse Bay when someone cut him off in traffic. Gus completely lost it. Honking, screaming out the window, actually got out of the car at a red light to bang on the other driver's window. I made him take me straight home. That's awful. What did you do on the first date? I couldn't believe I found this entertaining. We went to Driftwood Cove Steakhouse for dinner, and the poor waitress accidentally brought him decaf instead of regular coffee. He absolutely exploded, started yelling about how hard it was to get decent service in this backwater town, demanded to see the manager, and actually threw his napkin at the girl. I was mortified, but then he apologised, and that's why I gave him another chance. He sounds horrible. Aunt Lily nodded. I didn't feel safe. I can understand that. Now you must stay for supper. I'm having my beef stew that can cure anything from heartbreak to homesickness. I laughed. I can't wait. As we ate, she peppered me with questions about Kevin's behaviour and Jack Sullivan's investigation. That ex-husband of yours is up to something, she declared, refilling my wine glass. We never married, I reminded her. Well, that's the problem. You should never have just lived with him. You know the old story about getting the milk for free. Mark my words, Vylette, Kevin Hughes doesn't do anything without an agenda. Well, he married someone else, so he's paying for the milk now. I cringed as I heard myself say something so odd. As he should, Aunt Lily said with a nod. By the time I finally drove home to Briggs Manor, my nerves had settled somewhat. That peace lasted exactly as long as it took me to walk through the front door. The captain materialised in the hallway before I'd even hung up my coat, his ghostly form crackling with agitation. Edgar was perched on the newel post, his feathers ruffled and his dark eyes glittering with what looked like fury. "Lass!" the captain boomed, his voice echoing through the manor's high-ceilinged halls. "What devilry is this I'm hearing about? Murder and mayhem, and that scoundrel Kevin Hughes right in the thick of it." "How do you already know about—" "Never mind," I said wearily. "Ghost network, right?" "Everything was fine until that blackguard showed up on our doorstep," the captain continued, his translucent form pacing back and forth like a caged tiger. "I should have done more than just blow him off the porch. I should have sent him straight to Davy Jones's locker." Edgar let out a harsh caw. "Trouble! Trouble with a capital K." "You don't know that Kevin had anything to do with Ronnie's death," I said, though even as I spoke the words, I realised I didn't believe them myself. The timing of it all was so odd. "Don't I?" the captain thundered. "A man doesn't sail into port just as the storm hits by coincidence. That one's been plotting something since the moment he darkened our door." I was too tired to argue with supernatural logic. "I'm going to bed. We can discuss Kevin's potential villainy in the morning." "Mark my words, lass," the captain called after me as I climbed the stairs. "That man is trouble with a capital T. And before this is over, you'll be wishing you'd listened to me." "Trouble with a K. K for Kevin," Edgar called. The next morning, I arrived at the office to find Jill already at her desk and Gavin poring over his laptop with the intense focus of someone who'd been up most of the night researching. "Please tell me you have good news," I said, setting down my coffee, "because I could really use some after yesterday." "I got an offer on the South Street house. I'm negotiating with a seller right now," Gavin said without looking up from his screen. Before you could elaborate, the bell above our door chimed with unusual violence. I looked up to see Charlene Matthews storming into our office like an avenging angel, her face flushed with rage and her perfectly styled hair slightly mussed. "Ah, you!" she shrieked, pointing an accusatory finger at me. "You murdering low-life scum! How could you do this to our family?" I stood up slowly, my hands raised in a placating gesture. "Charlene, I'm very sorry for your loss, but I had nothing to do with—" "Don't you dare!" she interrupted, her voice rising to a pitch that made the windows rattle. "First you steal the listing, and then you... She dissolved into angry tears, unable to finish the accusation. "I didn't steal anything," I said firmly. "Winifred hired me to sell her house. It was a legitimate business transaction." "Legitimate? There's nothing legitimate about you, Vylette West. You're a vulture, circling around other people's misery, looking for ways to profit from their pain." Jill had risen from her desk, her maternal instincts clearly warring with her desire to defend me. "Mrs. Matthews," Jill said diplomatically, "perhaps this conversation would be better held somewhere more private." "I don't want privacy. I want everyone to know what kind of person they're dealing with. Ronnie might have had his problems, but he was a good man. He didn't deserve to die because of her greed." "Charlene," Baz Matthews' voice cut through his wife's hysteria like a blade. He appeared in our doorway, his bulk filling the frame, his face set in hard lines. That's enough. He moved into the office and put his arm around Charlene's shoulders, steering her towards the door with surprising gentleness, but not before he turned back to fix me with a look of pure malevolence. "This isn't over, Vylette," he said quietly, his voice carrying more menace than all of Charlene's shouting combined. "Not by a long shot." They left as suddenly as they'd arrived, leaving our office in stunned silence. Gavin closed his laptop and looked at me with grim satisfaction. Actually, that little visit just confirmed something I discovered last night. Vylette, you're going to want to sit down for this. I sank into my chair, feeling like I'd aged 10 years in the past 2 days. What did you find? I did some digging into Ronnie Brass's background. Turns out he wasn't just some harmless gaming addict. He was an accountant, right? Well, he'd been doing some creative bookkeeping for various local businesses, including Driftwood Cove Realty. My stomach dropped. Creative bookkeeping? Are you saying he was embezzling from Baz? Who knows? That's one of the ideas I had floating around. Or maybe Ronnie came across something about Baz's dealings, so blackmail? But Ronnie was family, Jill protested. Charlene's brother. Surely nothing like that would be going on. Gavin shook his head. From what I could dig up, they never got along. Ronnie thought Baz was a waste of space. Baz thought the same about Ronnie. The only reason Baz put up with him at all was because of Charlene. And now he's dead, but we can't blame Baz for everything, I said slowly. Can't we? Gavin asked, which made Jill laugh. Chapter 10. A few minutes later, Danny arrived at the office, carrying a laptop bag and looking more professional than I'd ever seen him. Gone were his usual bare feet and casual clothes. Today he wore actual shoes and a button-down shirt that suggested he'd taken yesterday's photography assignment seriously. I finished processing the photos, he announced, setting a flash drive on my desk. I think you're going to be pleased with the results. I couldn't help myself. You're wearing shoes? He glanced down. That's right. They're special grounding shoes. Cost me a fortune. I took a better look. They look like regular shoes. Yeah, thanks. I took the flash drive and pushed it into my computer while he pulled up a chair beside me. I began clicking through the images. The photos were surprisingly good. Better than good, actually. Danny had captured the house's best features with an eye for composition and lighting that would have impressed any professional photographer. What do you think, Vylette? You're not saying much. Danny, these are very good. You've got a real talent for this. He grinned, looking pleased but trying to play it cool. Thanks. It's been a hobby of mine for the longest time. I tried to show the potential of the spaces rather than just documenting them. Well, it worked. I turned to face him, making a decision on the spot. How would you feel about becoming our official photographer? I mean, with Bass monopolising all the professional services in town, we need someone we can rely on. Danny's eyes lit up. Really? You trust me with your listings? After seeing these photos? Absolutely. We can work out a fair rate and you'll get to build a portfolio doing something completely different from ghost hunting. Speaking of which, I was thinking about what happened yesterday. I could try to get in touch with Ronnie's spirit, see if he can tell us who killed him. Sometimes the recently deceased are very communicative. We can contact him before he crosses over. We? I asked. Yes. I shook my head firmly. Danny, I appreciate the offer, but I'm here to sell houses, not talk with dead people. Yeah, but it might help solve the murder if he tells us who killed him. Solving the murder is Jack Sullivan's job. But if Ronnie could tell us, no, I interrupted. I don't need to start conducting seances in the houses we're selling. That's not what I do. I sell houses. Yeah, well, most of the ones you've sold have been haunted. The Henderson house, the one where Harold was in the library. Okay, I get it, but it's not something I want to make a habit out of. Danny looked disappointed but nodded. If you change your mind, I won't, I said with more conviction than I felt. After Danny left, I spent the morning trying to focus on the other listings we had, but my mind kept drifting back to the Brass property. Around noon, I decided to drive by the house to see if the police had finished their initial investigation. Maybe I could get a sense of when we might be able to show the property. I was surprised to find Jack Sullivan's patrol car in the driveway, along with several other official vehicles. As I parked across the street, Jack emerged from the main house and spotted me immediately. "Vylette," he said, walking over with that measured stride I was beginning to recognise. "What brings you back here?" I was hoping to get an update on when we might be able to access the property again. Winifred is eager to move forward with the sale. Jack's expression was grim. "I'm afraid that's not going to happen anytime soon. We're closing off the entire property for a thorough search. This is now officially a homicide investigation." The words hit me like a physical blow. Homicide? You're certain it wasn't an accident? The medical examiner's preliminary findings confirm what we suspected. Ronnie Brass was murdered. Jack glanced back at the house, then returned his attention to me. "I can't go into details, but this wasn't a random crime. Someone wanted him dead." I felt my stomach drop as the implications sank in. How long will the property be sealed? A day or two, maybe longer. We need to process every inch of both the main house and the guest house. Look for evidence, fingerprints, anything that might tell us who did this and why. Longer than days? I asked. Yes, it's hard to tell. Jack studied my face with those perceptive blue eyes. This is about more than just the listing, isn't it? I hesitated, then decided honesty was my best option. Kevin, my ex, has been hanging around, claiming he wants to help with the sale. But I think he's using this situation to force his way back into my life. He's insisting on sticking around until the property sells. Understanding flickered in Jack's eyes. So if the house can't be sold, then Kevin has an excuse to stay for even longer. I rubbed my temples, feeling a headache building. I know it sounds selfish, wanting to solve a murder just to get rid of my ex-boyfriend, but Kevin is complicated and persistent, and I'm afraid of what he'll do if he thinks he has unlimited time to work on me. Jack was quiet for a moment, and I wondered if I'd revealed too much. Then he surprised me. "It doesn't sound selfish at all," he said gently. "It sounds like you're trying to protect yourself from someone who won't take no for an answer. That's not selfish. That's smart." And he just got married. I have no idea what story he's given his wife. Well, you might be able to help. A lot of people clam up when the cops come knocking, Jack said slowly. I smiled at him, calling himself a cop. It sounded so unofficial. He continued, "If you happen to learn anything relevant in the course of your business activities, be sure to let me know." What are you saying exactly? Hypothetically speaking, if someone were to ask around about Ronnie Brass, his habits, his relationships, his recent activities, that sounds to me like it might be due diligence for a real estate agent, right? I see. You could be right. I mean, people might tell me more than they tell the police. Now you're getting my point. Thanks for being understanding. Where should I start? I'm sure you'll figure it out. He gave me a nod and went to leave. Just a minute. He turned back. How did he die? I asked. Poison. I nodded, knowing I was going to get no more specifics today. It would have been nice to know what kind of poison, along with the time that he was poisoned. As I drove back to the office, I made a decision. I wasn't going to sit around waiting for Kevin to manipulate his way back into my life. I'd do everything I could to speed things up. Chapter 11. I was still processing Jack's unofficial invitation to investigate when Danny called my cell phone around 3 o'clock. Vylette, I just drove by the Brass property. The crime scene tape is down. The police must have finished their initial evidence collection. I sat up straighter at my desk. Are you sure? Positive. I saw them loading equipment into their van about an hour ago. The guest house is still sealed, but the main property is accessible. I could hear the excitement in his voice, and I had a feeling I knew what was coming next. Look, Danny continued, I know you said you didn't want me contacting Ronnie's spirit, but this might be our best chance. The connection is strongest in the first few days after death, and if the police have finished collecting physical evidence and we have the keys... Danny, just hear me out. I could go there tonight with my equipment, see if Ronnie wants to talk. Sometimes murder victims are very eager to communicate. Chances are he knows who killed him, especially now he has the opportunity to see things from the other side. I rubbed my temples, feeling another headache coming on. I told you, I don't want to get involved in seances and spirit communication. It's not a seance. It's more like electronic communication, EMF readings, spirit box sessions, temperature monitoring, very scientific. You know, we've done it before. I don't know. The main house isn't sealed anymore, and you have legitimate reasons to be there. I found myself actually considering it, which probably said something disturbing about my current state of mind. Even if I agreed, we couldn't do anything in the guest house. I wouldn't. I'd set up just outside it, maybe on the patio area, close enough to make contact, far enough away to avoid tampering with evidence. Despite my better judgment, I was intrigued. And if I was being honest with myself, I was also desperate. Every hour that passed was another hour Kevin would be in town. That was far too close. If, and I mean if, I agreed to this, it would have to be completely covert, I said finally. No one can know we were there. Absolutely. I'd park a few streets away and carry my equipment in on foot. In and out, no one the wiser. I sighed, knowing I was about to make a decision I'd probably regret. Fine, but I'm coming with you. If we're going to do this, I want to be there to make sure things don't get out of hand. Really? Danny's excitement was audible. You'll actually let me try to contact him? Yes, but the minute this feels dangerous or out of control, we're leaving. And if we get caught, I'm throwing you under the bus. Fair enough. Meet me there at 8 tonight? After hanging up, I spent the rest of the afternoon second-guessing my decision. By the time I drove to the Brass property that evening, I was convinced I'd lost my mind completely. Danny was already waiting in the shadows near the main house, a duffel bag of equipment at his feet. He looked more serious than I'd ever seen him, his usual easygoing demeanour replaced by professional focus. But gone were the grounding shoes he'd worn the other day. His feet were bare. "Any sign of police activity?" I asked as I joined him. "Nothing since I've been here. The neighbours' houses are far enough away that we shouldn't be visible from the road." We made our way to the main house, where I used Winifred's key to let us in. The house felt different at night, emptier somehow. "I'll stay in here while you set up outside," I said, gesturing toward the guest house. "How long do you think this will take?" "Depends on whether Ronnie wants to talk. Could be 20 minutes, could be 2 hours." "Let's hope for 20 minutes," I said. Danny headed out to the patio area while I settled in the main house's living room, keeping watch through the large windows. I could see him setting up various pieces of equipment. I was so focused on watching Danny work that I almost missed the car pulling into the driveway. Headlights swept across the living room windows, and I quickly ducked down, my heart pounding. A car door slammed, followed by the sound of footsteps approaching the front door. Heavy, deliberate steps that suggested someone with purpose. The doorbell rang. I crouched behind the couch, hoping whoever it was would give up and leave. Instead, the bell rang again, followed by insistent knocking. "Winifred!" a man called out. "Winifred? I know you're in there. Your car's in the driveway." I realised he must have assumed the car belonged to Winifred. After a moment's hesitation, I decided it might be safer to answer than to hide and risk him calling the police or trying to break in. I opened the door just wide enough to see a middle-aged man in an expensive suit, his face flushed with anger or exertion. "You're not Winifred," he said, looking me up and down. "No, I'm Vylette West, the real estate agent handling the sale. I'm just here taking notes on the rooms and things like that." I knew I was talking too much. I didn't owe him an explanation. I tried to act confident and stared him straight in the eyes. "Mrs. Brass isn't here. Can I help you with something?" The man's expression shifted, becoming calculating. "Her husband owes me money." "Who are you?" "Marcus Webb." He offered his hand and I shook it. His hand felt like a limp fish, and I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the evening air. "You haven't heard about Ronnie?" I asked. "Yeah, I heard that's why I'm here. He owes me $50,000. I'm here to collect. Where can I find Winifred?" I shrugged my shoulders. "She's not staying here, that's all I know." Marcus's eyes became guarded. "Just tell her Ronnie's death doesn't cancel his debts. I want my money, and I want it soon. If she's selling the house, she'll be coming into some money. I'll get my share. I'm not just going to forget about it." "How does he owe you money?" I asked, hoping I wouldn't anger him. "Better you don't know." Marcus stepped back from the door, his anger seeming to cool into something more threatening. "But you might want to tell Winifred that some people don't just forgive and forget when they've been robbed. Seems I wasn't the only person he wronged." I thought fast. I knew I should be asking more questions, but my head went blank. He turned and walked back to his car, leaving me standing in the doorway. I watched his taillights disappear before hurrying out to find Danny. He was crouched over a device that looked like a modified radio, headphones clamped over his ears. "Danny," I whispered urgently, "we need to go, now." He looked up, pulling off the headphones. "But I'm just starting to get some readings. The EMF spikes are off the charts, and I think I heard—" "I don't care if you heard Ronnie singing opera," I interrupted. "Someone just showed up looking for Winifred, and he made some pretty threatening comments about Ronnie owing him money. He might come back, or someone else might come." Danny looked at me. "You seem scared." Of course I am. Let's go. Okay. Danny began quickly packing his equipment. What kind of money are we talking? Did he say how much? $50,000, and it sounded like Winifred knew about it. I helped him gather cables and small devices. As we made our way back to our cars, I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd just scratched the surface of Ronnie's secrets. The question was, which one had gotten him killed? I sat in my car for a few minutes, trying to process what Marcus Webb had told me. He seemed like a dangerous man, and I didn't think he would just forget about his debt. I didn't want him to find out where Winifred was staying. Chapter 12. When I pulled up at work the next morning, I grabbed my phone and called Jack's number. "Sullivan," he answered on the second ring. "Jack, it's Vylette. I just had an interesting encounter at the Brass property last night. Someone came looking for Winifred, a man named Marcus Webb, who claims Ronnie owes him $50,000. "You were there last night?" he asked. I thought fast. "Yes, just checking on a few things." "Is that all he said?" "Yes, and he was asking where Winifred is staying, and I'm worried for her." There was a pause, and I could hear Jack processing this information. "Why were you really there last night?" I was silent for a while, as I quickly thought of a good reason. I couldn't tell him Danny was ghost hunting. "I was just having a better look to make sure I got the right number of rooms. The house has a weird layout, so I was seeing if one of the living rooms might have the ability to serve as an extra bedroom." "And that couldn't wait until morning?" he asked. "Oh no, things like that can keep me awake all night." "I see. I was just heading to Driftwood Cove Cafe for some coffee and to review my notes. Want to meet me there? We can discuss this properly." "Give me 20 minutes. I need to send a few emails first." Back at the office, I quickly fired off a few emails, then gathered my things and headed to meet Jack. Driftwood Cove Cafe was only a few blocks away, and the fresh air felt good after the stress of the last couple of days. I was half a block from the cafe when I spotted two familiar figures, deep in conversation. Jack Sullivan's tall frame was unmistakable, but there was another person. Kevin. He was still in town, still in my life, and now he was talking to a man I might have a tiny crush on. This was not good. It was never good when your old life and your new life collided. I slowed my pace. I couldn't make out their words from this distance, but their body language suggested a serious discussion. As I got closer, Kevin's voice became audible. "Can't leave town until the house is sold and the killer found," he was saying, his tone suggesting this wasn't the first time he'd made this point. Jack's response was measured, professional. "That might take weeks, Kevin, maybe months. There's no guarantee we'll solve this quickly. Some cases remain unsolved for years." "I've made up my mind," Kevin replied firmly. "I'm not going anywhere until this is resolved." I felt my stomach clench. The rational part of my mind suggested I should turn around and come back later, but something stubborn in me refused to let Kevin dictate my movements. Instead, I sailed straight past both of them without acknowledging their presence and walked into Driftwood Cove Cafe like I owned the place. The cafe was warm and inviting, with its mismatched furniture and the comforting smell of coffee and fresh-baked pie. I found a corner table and ordered a large coffee, black, trying to calm my nerves while I waited for Jack. He joined me a few minutes later, sliding into the seat across from me with an apologetic expression. "You heard?" he asked quietly. "Yes." I took a sip of my coffee, which was strong enough to wake the dead. I wish he'd just go back home and leave me alone. "Maybe he realised what he let go of," Jack suggested gently. "Well, that's his problem," I replied, more sharply than I'd intended. I didn't ask him to have regrets, and I certainly didn't ask him to stick around and make my life complicated. Sorry I didn't get you coffee. I wasn't sure. Jack nodded, seeming to understand my frustration. He ordered his own coffee from the waitress, then pulled out a small notebook. Tell me about this Marcus Webb guy, he said, switching into professional mode. I recounted the entire encounter, Webb's anger, his accusations about Ronnie owing him, his refusal to explain what the money had been for, and his threatening message for Winifred. Jack made notes as I talked, occasionally asking for clarification about timing or exact wording. When I finished, he sat back and studied his notes with a thoughtful expression. Interesting, he said finally. And it fits with something else I learned today. Oh? I interviewed the next-door neighbour this afternoon. According to him, Ronnie was some kind of game organiser, set up poker games, fantasy football leagues, that sort of thing. A neighbour claims Ronnie cheated him out of money in a poker game just last month. I stared at Jack, trying to process this information. Cheated him? Or did he win fair and square? That seems like a grey area. Well, it's hard to know. Where did he find the time to cheat all these people and still play video games for hours every night? Jack smiled, the first genuine smile I'd seen from him all day. Well, that's something I intend to find out. Either Ronnie Brass was the busiest con man in Lighthouse Bay, or someone's lying. How will you find out? We are getting his bank records. We should have them tomorrow. They might give us some clues, unless he was dealing in cash. Can you warn Winifred that this man is looking for her? Yes, I'll do that as soon as I leave here. We were interrupted by the cafe door opening with enough force to make the bell jangle aggressively. Charlene Matthews walked in, spotted us immediately, and froze. For a moment, we all just stared at each other across the cafe. Then Charlene's face twisted into an expression of pure hatred directed entirely at me. She didn't say a word, just shot me a look that could have melted steel, then did an immediate about-face and stalked back out the door. Well, Jack said mildly, I think it's safe to say you're not on the Matthews family Christmas card list. That's fine by me, I replied, though Charlene's obvious hatred was unsettling. Jack's expression became more serious. Violet, I need you to be careful. We're dealing with someone who was willing to commit murder, and if they think you're getting too close to the truth, you could be in danger. I know, but I'll be careful. I should never have taken on this listing. I know I kind of gave you a green light yesterday to gather information, but today I have to give you the red light. I know Winifred still wants the property sold, so keep your mind on that. Leave the rest to me. Somehow that made me feel better. Can you make Kevin leave town? Charge him with being a public nuisance or something? He laughed. Well, there are legal steps you can take to remove him from your life. I gave a huff. He would tangle things up for years, maybe get even worse. He's an awful human being, but a very good lawyer. Just promise me you won't take any unnecessary risks, and if anything else happens, call me immediately. I promised, though we both knew that in a town as small as Driftwood Cove, or even Lighthouse Bay, it was sometimes impossible to know what was suspicious and what was not. Chapter 13. I opened the office door to find it filled with thick, aromatic smoke that immediately made my eyes water. Through the haze, I could make out Aunt Lily waving what looked like a burning bundle of herbs in wide arcs around the room, muttering something under her breath. Jill was sitting at her desk, frantically waving her hand in front of her face and mouthing, "Sorry," when she saw me. Owen, apparently sick again, was pressed against the far wall, his tablet clutched to his chest, watching the proceedings with the fascination of someone witnessing a particularly interesting science experiment. Gavin suddenly burst into a violent coughing fit, smoke catching in his throat. He stumbled toward the door, gasping and wheezing. "Good idea," Aunt Lily called after him cheerfully. "Leave the door open so the spirits can escape." I frowned, setting down my purse and trying to wave away enough smoke to see clearly. "Aunt Lily, what are you doing?" She turned to face me, the smoking bundle held high like a torch. "Something's wrong, Vylette, and I just realised it this morning. All your property listings involve dead people." "No, not all of them," I protested, though even as the words left my mouth, they sounded weak. "Gavin's brought in some listings we've sold without a single death, and not one ghost," I added, gesturing toward Gavin, who was still recovering by the open door, fumbling with an asthma puffer. Aunt Lily fixed me with that sharp look that had terrified me as a child. "See? Do you find anything wrong with what you just said?" I frowned, genuinely confused. "No. You just said, 'without one death and without one ghost,' like those are normal things to worry about in real estate." Aunt Lily waved the smoking bundle for emphasis, sending another cloud of pungent smoke toward the ceiling. "Most real estate agents don't have to specify that their listings are corpse-free." She had a point, but I wasn't about to admit it. I tried to change the subject. "Why are you smoking us out?" "I saw this on Facebook. Sage burning removes negative energy and ghosts. I'm cleansing your office of whatever spiritual nonsense is attracting all this death and mayhem into your life." "Not everything you see on Facebook is true, Aunt Lily." A sudden commotion outside caught our attention. Through the front window, I could see a man jumping up and down next to a parked car, his face bright red with rage. A woman stood nearby, trying to calm him down. "What's going on out there?" Jill asked, peering through the smoke-hazed window. The man was gesticulating wildly at what appeared to be a parking ticket, his movements becoming more erratic by the second. The woman reached out to touch his shoulder, but he brushed her hand away roughly and barked something at her that made her step back quickly. "Oh my," Aunt Lily said, moving closer to the window. "That's Gus Cooper. I told you he had a temper." "That's the man you dated?" I asked, watching as the woman, who I now recognised as Winifred, hurried to get into the passenger seat while Gus continued his rage-filled tirade at the parking ticket. "Twice," Aunt Lily confirmed grimly. "And that right there is exactly why there wasn't a third date." Gus finally got into the car, slamming the door so hard I was surprised the windows didn't shatter. Even from inside our smoke-filled office, we could see him still yelling as he started the engine and peeled out of the parking space with an angry squeal of tyres. "That's Winifred, the owner of our new listing in Lighthouse Bay," I told Jill. "Poor Winifred," Jill murmured. "Poor Winifred is right," Aunt Lily said, shaking her head. "That woman has no idea what she's gotten herself into." Owen piped up from his corner. "Does this actually work?" He was holding up his tablet, apparently having Googled sage cleansing during the drama outside. "We're about to find out," Aunt Lily replied grimly, refocusing on her spiritual mission. "And I've got another one of these sage sticks at home. I'll meet you at your home tonight, Vylette, to do the same thing there." The thought of Aunt Lily waving burning sage around the captain's beloved manor made my blood run cold. I could already picture his reaction, probably a sudden snowstorm to prevent her from reaching the front door, or maybe a gale-force wind to blow her and her car clear into the next county along with her smudge. "No," I said firmly. "Absolutely not." Aunt Lily paused mid-wave, the smudge stick sending up a lazy spiral of smoke. "Why not? Briggs Manor is probably the most haunted place in town. Everybody knows that. That's why no one dared live there for 15 years. If anywhere needs a spiritual cleansing, it's that house." "I appreciate your help, but I like everything just the way it is," I replied, more sharply than I'd intended. The room fell silent except for the crackling of burning sage. Jill stopped waving her hand. Owen looked up from his tablet. Even Gavin, still standing by the door, turned to stare at me. Aunt Lily spun around to face me fully, her eyes wide with understanding. "Vylette May West, are you telling me you actually like living with ghosts? Because I know you're keeping quiet about it, and I'm not sure why. The place has a reputation." "Sage away, but you're not coming anywhere near Briggs Manor with that smudge thing." "We'll see about that," Aunt Lily muttered, but I caught the slight smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Once she left, I collapsed into my chair. Gavin propped the door open with the heavy phone book to allow in the fresh air, and Jill stared at me. "What?" I asked Jill. Jill smirked. "Vylette May West? Really?" I groaned. "Don't start. My mother thought it sounded classy." "Sure," Jill said. "If by classy you mean sultry and scandalous. What was that famous May West saying? When I'm good, I'm very good. But when I'm bad, I'm better." I hung my head. "This is all I need. Just forget everything that happened this morning, okay?" "Too late, May West," Jill said with a laugh. "Oh, I've got another one. It's not the men in your life that count. It's the life in your men." I shook my head. "Please stop." "I will for now, but more May West sayings will come to me." "Google them, Mum," Owen said. I lifted my head and stared at Owen. "You're definitely going to school tomorrow." Chapter 14. I was settling into my favourite armchair at Briggs Manor with a cup of tea and my computer open to see what property listings Baz had when my phone rang. The captain had been mercifully quiet since I'd arrived home, probably retreating to his library with his evening brandy, and Edgar was nowhere to be seen. The peace was exactly what I needed after Aunt Lily's sage-burning performance at the office. Thankfully, she hadn't shown up at this house as she'd threatened. "Danny?" I answered, recognising his number. "Vylette, I've been playing back some of my recordings from yesterday. I'm sure I'm hearing some words coming through on the spirit box." I shut the lid of my laptop. "What is it?" "I'll play it for you. Hold on." There was a moment of rustling and electronic beeping before a scratchy, distorted sound came through my phone speaker. It was like listening to a radio between stations, with static and fragments of what might have been speech. "Did you hear that?" Danny asked eagerly. "I heard static and noise," I replied honestly. "Listen again. I'll replay it." The same scratchy recording played again, and this time I tried to focus on what Danny might be hearing. Through the white noise and electronic interference, there did seem to be something that could have been words. "It sounds like, 'Look in the crawl space,'" I said reluctantly. "That's exactly what it sounds like to me too." Danny's enthusiasm was infectious, despite my skepticism. "He's telling us to look in the crawl space." "For what?" I asked, though I was already getting a sinking feeling about where this conversation was heading. "I'm not sure. but I'll meet you at the house in 15 minutes. We need to check it out while the connection is still strong. We can't go there again at night. It will be odd if anyone sees us. I won't be able to think up another good reason to tell Jack why I was there. You told Jack? Yes, I told him about Marcus Webb and how he was threatening. Come on, Vylette, it won't take long. That cop only found out you were there because you told him, so just don't tell him. I thought about Aunt Lily's threat to show up at Briggs Manor with her smudge stick. If I wasn't home, she wouldn't be able to smudge anything. Okay, I heard myself saying, despite every rational instinct screaming at me to stay home. I have the keys in my car, so I'll meet you there now. But if we get arrested for anything, I'm blaming you. Fair enough. See you in 15. Danny was already waiting in the shadows when I arrived at the Brass property, a flashlight in one hand and what looked like a small crowbar in the other. Please tell me you're not planning to break anything, I said, joining him near the main house. Just in case we need to pry open an access panel, he explained. Crawl spaces can be tricky to get into. I looked around. Jack said that one of the neighbours is cranky with Ronnie, and Ronnie owes him money too, he's claiming. Oh, really? We can add him to our list. What's his name? I thought hard. I don't think his name was mentioned, but he said Ronnie cheated him out of money in a poker game. How? I'm not sure. So Ronnie was a gambler. Guess so. We let ourselves into the house, and Danny immediately began examining the interior walls and floors with his flashlight. There, he said, pointing to a small access panel near the baseboards in the hallway. That should lead to the crawl space under the house. The panel was held in place with simple screws, which Danny removed with a multi-tool that appeared to be standard equipment for paranormal investigators. The opening was small and dark, definitely not designed for comfortable human access. Ladies first? Danny asked hopefully. Not a chance. This was your brilliant idea. Danny sighed and squeezed through the opening, his flashlight beam dancing around the cramped space beneath the house. I could hear him moving around, occasionally muttering to himself. There's definitely something here. Looks like receipts. A whole bunch of them in a plastic bag. Receipts for what? I can't tell from here. I'm coming back up. Danny emerged from the crawl space, covered in dust and cobwebs, clutching a large Ziploc bag filled with what appeared to be dozens of receipts and small pieces of paper. We spread them out on the living room floor, using our phones' flashlights to examine them. Most were receipts from various electronics stores, but not for typical household items. Look at this, Danny said, holding up one receipt. $700 for something called a limited edition controller. And this one, $1,200 for a vintage arcade cabinet component. I picked up another receipt. $800 for rare gaming collectibles. What kind of gaming stuff costs this much money? Danny was already on his phone, typing rapidly. I'm looking up this store name. Holy cow, Vylette. This place specialises in extremely rare gaming equipment. We're talking vintage arcade machines, prototype controllers, one-of-a-kind items that collectors pay thousands for. So Ronnie was spending a lot of money on expensive gaming equipment. That doesn't seem particularly suspicious for someone with a gaming obsession. But look at the dates on these receipts, Danny said, pointing to the timestamps. They're all from the past 6 months. And look at the amounts. We're talking about tens of thousands of dollars worth of purchases. I did a quick mental calculation of the receipt amounts visible on the floor. That's more money than most people make in a year. How could an accountant from a small town like Lighthouse Bay afford all this? Maybe he couldn't, Danny said grimly. Maybe that's why he was blackmailing Baz Matthews and cheating business partners. He needed money to feed his collecting habit. Danny was practically vibrating with excitement. I didn't quite believe he was blackmailing Baz, but I kept that to myself. Don't you see? Ronnie's ghost led us to evidence that explains his motive for all the financial schemes. This is huge. I looked at the scattered receipts, then at Danny's eager face, and felt nothing but exhaustion. Danny, this is just a bunch of receipts for expensive toys. It doesn't tell us who killed him or why. But it explains why he needed money, and maybe there's more here that we haven't found yet. Or maybe, I said, standing up and brushing dust off my jeans, you just crawled around under a house looking for expensive shopping receipts because you thought you heard voices in electronic static. Danny's face fell. You don't think Ronnie was trying to communicate with us? I looked around the empty house, feeling like we'd just wasted an evening on a wild goose chase. I think this has been a big waste of time, and now we need to put everything back and get out of here before someone sees us. But as we carefully returned the receipts to their hiding place and replaced the access panel, I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd missed something important. Whether it was a message from beyond or just Danny's overactive imagination, those receipts had been hidden for a reason. The question was, what else might be hidden in this house, and who else might be looking for it? What if I go there tomorrow and try to find out what it was exactly that he bought? It's not far. Okay, so he bought everything from the same place. Yes, according to the receipts. Chapter 15. Danny. The bell above Oslo's vintage arcade chimed as I pushed through the door. An older guy looked up from behind the counter where he was tinkering with what appeared to be an original Nintendo console. His eyes immediately went to my feet, then travelled up to take in my tie-dyed shirt and the EMF meter clipped to my belt. We're closed, he said, though the open sign contradicted him. Just browsing, I said, running my fingers along a row of vintage Game Boys. Heard you might know something about gaming equipment. Rare stuff. His posture remained defensive, his hands hovering protectively over the console he'd been working on. Are you a collector? Because I don't usually deal with... He gestured vaguely at my appearance. Alternative types, I finished with a grin. Yeah, I get that a lot. I investigate haunted locations, mainly. Something shifted in his demeanour. His shoulders relaxed slightly, and genuine curiosity replaced suspicion. Paranormal investigation? Like ghost hunting? Something like that. I use electronic equipment to detect spiritual energy, unexplained phenomena. He leaned forward, his interest clearly piqued. I love that kind of stuff. I've always believed there was more to electronics than just circuits and code. Like, they hold on to things, you know? Memories, emotions. Exactly, I said, feeling that familiar spark of connection with someone who understood that the world was more complex than most people believed. Every piece of technology has its own energy signature. The older the device, the more stories it holds. I don't mean any disrespect, but are you on the spectrum? I am, and I recognise other people who are. The way you observe things and process things is different. I frowned, considering the question seriously. I don't think so. Just wired differently, I guess. My sister says I see the world through Danny-coloured glasses. My name is Danny. The guy smiled. Pleased to meet you, Danny. I'm Oslo. Hello, Oslo. You're different, and I know what that's like, being different. People don't always understand. No, they don't, I agreed, picking up a vintage handheld device. But different isn't bad, just means we notice things other people miss. Exactly. Oslo came around the counter, suddenly animated. Like this. He gestured to his shop, filled with gaming consoles, cartridges, and accessories from decades past. Most people see old junk. I see history, craftsmanship, the evolution of human creativity. Absolutely. It's amazing. It is history, like sociology-type history. I wandered deeper into the shop, genuinely impressed by the collection. Original Atari systems sat beside rare, imported Japanese consoles I'd never seen before. Glass cases displayed cartridges that looked like museum pieces. This is incredible. Some of this stuff must be worth serious money. The rare pieces, absolutely. Original packaging, limited editions, prototype hardware. Oslo's eyes lit up with the passion of a true collector. I had a customer recently who was obsessed with finding prototype equipment, willing to pay astronomical amounts for the right pieces. Prototype equipment? Development hardware, early versions of consoles before mass production. Sometimes only a dozen units exist worldwide. Oslo pulled out a device that looked like a modified gaming system. This is a development kit for the original PlayStation, worth about $15,000 to the right collector. I whistled appreciatively. 15,000 for one piece? That's nothing compared to what some people will pay. My customer, Ronnie Brass, he was always looking for the really exclusive stuff. Nintendo prototypes, early VR headsets, development hardware from companies that went out of business. Ronnie Brass. Wasn't he the guy who died recently? I heard about it around town. Oslo's expression darkened. Yeah, poor Ronnie. We did a lot of business together over the years. He had quite the collection. Was he a good customer? Oslo hesitated, then shrugged. Ronnie was complicated. He had expensive taste and sometimes questionable methods for acquiring what he wanted. Let's just say he wasn't always entirely ethical about how he obtained certain pieces. What do you mean? I probably shouldn't speak ill of the dead, Oslo said, but continued anyway. But Ronnie had a reputation in the community. He'd make deals that didn't always work out fairly for the other party, had enemies because of it. Enemies? People he'd cheated mostly. Gaming collectors can be pretty intense about their acquisitions. When someone feels like they've been ripped off over something worth thousands of dollars, Oslo shook his head, it gets ugly fast. Do you think someone might have killed him over gaming equipment? Oslo looked uncomfortable. I don't know about killed, but threatened? Absolutely. Ronnie called me a few weeks before he died, said he was worried about some people he owed money to, not gaming people, gambling people. Apparently, he'd gotten in over his head with some serious players. Gambling debts? That's what it sounded like. Ronnie always liked to take risks, and sometimes those risks didn't pay off. Oslo returned to his position behind the counter, the moment of openness closing. But like I said, I probably shouldn't be talking about this stuff. I nodded, understanding the boundary. Thanks for showing me around. This place is amazing. Thanks. Not many people appreciate what I do here. Oslo smiled sadly. Ronnie understood, though. Whatever his faults, he genuinely loved this stuff. It's going to be weird not having him come by anymore. As I headed for the door, Oslo called after me. "Hey, if you ever want to investigate this place for paranormal activity, let me know. Some of these old consoles have been through a lot. Might have picked up some spiritual residue along the way." "I might take you up on that," I said, grinning. "You'd be surprised how much electronic equipment retains psychic impressions." "So, why are you here? What are you looking for? You said you were after information on rare gaming equipment." "I did, and you told me what I need to know. Thanks." I felt I should level with him. "Actually, I have been doing investigations, paranormal type ones with Ronnie. I'm sorry I didn't say that up front." "Why did you come here?" "Just to find out what his interest in gaming was, and I found some receipts of things he bought here." "Not a problem. I'm an open book. If you need any help, just let me know." "Thanks, I appreciate it." I shook his hand. Walking back to my van, I felt that familiar buzz of having learned something important. Oslo seemed like a decent guy who genuinely cared about his work, but his information about Ronnie's enemies and gambling debts opened up new possibilities for the investigation. Plus, I had to admit, it was nice to meet someone who didn't look at my bare feet and immediately write me off as a weirdo. Oslo understood what it was like to be different, to see value in things other people dismissed. That kind of understanding was rare. The gaming world clearly had its dark side, and I had a feeling Ronnie Brass had been swimming in deeper waters than anyone realised. Chapter 16. Vylette. I arrived at the office the next morning feeling optimistic for the first time in days. Maybe it was the good night's sleep, or maybe it was the fact that I'd successfully avoided Aunt Lily's sage-burning assault on Briggs Manor, but something felt different. Even the morning coffee tasted better than usual. That optimism lasted exactly until 9:30, when the bell above our door chimed, and a woman I'd hoped never to see again walked into my office. Rachel Winters, or rather Rachel Hughes now, stood in my doorway like she owned the place. She was exactly as I remembered her, tall, blonde, and perfectly put together in that effortless way that suggested a personal stylist and unlimited budget. Her engagement ring caught the morning light and sent tiny rainbows dancing across our walls. "I'm looking for Kevin," she said without preamble, her voice carrying just enough chill to frost the windows. Jill's fingers froze over her keyboard. Gavin's coffee cup stopped halfway to his lips. Even Owen looked up from his tablet, sensing the sudden tension in the room. "He's not here," I managed, proud of how level my voice sounded. Rachel's perfectly shaped eyebrows rose slightly. "But he is in town? I've been trying to reach him for 2 days. His office said he was handling some business in Maine. He's not in Maine then, someone said he was here." "I haven't seen him since yesterday," I said, which was technically true. I'd seen him talking to Jack Sullivan on the street, but that hardly counted as a social visit. "I see." Rachel's gaze swept around our small office, taking in the mismatched furniture and Owen's makeshift bed on the couch. "This is quaint." There was enough condescension in that one word to power a small generator. "Is there something I can help you with?" I asked, forcing myself to remain professional. "Just tell Kevin that his wife is looking for him," Rachel replied, emphasising the word wife just enough to make her point clear. "And that he needs to come home. Immediately." With that, she turned and walked back to, what I assumed was, a rental car worthy of someone who'd married a successful lawyer. The office remained silent for a long moment after she left. "Well," Gavin said finally, "that was awkward." "That was Kevin's wife?" Owen asked, looking impressed despite himself. "She's really pretty." Pretty awful, Jill muttered, then caught herself. Sorry, Owen, that wasn't very nice. Ignore me. Well, she's gone, so let's not talk about her again, I said. About an hour later, just as Jill was putting a new listing in the front window, Danny walked in carrying what appeared to be a bag of donuts and looking pleased with himself. Perfect timing, he announced, setting the bag on Jill's desk. I come bearing gifts and information. Please tell me it's good information, I said, gratefully accepting a chocolate-glazed donut. I've had enough drama for one morning. Well, it's definitely interesting, Danny replied, pulling up a chair. I went to that gaming equipment store, Oslo's Vintage Arcade. The owner, this guy named Oslo, remembered Ronnie really well. And? I prompted, taking a bite of donut. And he let slip that Ronnie wasn't exactly ethical. Said he had enemies in the gaming community. Apparently, he was involved in some kind of gaming club. I frowned, thinking about what Winifred had told us about Ronnie's nightly gaming sessions. What does that mean? I know he used to play games with his friends at night. Is that called a gaming club? It all sounds pretty innocent. Danny shook his head. Not video gaming, gambling gaming. Oslo wouldn't give me details, but he hinted that Ronnie was running some kind of high-stakes card games or betting operation. Said he had a reputation for being, let's say, creatively flexible with the rules. So he was cheating at gambling too, Gavin said, leaning back in his chair. Along with blackmail and business fraud. This guy was busy. It all sounds pretty innocent, I said, unless, like Winifred, you were married to a man like that. Better than being married to a man like Kevin, Jill piped up, then immediately looked mortified. Oh no, I'm sorry, Violet. I didn't mean... His wife was just here, wasn't she? That must have been awful. Rachel came here? Danny asked. I stared at him. How do you know her name? Jill told me. Jill kept quiet, looking down at her donut. Yes, she was here looking for her runaway husband. It wasn't my favourite way to start the morning, I admitted. But you're not wrong about Kevin. At least Ronnie's problems were out in the open. Kevin's the type to smile while he destroys your life. Kevin has no intention of leaving until Ronnie's murder is solved. He told me that, and he told Jack that. Which could take months, Gavin pointed out helpfully. Thanks for the reminder, I said dryly. Gavin, can you find out for me how many people are viewing the Lighthouse Bay property online? Sure. Already did that, Jill said. And? I asked. It's been viewed over 100 times and we have 3 people who have emailed their interest and they'll be at the open home. Oh, good. 3 different sets of people? Yes. Danny pulled out his phone and began scrolling through notes. There's something else Oslo mentioned. He said Ronnie had been asking about selling some of his rare equipment recently. Apparently he needed cash fast. How fast? I asked. Like within the past month. Oslo said Ronnie seemed desperate, kept calling to ask if he had any buyers lined up for vintage arcade components. I thought about the receipts we'd found under the house. Thousands of dollars worth of gaming equipment purchased over the past 6 months. So he was spending money he didn't have, then trying to sell things to get cash quickly. Sounds like it, Danny confirmed. Oslo said Ronnie owed money to some people who weren't the patient type. What kind of people? Jill asked, then told Owen to block his ears. The kind who break kneecaps when you don't pay up, Danny replied grimly. Oslo wouldn't give me names, but he made it pretty clear that Ronnie's gambling debts were getting dangerous. Well, I think we met one of them, Marcus Webb. I leaned back in my chair, trying to process this new information. Between the blackmail and illegal gambling operations, Ronnie Brass had been involved in enough criminal activity to make plenty more than one enemy. So he probably owed money to other people besides Marcus Webb. Jill frowned at Owen. You're supposed to be doing your homework. This is far more interesting. Just do your homework or I'm taking you straight to school, Jill told her son. Then she looked at me apologetically. He will be going tomorrow. Gavin's phone pinged twice in quick succession. He grabbed his phone and read his messages. Hey, good news. I reached out to 2 of my buyers and they'll both be at the Lighthouse Bay open home. The tension in my shoulders eased quickly. This was good news. I felt good until I looked out the window and saw Kevin and Rachel getting into Kevin's car. Then they drove off. I hoped they were driving back to where they belonged, far, far away from me. Chapter 17. Armed with the new information about Ronnie's gambling activities, I decided it was time to have another conversation with Winifred. Under the guise of giving her an update on the listing progress, I could probe for more details about her ex-husband's activities and see if she knew anything. I called her that afternoon and she gave me the address of the rental house she was staying at in Lighthouse Bay, a modest cottage about 10 minutes from her house. She'd sounded distracted on the phone, almost impatient, but had agreed to see me at 4 o'clock. The rental was a small weathered Cape Cod tucked between 2 larger vacation homes. Winifred answered the door, looking perfectly put together despite the circumstances, wearing tailored slacks and a cashmere sweater that probably cost more than most people's monthly rent. "Vylette, come in," she said, stepping aside to let me enter. "I hope this is good news about the sale." The interior of the cottage was clean but impersonal, the kind of place that came fully furnished for short-term rentals. Winifred had clearly made no effort to make it feel like home. Her belongings seemed to be confined to a single suitcase visible in the bedroom doorway. "I do have some good news," I said, settling into one of the generic armchairs. "We have an open house lined up for this Saturday, and we already have 5 sets of interested buyers who will be attending." Winifred's face lit up. "Really? That's wonderful. How did you manage to generate interest so quickly?" "Danny's photographs turned out beautifully, and we got the listing up on all the major real estate websites yesterday. The waterfront location and the price point are very attractive to buyers in this market. And of course, we've built up a database of buyers." "Excellent!" Winifred clasped her hands together, almost bouncing in her seat with excitement. "When do you think we might have offers?" I was struck again by her complete lack of grief over her ex-husband's murder. Winifred seemed focused entirely on the business transaction. "Well, that depends on a few factors. The main variable will be how quickly the police investigation concludes. I'm hoping it won't put buyers off. It's good that he wasn't found in the main house." Winifred's enthusiasm dimmed slightly. "The investigation? Yes, that's unfortunate timing. My staff and I would like to attend the funeral." Winifred waved a dismissive hand. "Oh, that's tomorrow. Ronnie's been... well, his body has been released and I thought it better to get it all over with quickly. His gaming friends are flying in from out of town. They're quite the tight-knit group." "His gaming friends?" I asked. "I remember you mentioning that he played online with people he'd known since school." "Among others," Winifred replied, her tone becoming slightly cooler. Ronnie had quite the network of associates, people who shared his interests. It must have been expensive, maintaining all that equipment for his hobby, I probed gently. Those gaming setups can cost thousands of dollars. Winifred's expression hardened almost imperceptibly. Ronnie was very invested in his hobbies, perhaps too invested, if you ask me. I know some collectors can get carried away with purchases. Miss West, Winifred interrupted, her voice taking on a sharp edge. I really don't see how Ronnie's spending habits are relevant to selling my house. Our divorce was finalised months ago. His debts died with him. The sudden shift in her demeanour was telling. Clearly, Ronnie's finances were a sensitive subject. Of course, I was just thinking that if there were any outstanding liens or claims against the property. There aren't, Winifred said firmly. The house is entirely in my name, has been since the divorce. Ronnie had no legal claim to it whatsoever. An interesting distinction, legal claim versus actual claim. I wondered if Ronnie had been pressuring her for money, perhaps using his access to the guest house as leverage. That's good to know. It will make the sale much smoother. As soon as people see the water views from the main house, they'll fall in love with the place. The guest house is really just a bonus. Well, I think Saturday's open house will generate some offers. Hopefully, we might have a bidding war, I said, standing to leave. I'll call you as soon as I have any feedback. Wonderful. And Vylette, don't forget, I'm very eager to close this chapter of my life and move on. Forget? How could I? She told me that every time I saw her. I gave her a nod. And I should tell you there are rumours about someone saying that Ronnie owed them money from gambling. Well, I'm not surprised that all these people would come out of the woodwork with their hands open. I pushed further. Ronnie never gambled. Once or twice, but this has nothing to do with anything. This is why we want to leave and go elsewhere. Gus is going with you, I asked. Yes, you do have a good memory. He's been so helpful. He's telling me where to invest my money. He's so good with that. Right now, he's analysing all the data to find out where we should move to. He sounds amazing, I told her. He is. I'm truly lucky to find someone else at this stage of my life. As I drove back to Driftwood Cove, I couldn't shake the feeling that Winifred knew more about Ronnie's activities than she was admitting. Her eagerness to sell, her casual attitude toward his death, it all suggested someone who was relieved to be free of a problem rather than grieving a loss. Even though he was her ex, I would have expected her to be more upset. Chapter 18. The following morning arrived grey and drizzly, the kind of weather that seemed appropriate for a funeral, but did nothing to improve anyone's mood. I met Aunt Lily at the entrance to Lighthouse Bay Community Church, grateful for her unexpected offer to attend Ronnie's service with me. Jill was taking Owen to school, and Gavin was holding down the fort. Danny was probably off somewhere walking barefoot and realigning his chakras, or trying to reset his circadian rhythm. I didn't know them, Aunt Lily said, linking her arm through mine as we walked toward the church doors. But I came for moral support. You shouldn't have to face this alone. Thank you. Funerals are never pleasant, especially under the circumstances. That turned out to be an understatement. The church was surprisingly full for someone who'd apparently been universally disliked. Winifred sat in the front pew, dressed in elegant black and looking every inch the grieving ex-wife, though I noticed she spent more time checking her phone than dabbing at her eyes. I hope Gus doesn't remember me, Aunt Lily whispered. He doesn't seem to be here. He could be running late. Just avoid him. Don't worry, I won't be talking to him. Baz and Charlene Matthews occupied the pew directly behind Winifred, Charlene still red-eyed from crying, while Baz sat rigid with barely contained anger. They'd positioned themselves like guards, watching everyone who entered with suspicious eyes. I spotted Jack Sullivan near the back of the church, his presence both official and personal. He caught my eye and nodded slightly. I had no doubt he was here to observe the attendees, as much as to pay his respects. Gavin slipped into the pew beside Aunt Lily and me. "Jill's back at the office," he whispered. "Thanks for coming," I whispered back. Danny arrived just as the service was beginning, sliding into our pew with the quiet efficiency of someone accustomed to observing without being observed. His paranormal investigation skills apparently translated well to funeral reconnaissance. What struck me most about the gathering was the distinct groups of people who clearly didn't belong together. Near the front sat several older couples who looked like long-time Lighthouse Bay residents, probably neighbours and acquaintances. But scattered throughout the church were clusters of younger men who seemed out of place in the formal setting. "Gaming friends," Danny murmured, following my gaze. "Has to be." One group in particular caught my attention. 3 men in their late 50s, wearing expensive suits that didn't quite hide their rough edges. They sat together near the middle of the church. During the eulogy, delivered by a pastor who clearly hadn't known Ronnie well and relied heavily on generic platitudes about celebrating a life well lived, I noticed Kevin slip in through a side door. He found a seat near the back, his presence immediately drawing disapproving looks from several attendees. The service concluded without incident, but as people began filing out of the church, a man in his late 30s pushed through the crowd with obvious purpose. "Winifred, we need to talk, now." "That must be Ronnie's son," Danny whispered to me. "Must be." Winifred turned, her face going pale when she saw him. "Billy, I didn't know you were coming." "Of course you didn't," Billy Brass said bitterly, striding up to her. "Nobody bothered to tell me my father was dead until I saw it in the newspaper." The remaining funeral attendees had stopped their conversations to watch the confrontation unfold. I could see Jack Sullivan moving closer. "Billy, please," Winifred said, glancing around nervously. "This isn't the time or place." "When is the time? When you've already collected on his life insurance?" "Oh yes, I know about that. $200,000, wasn't it? Money that should have been mine." Winifred's mouth fell open in what appeared to be genuine shock. "But you are the beneficiary." "Don't lie to me," Billy snarled, stepping closer. "He changed it to you. What did you do, Winifred? How did you convince him to cut out his own son?" I had no idea," Winifred stammered, but Billy wasn't listening. "You get everything. The house, the insurance money, probably whatever cash he had hidden away. You turned him against me." "Billy, I swear to you, I thought it was in your name." Jack Sullivan stepped forward then, his presence immediately commanding attention. "Mr. Brass, I'm Officer Sullivan. Perhaps this conversation would be better held in private." Billy looked at Jack, then back at Winifred, his anger still burning bright. "You want to know who killed my father, officer? Look at who benefits from his death. Look at who gets rich while his son gets nothing." With that, he turned and pushed his way through the crowd, leaving Winifred standing there looking shaken and confused. The other funeral attendees began to disperse quickly, uncomfortable with the family drama they'd just witnessed. After the crowd thinned, as people gathered outside the church for the typical post-funeral mingling, Jack Sullivan appeared at my side. "Well, that was interesting," he said quietly. "That was Ronnie's son from his first marriage?" I asked. Jack nodded. "Billy Brass. I knew Ronnie had a son, but I hadn't seen him around town in years. Sounds like there was serious bad blood between them. Did you hear what he said about the life insurance? $200,000 with Billy as the original beneficiary, then changed to Winifred. I heard, Jack said grimly, and I saw Winifred's reaction. Either she's a very good actress, or she genuinely had no idea. Billy certainly seemed convinced she knew about it. The question is whether he's angry enough to have done something about it. You mean kill his own father? But that would make no sense to kill him, unless he thought he was still going to get the life insurance money. Jack glanced around at the dispersing crowd. Well, maybe he didn't know it was changed to Winifred. That's something I'll have to look into. I'll need to have another conversation with Billy. Excuse me. Jack left me standing there. Vylette, Aunt Lily whispered, nudging me toward a group of the gaming friends. Those men are talking about money. Go listen. I drifted closer, pretending to examine the church's memorial garden while straining to overhear their conversation. Told him last month this would happen if he didn't pay up, one of them was saying. Should have listened, another replied grimly. Tommy doesn't make idle threats. Think his ex-wife knows about the debt? Doubt it. Ronnie kept his business separate from his home life. Smart, considering. They moved away before I could hear more, but it was enough to confirm that Ronnie's gambling debts had been serious and potentially lethal. I committed the name Tommy to memory and returned to Jack, who was now standing by himself. It seemed Billy had left. I just overheard something interesting, I whispered. Ronnie owed money to someone named Tommy, and it sounds like the threats were escalating. Jack's expression darkened. That could be Tommy Castellano. Runs a high-stakes poker game out of Portland. Not the kind of man you want to cross or owe money to. Think he might have? Possibly. Though if Tommy had Ronnie killed, it wouldn't have been poison. It would have been something quicker. Tommy's people are more direct in their methods. So we have Billy angry about being disinherited, Winifred potentially lying about the insurance money, and dangerous gambling creditors, I said. This is getting complicated. Murder usually is, Jack replied. The question is, which motive was strong enough to actually drive someone to kill? Winifred approached us then, her expression carefully composed despite the earlier confrontation. Officer Sullivan, Miss West, thank you both for coming. Ronnie would have appreciated the turnout. It was a lovely service, I lied diplomatically. I'm sure his friends appreciated the chance to say goodbye. Yes, they've come from quite far. Ronnie always said his gaming community was like family to him, more like family than his actual family. Things are like that sometimes, I said. I should go and talk with everyone and invite them to the wake. It's at the Lighthouse Bay Hotel. Please do come, both of you. She touched my arm slightly and then headed over to talk with people. I can't go. Are you going? Jack asked me. No, I'll need to get back to work. I'll talk to you later, Vylette, Jack said, before he too disappeared. I looked around for Danny and saw him walking toward me. I've been talking to some of the gaming guys, he said quietly. Apparently, Ronnie was running more than just poker games. He was organising some kind of high-end auction for rare gaming equipment, stuff worth tens of thousands of dollars. I had to pretend I was one of them. They asked if I was Norbit, and I said I was. When is the auction? I asked. This weekend. They're saying it was supposed to happen at his place, but obviously, Danny gestured vaguely at the church, Now they don't know where the merchandise is or how to contact the buyers. I felt a chill of understanding. The receipts we found. He wasn't just buying equipment for himself. What if he was stockpiling it for resale? He gave a nod. Or for auction. As we walked toward the parking area together, the pieces of Ronnie's complicated life feeling like jigsaw puzzle pieces. I thought it odd that Winifred's boyfriend wasn't at the funeral. Maybe he thought it respectful to stay away. As our little convoy, Aunt Lily, Gavin, Danny and I, drove back toward Driftwood Cove, I was wondering if the murderer might have been at the funeral. We were just pulling into the office parking area when the shouting started. In the middle of the main street, directly in front of our office, Kevin and Rachel were having what could only be described as a spectacular public argument. Their voices carried clearly through our car windows. "Told you this was supposed to be a quick trip!" Rachel was screaming, her perfectly composed facade completely shattered. "You've been here for over a week, Kevin!" "I explained the situation," Kevin replied, his lawyer's training keeping his voice level despite the obvious tension. "There are complications that need to be resolved." "Complications?" Rachel's laugh was sharp and bitter. "The only complication I see is your pathetic obsession with your ex-girlfriend." "This has nothing to do with Vylette," Kevin said. "Everything you do has to do with her," Rachel shouted. "Rachel, please, you're making a scene." We all sat in our cars, transfixed by the drama unfolding in front of us. It was like watching a train wreck in slow motion. "This is work, legal business." "Yeah, right." Rachel yanked off her engagement ring with violent force. "Here's what you can do with your legal business." She hurled the ring at Kevin with impressive accuracy, hitting him square in the chest. The diamond sparkled in the sun as it bounced off his expensive suit and rolled into the gutter. "Don't bother coming home," Rachel yelled, already striding toward what I assumed was her rental car. "I'll have divorce papers waiting for you." She slammed the car door with enough force to rock the vehicle, then peeled out of the parking space with a squeal of tyres that left rubber marks on the asphalt. Kevin stood in the middle of the street for a long moment, staring after her car. Then he slowly bent down to retrieve his ring from the gutter, examining it like he was making sure the diamond wasn't chipped. He looked up and spotted our cars, realizing he'd had an audience for his public humiliation. For a moment, our eyes met across the street, and I saw something that might have been desperation in his expression. Then he got into his Mercedes and drove away, leaving the four of us sitting in stunned silence. We got out of our cars. "Well," Aunt Lily said finally, "that was better than anything on television." "Poor Rachel," Gavin said, though he didn't sound particularly sympathetic. "Poor Rachel nothing," Danny replied. "She stole him from Vylette in the first place." "This is bad," I said aloud. "This is very, very bad." Because now Kevin had nothing left to lose, and that made him infinitely more dangerous. Chapter 19. That evening found me kneeling on the kitchen floor of Briggs Manor, wrestling with a cabinet door that had decided to hang at a gravity-defying angle. Living in a house built in the 1800s meant something was always breaking, shifting, or coming loose. Tonight's victim was the lower cabinet beside the sink, which swung like a broken wing every time I tried to close it. "Come on," I muttered, trying to align the hinge pins while balancing the door's weight. "Just stay put." Edgar was perched on the kitchen windowsill, offering his usual helpful commentary. "Falling apart! Ah!" he cawed. Like your love life. Thank you for that observation, I said dryly, fumbling with my screwdriver. Very constructive. The captain materialised near the kitchen table, arms folded, eyes twinkling. In my day, a proper gentleman would handle such tasks for a lady. In your day, women couldn't vote or own property, I shot back without looking up. I'll take modern inconvenience, thanks. I just managed to get the door almost level when the doorbell rang, its melodic chime echoing through the manor's high-ceilinged rooms. I glanced at the kitchen clock. Nearly 9 o'clock. Who would be visiting at this hour? Expecting someone, lass? The captain asked, clearly already suspecting who it might be. No, I'm not. Through the front window, I saw Jack Sullivan's patrol car in my driveway, and my heart did that annoying little flutter. I opened the door to find him standing on my porch, looking apologetic. Jack, is everything all right? Nothing urgent, he said, then hesitated. I'm sorry for stopping by so late. I was driving past and saw your lights on. Thought I'd check in about this afternoon. The funeral raised some questions. The temperature around us suddenly dropped, and I could practically feel the captain's disapproval swirling from inside the house. A chill wind rustled the oak leaves in a way that didn't feel entirely natural. Of course, I said quickly, stepping out and pulling the door shut behind me. What did you find out? Let's sit down. We settled on the porch swing, and Jack flipped open his notebook. I've been looking into several suspects, starting with Winifred's boyfriend, Gus Cooper. His history is troubling. Kevin mentioned he'd been accused of murdering his business partner, I said. That's right. He has a record, a pattern of targeting women who come into money. Very controlling, very money-hungry. Showing up just as Winifred inherits is suspicious. Yes, I'm worried too. She told me he's giving her investment advice, but that doesn't mean he killed Ronnie. What about the gaming people from the funeral? Danny identified a few as Ronnie's friends, but I'm not convinced. At the funeral, I overheard conversations about missing inventory and buyers who'd already paid for equipment. Apparently, Ronnie was supposed to host a high-end sale this weekend. Which means people have serious money tied up and no way to collect, I said. Jack nodded grimly. That's a lot of frustrated people. And then the garden sprinkler system exploded to life with a violent whoosh, the spray arcing directly across the porch. Jack was soaked from head to toe before he could even stand. What's going on? He sputtered, shaking water from his hair. I'm so sorry, it's been acting up. I ran to the side of the house, yanking at the control dial. It refused to budge. Meanwhile, the sprinkler jets followed Jack with unerring accuracy. Left, right, back again. The spray tracked his every move like it had a mind of its own. That's not normal sprinkler behaviour, Jack shouted, dodging another arc of water. Old houses, old systems. Everything's always breaking down, I called back, hoping I sounded more convincing than I felt. Jack moved further along the porch, but the spray shifted to follow, soaking him anew. And then there's Billy Brass, he yelled, Ronnie's son. He thought he was getting hundreds of thousands when his father died. Turns out he gets nothing. Does he have an alibi? Zero. Says he was home alone the night of the murder. Lives 3 hours away. Plenty of time to drive here, do it, and drive back. The water pressure suddenly doubled, hammering the porch boards and nearly knocking Jack off balance. Then there's Winifred herself, he continued, dodging. She benefits the most. The insurance money plus the house sale, over $1 million. And her reaction about the insurance seemed very convenient, I admitted, tugging at the jammed control. Then there's that man who said Ronnie owed him money. I can't remember his name. Marcus Webb, Jack supplied grimly. I found out he works for... But before he could finish, the sprinklers whipped around and drenched him one last time, almost gleefully. Jack bolted for his patrol car, the spray tracking him like a homing missile until he slammed the door shut. "I'll catch up with you later," he called out, water dripping from his hair. He drove off at record speed, the sprinkler system going dead the moment his taillights disappeared. I stomped back inside to find the captain lounging in the parlour with obvious satisfaction. "That was completely unnecessary," I said, hands on hips. "Was it? In my day, a gentleman would not call on a lady uninvited, especially not at such an unseemly hour." "It's 9 o'clock, not midnight, and he's investigating a murder. Official business." "Official business, my eye. That young man was calling socially, and we both know it," the captain huffed. Edgar flew in through the kitchen window. "Wet cop! Wet cop!" he called, delighted. "You two are impossible," I muttered. "Jack Sullivan is going to think I live in a haunted house." "You do," the captain said reasonably, "and if he's truly interested in courting you, he should be able to handle a few domestic irregularities." "Domestic irregularities? You nearly drowned him." "Merely dampened," the captain corrected. "There's a significant difference. I could tell you a thing or two about drowning. There was this insufferable merchant in Charleston. Please, not now." "We threw him a rope eventually. Amazing how a few minutes in cold Atlantic water can improve a man's manners." I shook my head. Jack probably got off lightly. Back in the kitchen, my cabinet door was still hanging askew. At least some problems could be solved with simple tools. As I resumed my repair, I couldn't help wondering what Jack would make of tonight's plumbing malfunction. Knowing him, he'd probably check municipal records for sprinkler compliance. "Next time," I called toward the parlour, "we're going to have a conversation about boundaries before any gentleman callers arrive." In my day, gentlemen knew better than to call unannounced. "Your day was 200 years ago." "Some principles are timeless, lass. Timeless." I turned to Edgar, who was unusually quiet. "I know you want to say something." "Wet cop. Towels needed," he croaked. "Oh no, I didn't even offer him a towel." "Too bad, so sad," Edgar cawed gleefully. Chapter 20. The following morning, I was just reaching for the door handle of Driftwood Cove Properties when a familiar voice stopped me in my tracks. Vylette. I turned to find Kevin standing beside his Mercedes, looking like he'd slept in his expensive suit. His usually perfect hair was dishevelled, and there were dark circles under his eyes that suggested he'd had as rough a night as his public argument with Rachel had indicated. I've been so preoccupied thinking about how broad Jack's shoulders were, and also wondering what he was just about to say about Oslo, that I hadn't even seen his car. "Kevin." He stepped closer. "It's officially over with Rachel. She's filing for divorce." "I'm sorry to hear that." No matter what I thought of Kevin, divorce was never easy. I moved toward the office door again, but Kevin put his hand on my shoulder and turned me toward him. "I heard the police are still dumbfounded about who might have murdered Ronnie. Looks like I might be here for a while longer. Have dinner with me tonight." "No." I tried to step around him, but he moved to block me. "Lunch then?" "No." "Coffee?" There was a desperate edge creeping into his voice that I'd never heard before. "No." I crossed my arms, making my position clear. Kevin huffed. "You have to eat, Vylette. Everyone has to eat. Oh, I'll be eating, just not with you. For a moment, we stood in an awkward standoff on the sidewalk. Then Kevin reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out something that made my breath catch in my throat. The 2-carat diamond pendant he'd given me for our 10th anniversary. The one he'd demanded back when we were breaking up, claiming it was just an investment piece that he needed for financial planning. He grabbed my hand before I could pull away and pressed the pendant into my palm. I never should have taken this from you. It's yours. It was always yours. He sounded truly regretful. I stared down at the diamond, remembering how thrilled I'd been when he'd first given it to me. How I'd thought it meant he was ready to propose, ready to make our relationship official. Instead, it had just been another way to keep me hopeful, keep me waiting. Oh, but when you took it, you said it was just an investment piece. Kevin had the grace to look embarrassed. I said a lot of stupid things back then. Midlife crisis, I guess. Typical Kevin, blaming his behaviour on external circumstances rather than taking responsibility for his choices. A midlife crisis hadn't made him cruel. That had been all him. Well, I said, holding up the pendant to catch the morning light, I'll donate it to charity. I'm sure it will help many people who really need it. Kevin's face went through several expressions in rapid succession: confusion, disbelief, and then panic. He grabbed the pendant back from my hand with surprising speed. No, why would you give it away? I blinked at him innocently. It's called charity, Kevin. It's a thing that helps people, gives people a hand up if they've fallen on hard times. You know, like people who've lost their jobs, or single mothers trying to make ends meet, or families dealing with medical bills they can't afford. Kevin clutched the pendant like it was a life preserver. Charity begins at home, Vylette. Remember that. Exactly, I agreed. And since this isn't my home anymore, and you're not my family, donating it to people who actually need help seems like the perfect solution. Kevin's mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water. Clearly, he'd expected me to be touched by his gesture, maybe even grateful enough to reconsider his dinner invitation. Instead, his romantic grand gesture had backfired spectacularly. I didn't mean, he started. Have a good day, Kevin, I interrupted, finally managing to step around him and reach my office door. I hope you find what you're looking for. Vylette, wait! But I was already inside, the bell chiming cheerfully as the door closed behind me. Through the window, I could see Kevin standing on the sidewalk, still clutching the diamond pendant and looking like he couldn't quite figure out what had just happened. Gavin was at his computer, working hard. Jill was at her desk, and Owen was there, pretending to be sick again. Jill looked up from her computer, taking in my expression with the kind of maternal intuition that made her such a good office manager. What did he want? Dinner, I confirmed, settling into my desk chair with a sense of satisfaction I hadn't felt in days. Owen peeked over the back of the couch. Did he try to give you jewellery? Mum says men always try to give jewellery when they're in trouble. Owen, Jill warned, but she was smiling. I guess you saw that. Yes, he did actually, I said. A very expensive necklace he took back when we broke up. And? Gavin asked, looking up from his laptop. And I told him I'd donate it to charity. Ouch, Gavin winced. That had to hurt his ego. His ego could use a little deflation, I replied. Maybe now he'll get the message that I'm not interested in playing games. Through the window, I watched Kevin finally get into his car and drive away, the diamond pendant presumably safe in his pocket. I had no doubt he'd be back. So, Jill said, returning to her keyboard, what's on the agenda for today, besides avoiding ex-boyfriends bearing expensive re-gifted gifts? Today, I said, putting up my computer, we prepare for tomorrow's open house and hope that whoever shows up is actually interested in buying it, not sightseeing a crime scene or looking for treasure. Owen sat up straight. Treasure? I shook my head. Not the good kind of treasure. Think any of the funeral crowd will show up? Gavin asked. Probably, I replied. The question is whether any of them will want to buy the house. Gavin laughed. Still, the more the better at an open house. Even the looky-loos help create buzz. Makes it feel popular, gets people talking. Plus, you never know. Sometimes the person who shows up just being nosy ends up falling in love with the place. Let's hope so. I don't care who buys it as long as it gets sold, I said. The next morning, I found myself unable to concentrate on anything. Every minute that passed was another minute Kevin had an excuse to stay in town, and I was getting more desperate by the hour to find Ronnie's killer. I stepped outside the office and called Danny on his cell phone. Danny, it's Vylette. Can you talk? Sure, what's up? Billy Brass, I said, keeping my voice low. Jack said he has no alibi for the night his father died. He was supposedly home alone, but he lives 3 hours away. That's plenty of time to drive here, commit murder, and drive back. You want me to see what I can find out about him? Maybe. I want this whole thing solved so Kevin will leave. Billy has the strongest motive. He thought he was inheriting hundreds of thousands of dollars. Leave it with me, Danny said with determination. I'll find out what Billy Brass was really doing that night. How? I have my methods. I'll call you later with what I find. Chapter 21. Danny. An hour later, I was back at the Brass property, standing in the guest house where Ronnie had died. The crime scene tape was gone, but the space still felt heavy with the echo of violence. I set up my EMF meter and spirit box, hoping that Ronnie's spirit might be more talkative today. Ronnie, I called out softly. I know you're here. I can feel your energy. The EMF meter remained stubbornly silent. We're trying to find out who killed you, I continued. Was it your son Billy? Did he come here that night? Nothing. Not even a flicker on the electromagnetic field detector. I tried for 20 minutes, using every technique I'd learned in 5 years of paranormal investigation. But Ronnie Brass was apparently not in a communicative mood. Fine, I muttered, packing up my equipment. We'll do this the old-fashioned way. Back in my van, I pulled out my phone and started scrolling through social media. It didn't take long to find Billy Brass. He wasn't exactly careful about his privacy settings. His Facebook profile showed a man in his late 20s living in a rundown apartment complex up north. Recent posts revealed someone struggling financially and bitter about family relationships. Some people get everything handed to them, while others work their whole lives for nothing, one post read from 2 weeks ago. Family loyalty is a joke when money's involved, said another from yesterday. I screenshot everything, then looked up the address from his profile. Augusta was exactly 3 hours away, perfect driving distance for a midnight murder mission. Billy's apartment complex was exactly as depressing as it had looked in his photos. The Pineview Gardens had neither pines nor gardens, just a collection of tired-looking buildings surrounding a parking lot full of potholes. I grabbed my clipboard and put on my most official-looking demeanour. The retirement village survey was a stroke of genius, if I did say so myself. Everyone had opinions about development projects, and people loved to share those opinions with anyone who'd listen. I started with the apartment next to Billy's. A middle-aged woman answered the door, looking suspicious until I explained I was conducting a survey about a proposed retirement community in the area. "We're just talking to residents to see if there would be any objections to the project," I said, pen poised over my clipboard. "Do you have any relatives over 60 who might be interested in this type of housing?" "My mother's 72, the woman said, warming up to the topic. "She might be interested, depending on the cost. When would this be built?" "We're still in the very early planning stages," I said. "Have you noticed any changes in the neighbourhood recently? Increased traffic? Anything that might affect the desirability of the area?" "Well, the guy next door has been acting strange lately," she said, glancing toward Billy's apartment. "Billy something. He's usually pretty quiet, but he's been having loud phone conversations at all hours. And his car was gone for a whole night on the night his father was murdered. I'd say he found Otto and drove there. I told the cops the same thing." My pulse quickened. "A whole night?" "Yeah, it was a Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. I only noticed because I work the night shift at the hospital, and his parking spot was empty when I left at 11, and still empty when I got home at 7. Usually he's home every night playing video games or whatever." "That is unusual," I agreed, making notes on my clipboard. "Did he seem upset about anything recently?" "Oh, definitely. He's been muttering about family and money and how unfair life is. Real angry-like. To be honest, he's been making me nervous, but he wouldn't be old enough to go into a retirement home." "No, it doesn't sound like it." I asked a few more questions more related to retirement homes to reinforce my cover story. Then I thanked her and moved on to the apartment on the other side of Billy's. The elderly man who answered was even more talkative. This time, I changed things up. I said I needed to serve Billy Brass with papers and I could never find him home. "Billy Brass? That boy's been nothing but trouble lately," he said without prompting. "Yelling on the phone about some inheritance he was supposed to get. Said his father had promised him money and then changed his mind. Been going on about it for weeks." "Did he mention what kind of inheritance?" "Life insurance, I think. Said it was supposed to be hundreds of thousands of dollars, but then his father gave it all to his ex-wife instead. Boy was furious about it." "Has he been home regularly?" "Every night, unfortunately. The walls are thin, and he plays those video games and loud music until all hours." "Video games? Too old for that, isn't he?" "Yeah, probably. You might be able to catch him around dinner time." I looked at my papers. "Do you know if he was home on the 15th? The man narrowed his eyes. "Are you sure this is about serving papers?" "Yes." "The police asked the same question about the same date. It was the date his father was killed, right?" I nodded. "I remember the night. My wife was sick, and I dreaded the loud music. But that night, there was no music blaring from his house. That's all I can tell you." "Thanks. I'll be back to see if I can catch him at dinner time." "Good luck." 2 neighbours, same story. Billy Brass had been absent from his apartment the entire night Ronnie was murdered, and he'd been angry about being cut out of his father's inheritance. I thanked the man and headed back to my van, feeling like I'd just hit the investigative jackpot. This was solid evidence that Billy had both motive and opportunity. He could have driven to Driftwood Cove, killed his father in a rage over the insurance money, and driven home before anyone missed him. As I started the engine, I hoped Billy had left some evidence at the crime scene. There had to be something to tie Billy to his father's murder. He wasn't home alone at all. He'd been out somewhere. As I was pulling onto the highway for the drive back to Driftwood Cove, I called Vylette. "Vylette." Danny's number flashed on the dashboard. "Tell me you found something," I said, accepting the call through my car's speaker. "Oh, I found something all right." Danny's voice crackled through the static. "Billy Brass is looking very guilty right about now." I felt my heart skip. "What did you discover?" "Two neighbors confirmed he was gone the entire night Ronnie was murdered. His car wasn't in his usual parking spot all night." "That's huge," I said, gripping the steering wheel tighter. "He could have driven to Driftwood Cove, killed his father, and driven back." "Gets better. Both neighbors said he's been having angry phone conversations lately about family and money, acting really upset and making one of them nervous." "So he was definitely agitated about something." "Yeah, and the timing fits perfectly. He was gone all night on the exact night his father was murdered." I pulled over into a parking lot, needing to focus on this conversation. "Danny, this is huge. We have witnesses who can place him away from home during the murder."
"I know. The police have already been asking the neighbors the same questions too, so Jack Sullivan is definitely investigating him."
"We can't call Jack about this. He won't be happy that we're talking to suspects ourselves."
"You're right. But at least we know Billy is a real suspect with real evidence against him."
As I sat in my car processing this information, I felt a mixture of relief and anticipation. This could be the break that leads to solving the case and getting Kevin out of town. "Thanks, Danny. This is exactly what we needed to know."
"Let's hope Jack arrests him soon. I'm driving back now."
Chapter 22. Saturday morning arrived with perfect weather for an open house. I got to Winifred's property early to stage a few final touches and prepare for what I hoped would be a steady stream of legitimate buyers. Gavin met me there, already straightening the "open house" signs in the front yard. "Ready for this?" he asked, glancing toward the street as he adjusted the sign. "As ready as anyone can be for a house viewing that might double as a crime scene investigation," I replied, unlocking the front door. Gavin grinned wryly. "Well, at least my two buyers are serious. I'm expecting them within the hour. And I've had 3 others contact me directly this week who said they'd stop by. Fingers crossed one of them is normal." The first arrivals were a young couple from Portland who seemed genuinely interested in the property's potential. They spent a solid 20 minutes examining the kitchen renovation and asking practical questions about property taxes and maintenance costs. For a brief moment, I allowed myself to hope this would be a normal open house. "Miss West?" I turned to see a familiar face that made my stomach drop. Billy, Ronnie's son. The same man I'd watched cause a scene at his father's funeral. He stood in the doorway with that same agitated energy, flanked by 2 other men I didn't recognize. "I saw you at the funeral," I said carefully. "You're Billy, aren't you? I wasn't expecting to see you here." "Yeah, well, figured I should take a look at the old man's place before someone else snatches it up," he said with a bitter edge to his voice. "These are some friends of mine. We're thinking about going in on it together, as an investment." The way he said investment made my skin crawl. After his outburst at the funeral, seeing him here felt anything but coincidental. "Well, take your time and let me know if you have any questions," I replied, keeping my voice professional despite the unease creeping up my spine. Just then, another pair of buyers arrived. They were likely Gavin's clients as he quickly whisked them away to view the living room and patio area. Not long after that, the 3 other potential buyers who had contacted me showed up, spreading out across the first floor. While I was showing a retired couple through the primary bedroom, I noticed Billy and his friends dispersing through the house, but they didn't move like buyers. They were searching for something specific, checking odd corners and spaces no normal buyer would care about. I overheard one of Billy's companions on his phone in the upstairs hallway. Telling you, they have to be here somewhere, he said in a low voice. There was a pause, and then he said, the switch prototype and other things went missing, and Ronnie was the last person to see them. My blood went cold. Switch prototype? I had no idea what that meant, but the secretive tone and the mention of Ronnie's name made it clear this was about more than just touring a house. I excused myself from the retired couple and followed the man's voice, finding him in one of the guest bedrooms, rifling through the built-in closets. "Excuse me," I said from the doorway. "Can I help you find something?" He spun around, his face flushing with embarrassment at being caught. "Just checking the storage space. My buddy's got very specific requirements." "What kind of requirements?" "He's got a lot of stuff, so I was just checking." The man's eyes darted around the room like he was calculating escape routes. "Actually, I think this property might not be suitable after all. The storage configuration isn't quite what we need." He brushed past me and headed downstairs, leaving me standing there with a dozen new questions and the growing certainty that Billy's presence here wasn't about buying real estate. The open house continued for another hour, with Gavin's 2 buyers, my 3 additional contacts, and the Portland couple touring the property. Billy and his friends stayed for most of it, poking around in ways that made me increasingly uncomfortable. When I caught Billy's eye at one point, there was something cold and calculating in his expression that reminded me exactly why I'd found his behaviour at the funeral so disturbing. By the time the last potential buyers left, I was exhausted and more confused than when I'd started. The legitimate buyers had seemed genuinely interested, but Billy's group? They were clearly looking for something that had nothing to do with buying real estate. And given Billy's relationship to Ronnie and his strange behaviour at the funeral, I couldn't shake the feeling that his presence here was somehow connected to his father's death. I called Danny as soon as I locked up the house. "How did it go?" he asked. "Strange, very strange. I need to tell you about something I overheard. Billy, Ronnie's son, was here with some people." "Billy was there? That's unexpected." I recounted the phone conversation I'd overheard, stumbling over the unfamiliar terms. "They mentioned something called a switch prototype. Does that mean anything to you?" "Wait," Danny interrupted, excitement building in his voice. "Did you say switch prototype? As in Nintendo Switch?" "I think so. Does that mean something to you?" "Vylette, if they're talking about what I think they're talking about, we're not dealing with simple family disputes anymore. We're talking about industrial espionage." "Means nothing to me," I admitted. "It's just gaming stuff, right?" "No, you don't understand," Danny said urgently. "Gaming prototypes, especially from major companies like Nintendo, these can be worth tens of thousands of dollars each on the black market. Collectors and competitors will pay huge money for early access to unreleased technology." "So you're saying Ronnie might have been involved in all that?" "I'm saying that if Ronnie had a Switch prototype, he was sitting on a fortune. A name-your-price kind of fortune, depending on what stage of development it was in." I felt sick to my stomach. "And they must think it's still in the house." "Which means they might come back when the house is empty," Danny said grimly. "Vylette, this is way beyond local gambling debts or business fraud. If Ronnie was involved in stealing corporate prototypes, we could be dealing with organised crime. And if Billy thinks his father hid something valuable in that house..." He didn't need to finish the thought. The implications were clear and terrifying. "One more thing," Danny added. "Don't forget I've got my housewarming party tonight." "Oh, yes. I didn't remember a thing about it. What's the address again?" "I'll text it to you. Starts at 6. He ended the call. As I drove back to the office, I couldn't shake the image of Billy's cold stare or his friends searching through the bedroom closets with such methodical determination. Whatever Ronnie had hidden in that house, people were willing to break into crime scenes to find it. And if Billy was involved in his father's death, the question wasn't just how many people were willing to kill for whatever was hidden there, but whether Billy had already killed once to get his hands on it. Chapter 23. Danny's new apartment was exactly what I'd expected from a paranormal investigator who doubled as a freelance photographer. One bedroom, minimal furniture, and an impressive collection of electronic equipment that took up most of the living space. EMF meters shared shelf space with camera lenses, and what appeared to be a spirit box sat next to a gaming console on his coffee table. "Welcome to my humble abode," Danny said, gesturing around the space as we filed in. "Sorry about the mess. I'm still getting organised." "It's cosy," Jill said diplomatically, while Owen immediately gravitated toward the large television and the device connected to it. "Is that a Nintendo Switch?" Owen asked excitedly. "Can we play?" "That's actually why I invited everyone over," Danny said, opening several pizza boxes on his small dining table. "I figured after today's revelation about the prototypes, we should all understand what we're dealing with." I looked at the sleek console with its colourful attached controllers. "It just looks like a small tablet with buttons." The room went silent. Gavin stopped mid-bite of his pizza slice. Jill's eyebrows shot up to her hairline. Even Owen stared at me like I'd announced I'd never seen the ocean. "Vylette," Danny said slowly, "are you telling me you've never played a video game? Any video game?" "I've played solitaire on my computer," I offered weakly. "Solitaire doesn't count," Owen declared with the authority of someone who'd been gaming since he could hold a controller. "Miss Vylette, you have to try this. It's like learning to drive, but for fun." Danny moved to the console and picked up one of the detached controllers. "This is going to be educational for all of us. Here, sit down." I found myself on Danny's small couch, holding what felt like a tiny steering wheel with buttons scattered across its surface. The television screen came alive with bright, cheerful music and colourful graphics that seemed designed to induce happiness through sheer visual overload. "Okay," Danny said, settling beside me with his own controller. "We're going to start with something simple. This is a racing game where you control little characters driving go-karts around fantasy tracks." The screen showed a selection of cartoon characters that looked like they'd escaped from a children's book. "Do I have to be the princess?" I asked, looking at the pink-dressed character highlighted on screen. "You can be anyone you want," Owen said seriously. "I always pick the dinosaur." I selected a character that looked like a plumber in overalls. He seemed practical and non-threatening. Within moments, I was staring at a racetrack that wound through what appeared to be a mushroom kingdom, complete with floating question mark boxes and cartoon obstacles. "Just hold this button to go forward," Danny explained, "and use this stick to steer. It's like driving, but with more flying turtle shells." "Flying turtle shells?" I repeated, but before Danny could explain, the race began. The first few seconds were disorienting. My little plumber careened off the track immediately, spinning helplessly in a patch of virtual grass while cheerful music played. Other racers, controlled by Owen, Jill and Gavin, who had somehow acquired controllers, zoomed past me in a blur of colourful chaos. "I think I'm broken," I announced as my character drove backward into a wall. "You're not broken," Jill laughed, her own character executing what appeared to be an impossible jump over a gap in the track. You're just learning. When Owen first started playing, he spent the first hour driving in circles. I was too, Mum, Owen protested, his dinosaur character somehow racing upside down through a loop. Danny said he needed to start early, Jill told me. After several minutes of virtual vehicular disasters, I began to understand the basic mechanics. Press button, go forward. Move stick, change direction. Hit the colourful boxes scattered around the track. Get mysterious power-ups that did things ranging from helpful, speed boost, to chaotic. Apparently, I could throw banana peels at other racers. I got something, I announced, as my character picked up what looked like a red shell with spikes. That's a red shell, Danny explained. It homes in on whoever's in front of you. It what now? But before he could elaborate further, my character automatically launched the shell, which proceeded to chase down Gavin's racer with heat-seeking precision and explode in a shower of digital sparks. "I just attacked Gavin with a turtle shell," I said, staring at the screen in fascination. "Welcome to gaming," Gavin replied good-naturedly, his character respawning immediately and continuing the race. By the third race, I was beginning to understand the appeal. There was something oddly satisfying about the combination of competition, colourful chaos, and the fact that virtual disasters had no real-world consequences. When my character accidentally drove off a rainbow bridge into space, he simply reappeared on the track a few seconds later, ready to resume racing. "This is actually fun," I admitted, managing to cross the finish line without coming in dead last. "And this," Danny said, pausing the game, "is basically what people pay thousands of dollars to experience before it's officially released. Imagine having exclusive access to new characters, new tracks, new features that won't be available to the public for months." I can't. I don't know why anyone would care. But if they were into that kind of thing, like obsessed, I suppose I see how that would be valuable to serious players, I said, looking around at my companions, all of whom had been gaming since childhood. "Now imagine you're a competing company," Danny continued, "and you want to know what features your rival is planning to release. Or you're a collector who wants to own something that only a handful of people in the world have access to." "Suddenly, industrial espionage makes more sense," I said, understanding dawning. "Exactly. And if Ronnie really did have a stolen prototypes..." "He was sitting on a gold mine," Gavin finished. We started eating pizza, but the conversation kept drifting back to the implications of what we'd learned. Between bites of pepperoni and cheese, we discussed the possibility that Ronnie's murder wasn't about gambling debts or blackmail, but about cutting-edge technology worth more than most people's annual salaries. "So where are his friends tonight?" Jill asked suddenly, looking around Danny's small apartment. "I thought young single guys always had people over on Saturday nights." Danny looked slightly embarrassed. "I had my friends over last night. After midnight, we did a group investigation of that old cemetery outside town." "Well, what are we if we're not your friends?" I asked, gesturing around the room at our little gathering. "Chopped liver?" Everyone laughed, and for a moment, the weight of murder investigations and stolen prototypes faded into the background. We were just a group of friends sharing pizza and learning that apparently I had a natural talent for digital turtle shell warfare. Chapter 24. I was walking to Driftwood Cove Cafe for my usual Sunday morning coffee when I spotted a familiar figure on a mobility scooter cruising down Main Street. The woman was in her early 70s, with silver hair, chatting animatedly with a man travelling beside her in a scooter who appeared to be around the same age. I recognised her immediately. Daisy Sullivan, Jack's mother.
We'd met twice before and gotten along well, her warm personality making her easy to like. "Vylette!" she called out, bringing her scooter to a stop beside me. "How lovely to see you, dear." "Mrs. Sullivan," I replied, walking over to greet her. "How are you feeling?" "It's Daisy, and don't let the scooter fool you. I can walk perfectly fine," Daisy said quickly, patting the scooter's handlebars with obvious affection. "But Roger here bought this for me, and honestly, it's so much fun, like being a kid again, but with better suspension." The elderly man smiled at me. "Daisy's been showing me all the local sights from her new set of wheels. I'm Roger Rothbury." Roger looked to be a well-preserved man in his 80s, with sharp eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. "Vylette West," I replied, shaking his hand. "Are you visiting Driftwood Cove?" "Roger's my neighbour," Daisy explained. "Moved in next door about 6 months ago. He's been such wonderful company. We take these little tours around town almost every morning." "Oh, lovely." "Daisy tells me you're the real estate agent who's been causing such a stir," Roger said with a twinkle in his eye. "Taking on the Matthews family. Quite the reputation you're building." "I just try to sell houses," I said modestly, though lately that seems to involve more drama than I'd prefer. "Speaking of which," Daisy said, leaning forward conspiratorially, "I heard you're selling Ronnie Brass's old house. Such a tragedy what happened to him." "Did you know Ronnie?" I asked. Daisy and Roger exchanged a look that suggested they'd been discussing this very topic. "We know Winifred because she works at our home, comes in 2 days a week. Roger here knew Ronnie even better, didn't you, dear? They had some mutual interests." Roger shifted uncomfortably. "Ancient history, really. We moved in different circles." "What kind of circles?" I asked, sensing there was more to this story. Daisy looked around to make sure no one else was within earshot, then lowered her voice. "Well, this goes back quite a way, you understand. The early 2000s, maybe late 90s. Ronnie was always very technical, good with electronics, computers, that sort of thing." "More like freelance consulting. People would bring him things that needed modifications," Roger said. The way he said modifications made it clear we weren't talking about legitimate repair work. "What kind of modifications?" I asked, though I was beginning to suspect I didn't want to know the answer. Daisy glanced at Roger, who gave a slight nod. "Gaming systems mostly. PlayStation, Xbox, that generation. People wanted to play games that weren't officially available in the United States, or games they'd copied from friends." "Piracy," Roger said bluntly. "Ronnie installed modification chips that bypassed the copy protection, made it so you could play burned discs, imported games, homebrew software. Very popular with the college crowd." I thought about the expensive gaming equipment in Ronnie's guest house, the stolen prototypes Oslo's friends had been looking for. "That doesn't sound legal." "It wasn't," Daisy confirmed, "but it was also very lucrative. And Ronnie, well, he had a talent for it. Started with gaming consoles, but then people realized the same skills could be applied to other things." My brain was starting to hurt. "What kind of things?" "Cable boxes," Roger said quietly. "Satellite TV cards. People wanted premium channels without paying for them. Same principle. Bypass the authorization, unlock everything." "Ronnie did that too?" I asked. "Ronnie did anything that paid well and didn't require a legitimate business license," Daisy said with a wry smile. "He was always looking for angles, ways to make money off other people's technology." I felt pieces of the puzzle clicking into place. So he had experience with stolen technology, bypassing security measures, dealing with underground markets. Exactly, Roger said. The skills are transferable. Someone who can crack a PlayStation's copy protection can probably figure out how to fence stolen prototype equipment. It's all about understanding electronics and knowing the right people.
Daisy nodded. Oh yes, Ronnie had connections all over. Gamers, hackers, collectors, people who dealt in grey market electronics. Once you're in that world, you tend to stay connected. Did he ever get in trouble for it? Legally, I mean.
Never arrested, Roger said. But there were rumours that some of his clients weren't entirely happy with his work. When you're dealing with illegal modifications, you can't exactly file a complaint with the Better Business Bureau. Unhappy how? Let's just say that when you're bypassing copy protection for people who aren't entirely law-abiding, failure to deliver can have serious consequences, Daisy said diplomatically. I thought about the men at yesterday's open house. Do you think he was still involved in that kind of work? Oh, I'm sure of it. Ronnie never met a technological challenge he couldn't monetize. And with gaming getting more sophisticated, more expensive, the potential profits would have been enormous, Daisy said. Roger checked his watch. We should probably continue our tour, Daisy. Don't want to keep you from your Sunday, Vylette. Of course, it was lovely meeting you, Roger, and thank you both for the information. As they prepared to leave, Daisy reached over and patted my hand. Just be careful, dear. If Ronnie was still dealing with the same crowd he used to run with, they're not the forgiving type, and they definitely don't like loose ends. I'm just trying to sell the house, but I will be careful. Thanks. I watched them continue down Main Street, their mobility scooters humming. But their revelation had just opened up an entirely new perspective on Ronnie Brass's death. He was a man with decades of experience in illegal technology modification, who'd apparently graduated to stealing cutting-edge prototypes. And if Daisy was right about his old associates not liking loose ends, then Ronnie's murder might have been less about what he'd stolen and more about what he knew. The question was, how many other people had secrets worth killing to protect? I shielded my eyes from the morning sun as I looked at Daisy in the distance. Today, she seemed entirely switched on, and definitely not off with the fairies like I'd seen her before. Chapter 25. I immediately called Danny as soon as Daisy and Roger disappeared around the corner. The conversation with Jack's mother had opened up an entirely new understanding of Ronnie's background, and I needed someone who could fill in the technical gaps. Meet me at Driftwood Cove Cafe, I said when Danny answered. I just learned something important about Ronnie's past, and I need you to explain what it all means. Give me 10 minutes, Danny replied. I'll bring my laptop. Got the EMF cover and everything. Good to know. I'll be there waiting. The cafe was moderately busy with the Sunday morning crowd, but I managed to snag a corner table where we could talk without being overheard. Danny arrived carrying his laptop bag and looking curious. What did you find out? He asked, settling into the chair across from me. I recounted my conversation with Daisy and Roger, watching Danny's expression grow more interested as I described Ronnie's history as described by Daisy and Roger. That explains so much, Danny said when I finished. I mean, I knew Ronnie had to have serious technical skills to be dealing with stolen prototypes, but I didn't realise he'd been in the game that long. Can you explain what they were talking about? All that stuff about mod chips and copy protection? Danny opened his laptop and pulled up several websites showing vintage gaming equipment. Okay, so back in the 90s and early 2000s, gaming consoles had built-in security to prevent piracy. You couldn't just burn a game onto a blank disc and play it. The console would check for legitimate authorization and reject copies.
Okay, I said slowly. He showed me images of circuit boards and small electronic components. Mod chips were tiny pieces of hardware that you physically installed inside the console. They basically told the system to skip the security checks, so you could play burned games, imported titles, homebrew software, anything. And that was illegal. Installing the chip itself was a grey area, but using it to play pirated games was definitely copyright infringement. The bigger issue was that it voided warranties and required serious technical skill. You had to disassemble expensive electronics and solder tiny components onto circuit boards. One mistake could brick a $300 console. So it was skilled labour. Exactly, and people would pay good money for someone who could do it reliably. I'm talking $100 to $200 per modification, back when that was serious money. Danny continued explaining how the same skills translated to other devices. Cable and satellite boxes use similar security systems. Smart cards that authorize access to premium channels. If you could reprogram those cards or bypass the authorization, you could get hundreds of dollars worth of premium TV for free. But that's stealing cable, right? Absolutely. But it was huge business back in the day. There were entire underground communities dedicated to sharing techniques, selling modified equipment, staying ahead of the security updates. So someone with Ronnie's background would know how to fence stolen electronics, how to modify them to avoid detection. Definitely. And more importantly, he'd know the community. These weren't random criminals. They were tech enthusiasts, collectors, people who understood the real value of cutting-edge equipment. Danny leaned forward, his voice dropping. If Ronnie really did steal those prototypes, his old contacts would be the perfect buyers. People who'd pay top dollar for exclusive access to unreleased technology. But they'd also be people who wouldn't hesitate to eliminate him if he became a liability. Or if he tried to cheat them, Danny agreed grimly. The modding community could be pretty ruthless about people who didn't deliver on promises. And we're talking about way more money now. Those stolen prototypes could be worth 10 times what a modded PlayStation was back in the day. We were discussing the implications when I noticed Kevin walking into the cafe. He scanned the room, spotted us, and deliberately chose the table directly beside ours. My stomach dropped. "Really, Vylette?" Kevin said loudly enough for half the cafe to hear. He gestured at Danny with obvious disdain. "You left me for a man who can't even afford shoes?" Danny leaned toward Kevin. "It's called grounding, being connected to the Earth's natural energy. You might want to try it sometime." Kevin snorted derisively. "A man who can't afford shoes and he's a hippie? Perfect." My anger rose immediately, hot and sharp. Danny was wearing his usual bare feet, which was perfectly normal for him and absolutely none of Kevin's business. He works for me. We aren't dating, and you left me. Speaking of leaving, when are you leaving Driftwood Cove? Kevin's smile was cold and calculating. He moved close to our table and then slid into the empty booth alongside us. "I told you, I'm not going anywhere until this murder is solved. Could be months, years even." "The police will solve it," I said firmly. "Will they? Because from what I hear, they're not making much progress. Lots of suspects, lots of motives,
but no clear answers. Lucky for you, I have some ideas about how to move things along. What's that supposed to mean? It means I'm very good at my job, Vylette, and solving complex problems is what I do for a living. Kevin's eyes flicked to Danny, then back to me. Unlike some people who spend their time taking pictures of empty houses and pretending to talk to ghosts. I've seen his Instagram. Danny's jaw tightened, but he kept his voice calm. At least I don't manipulate people and destroy relationships for fun. Manipulate? Kevin laughed. I prefer the term strategic thinking. It's how successful people get ahead in life. Strategic thinking. Is that what you call deliberately sending Vylette a listing you knew would cause problems? Danny asked. Kevin's smile faltered slightly. I don't know what you're talking about. Sure you don't, I said, standing up and gathering my things. Come on, Danny. We have work to do. Running away again? Kevin called after us. That's your solution to everything, isn't it, Vylette? When things get complicated, just run. I turned back to face him, my patience finally exhausted. You know what's complicated, Kevin? Having an ex-boyfriend who won't accept that it's over. But here's the thing. Your opinion of my choices stopped mattering the day you decided I wasn't worth anything. So save your judgments for someone who actually cares what you think. With that, Danny and I walked out of the cafe, leaving Kevin sitting alone at his table. But I could feel his eyes on us through the window as we walked away, and I knew this confrontation was far from over. He's really not going to give up, is he? Danny asked quietly. No, I replied, thinking about Kevin's threat to stay until the murder was solved. Which means we need to make sure we find out who poisoned Ronnie before he finds some other way to insert himself into my life permanently. Chapter 26. After our tense encounter with Kevin at the cafe, Danny and I decided we needed to get a better understanding of Ronnie's past from someone who'd actually lived with him. Winifred might not have been the most forthcoming during our previous conversations, but armed with what we'd learned from Daisy and Roger, I felt like we could ask more pointed questions. Let's go talk to Winifred, I suggested, as we walked back to our cars. If Ronnie really was involved in all this illegal modification stuff for decades, she had to know something about it. Good idea, Danny agreed. Even if she was trying to ignore his activities, you can't live with someone for years without picking up details. We were halfway to Lighthouse Bay when my phone buzzed with a text message. I pulled over to check it, and my heart leapt when I saw it was from Patricia and David Morse, a retired couple who'd toured the house yesterday. Very interested in the Brass property, planning to make an offer tomorrow. We'll call first thing in the morning to discuss terms. Danny, look at this, I said, showing him the message. I might actually have a legitimate buyer for Winifred's house. That's great news, Danny said. Seems my photography was great bait. Possibly. Winifred's going to be thrilled, I said, restarting the car. This could be exactly what she needs to hear right now. We found Winifred at her rental cottage, looking like she'd been having a lazy Sunday afternoon. She answered the door in casual clothes, yoga pants and an oversized sweater, and seemed pleased to see us. Vylette, what a nice surprise. Come in, please. Oh, and Danny, isn't it? Danny gave a nod. That's right. I have wonderful news, I said, as we settled in her living room. I just heard from one of yesterday's open house visitors. They're planning to make an offer on your house tomorrow. Winifred's face lit up with genuine excitement. Really? Oh, that's fantastic. Who are they? What kind of offer are we talking about? Patricia and David Morse, a retired couple from Portland. They seemed very serious about the property, asked all the right questions about maintenance and taxes. I suspect they'll come in close to asking price." "This is exactly what I needed to hear," Winifred said, clasping her hands together. "I was starting to worry that all the negative publicity from Ronnie's situation would scare buyers away." "Actually," Danny said, "that's part of why we're here. We've been learning more about Ronnie's background, and we thought you might be able to fill in some details." Winifred's expression became more guarded. "What does this have to do with selling my house?" Vylette thought fast. "We want to make sure there aren't any complications with the sale. Sometimes the slightest thing can put off a buyer. The more we know, the more prepared we can be. There's another reason too." Danny stared at me, obviously wondering what I was going to say, and Winifred was blinking her long lashes quickly. "What's that?" Winifred asked. "Some people came to the open home, and I don't think they were real buyers, and it seems they were there for something else. Which is why I have to ask you this next question, which might seem a little odd, but bear with me. We heard that Ronnie had some technical skills, electronics, computer modifications, that sort of thing. Did he ever mention work he did on gaming systems or cable equipment?" Winifred was quiet for a long moment, and I could see her weighing how much to reveal. "You have to understand, this was years ago, back when we first got married, before he became so obsessed with his own gaming, which, I might add, led to the downfall of our marriage." "What exactly did he do?" Danny asked. "He had a little side business. People would bring him PlayStation consoles, Xbox systems, even some cable boxes. He'd modify them somehow. I never understood the technical details, but people paid him good money for it. He'd give the money to me and I'd invest it." "Did you know it was illegal?" I asked. Winifred's cheeks flushed slightly. "I suspected it wasn't entirely above board, but Ronnie always said it was a grey area, that he wasn't actually stealing anything, just modifying equipment people already owned." "How long did this go on?" "A few years, maybe. Then he got spooked by something. I think one of his clients got in trouble with the law, and he stopped taking that kind of work. Or at least, he stopped doing it openly." "So, you think people have come back to his house? For what?" "I'm not sure. I'm trying to piece things together. Did he ever mention specific names? Clients who might have been unhappy with his work?" Winifred hesitated, then seemed to make a decision. "There was one man who caused problems. Marcus something. Marcus Webb, I think. He claimed Ronnie had botched a modification and demanded his money back. Ronnie refused, said the client had damaged the equipment himself." My pulse quickened. Marcus Webb, the same man who'd shown up at the house looking for Winifred, claiming Ronnie had cheated him out of $50,000. "What happened with Marcus?" I asked. Ronnie was terrified of him. He said Marcus had connections to some very dangerous people. Ronnie even talked about going to the police, but he was afraid they'd prosecute him for the illegal modifications. "When was this?" I asked. "Recently, maybe 6 months ago. Marcus had been calling, leaving threatening messages. Ronnie was convinced the man would try to hurt him." Danny leaned forward. "Did Ronnie ever mention what kind of work he'd done for Marcus? What did he botch?" "I don't think he botched anything. They made that part up. I remember Ronnie said it was the biggest job he'd ever taken on, worth more money than all his other clients combined. But something went wrong, and Marcus, and the people Marcus was working for, blamed him for losing a fortune." The pieces were starting to fit together. If Marcus Webb had paid Ronnie for some kind of high-value modification or equipment deal, and something had gone wrong... "Winifred," I said carefully, Have you told the police about Marcus Webb? No. The threatening calls stopped months ago, and I assumed Marcus had moved on. He never mentioned it again. You need to tell Jack Sullivan about this, I said firmly. A man who was making threats against Ronnie 6 months ago is definitely relevant to the murder investigation. Someone came looking for you when I was at your house with a buyer. He said he was Marcus Webb. Winifred nodded, looking troubled. You should have told me right away. I nodded. I should have, but I also shouldn't have been at her house when Marcus came there. You're right, of course. I'll call him first thing tomorrow. Good, I replied. We were preparing to leave when Winifred suddenly stopped us. Actually, there's something else I should probably mention. I found out yesterday that Ronnie had a life insurance policy. A big one. $500,000. I'm sorry, but we overheard that at the funeral. Yes, Billy created quite a scene. He thought the policy was for $200,000, and it turns out it was closer to $500,000. Danny gave a low whistle. That's a lot of money. I was sure the policy had been cancelled years ago, Winifred continued, not meeting our eyes. Ronnie never told me he changed the name to leave it all to me. Danny and I sat in stunned silence. $500,000 was serious money, serious enough to kill for. When did you find out about this? I asked. At the funeral. When I got home, I called the insurance company. They confirmed it all and told me how much it was for. They'd heard about Ronnie's death and wanted to start the claims process. Winifred's laugh was hollow. I was as shocked as anyone. I had no idea. It was exactly like something out of a crime novel, and it made Winifred look guilty as hell. She could have known about it. We only had her word for it, but it was funny she was making sure we had her side of the story. Winifred sighed miserably. I never wanted any of this. His death, the insurance money, any of it. I just wanted to move on with my life, start a new life with my new friend Gus. I'm so lucky to have found him. I can't wait to leave Lighthouse Bay behind us. We chatted a little more before we left. I assured her I'd inform her as soon as a formal offer was made on the house. As Danny and I drove back to Driftwood Cove, neither of us spoke for several minutes. Finally, Danny broke the silence. So let me get this straight, he said. Winifred got the house and the divorce, then she gets a $500,000 life insurance payout, and she wants us to believe she had no idea about the insurance money. It does seem convenient, I agreed. But would she really volunteer that information if she was guilty? She didn't volunteer it. The son blurted it all out at the funeral. I thought about Winifred's behaviour since Ronnie's death, her cold reaction, her eagerness to sell the house, her matter-of-fact attitude about the funeral arrangements. Or maybe, I said slowly, someone else killed Ronnie, and Winifred is just an incredibly lucky ex-wife. Billy could have killed his father thinking he'd get the money. Sounds like he didn't care much about his father. We already know he wasn't at home like he'd told the police. Either way, Danny said, we need to tell Jack Sullivan about both revelations. Marcus Webb's threats and the life insurance policy are exactly the kind of information the police need to know. Everyone knows about the policy. Jack was at the funeral, and Winifred said she'd tell him about the threats. Danny raised an eyebrow. What? I asked. Seems you don't want to talk with Officer Sullivan. Could there be a reason for that? Don't be ridiculous. Now you're going all red. Jill says you've got a crush on him. I laughed. Jill's not right about everything. Prove me wrong then. Call him, because Winifred might not, and then how would you feel if Winifred was found dead? I grunted and pulled the car over to the side of the road while I called. Chapter 27. Jack answered on the second ring. Sullivan. Jack, it's Vylette. Danny and I just spoke with Winifred Brass, and we learnt some things you need to know about. Can we meet somewhere? How urgent are we talking? Murder investigation urgent. We have information about potential threats against Ronnie. There was a pause. Meet me at the station in 20 minutes. I'll be waiting. Okay. I ended the call and looked over at Danny. Happy? I would be happier if you met somewhere more cosy. Well, good luck with it all. Let me out here. I'll walk the rest of the way while you go on your date. Oh no, you're coming with me. No. Yes, you are. It was your idea. I'll be like a third wheel, Danny said. Don't be like that. This isn't a date. This is nothing like it. Not if you're bringing me. The Driftwood Cove station was a small, efficient building that reflected the practical nature of small-town law enforcement. Jack met us in the lobby and led us to a conference room where he could take notes properly. What did you find out? He asked, pulling out his notebook. I started with Marcus Webb, recounting Winifred's revelation about the threatening phone calls and Ronnie's fear of the man's dangerous connections. Jack's expression grew more serious as I described the expensive job that had apparently gone wrong, costing Marcus a fortune. 6 months of threats, Jack muttered, making notes. And she never thought to mention this before. She said she didn't think it was relevant because the calls had stopped, Danny explained. Threats against a murder victim are always relevant, Jack said grimly. What's this about a financial motive? Oh, just the insurance money, but you already know about that. Jack stopped writing and looked up sharply. She never disclosed to me it was that much. Of course, we all heard Ronnie's son at the funeral. What do you think? Danny asked. Jack leaned back in his chair, considering. Professionally, I think we now have 2 very strong suspects with clear motives. Marcus Webb has a history of threats, and he's connected to what can only be considered as a crime boss. Winifred stands to become a wealthy woman. And I'm looking at another couple of suspects too that we haven't spoken about. My phone buzzed with an incoming call. I glanced at the screen and saw Winifred's name. Speak of the devil, I said, showing Jack the caller ID. Should I answer? Go ahead, but put it on speaker and don't let on I'm here. I accepted the call and switched to speaker mode. Hello, Winifred. Vylette, I'm so sorry to bother you, but I had a question about tomorrow's offer. If the buyers do make an acceptable offer, is it possible for me to sign the contract digitally, over the internet? I frowned. Well, yes, electronic signatures are legally binding, but it's really not a problem for me to bring the paperwork to you. That's part of my service. Oh, that's very kind, but I might be going on a vacation soon. A little getaway to clear my head after everything that happened. Jack's eyebrows shot up, and he gestured for me to keep her talking. A vacation? I asked. That sounds lovely. Where are you going? I'm not sure yet. Maybe somewhere warm. Florida, or perhaps the Caribbean. I just need to get away from all this unpleasantness. When are you planning to leave? As soon as possible. If I don't come back, I'll just pay someone to empty out the house before closing. Jack was now writing furiously, his expression darkening with each word. Well, let's see what the buyers offer tomorrow before we make any decisions about signing procedures. I'll be back in touch as soon as I hear from them. Of course, I just wanted to explore all the options. Thank you for being so understanding, Vylette. Bye for now. Bye. I ended the call. She's leaving town. I can't stop her, Jack said. That's incredibly suspicious timing, Danny murmured. This changes things. Between the convenient insurance surprise and now wanting to flee to the Caribbean, Winifred just moved up on my list. But what about Marcus Webb? Danny asked. Oh, I'm still bringing him in for questioning, but threatening phone calls from 6 months ago versus setting up an escape plan right after your ex-husband's murder. Jack shook his head. One of those feels a lot more immediate. So you think Winifred killed Ronnie? I asked. I think Winifred is acting like someone who committed murder and is trying to cash in before anyone figures it out, Jack replied. The question is whether she's smart enough to pull it off, or if she's about to make a mistake that lands her in prison. You said before that he was poisoned. That's right. What kind of poison and how fast-acting was it? I asked. Succinylcholine. It's a paralytic. It's often used in hospitals, but it could have been stolen. But please keep this information to yourself. The press keeps sniffing around, and the less they know, the better. We'll keep it quiet, Danny said. As I drove Danny back to his van, I told him, I saw Jack's mother the other day. She told me Winifred works in the nursing home a couple of days a week. You mean she'd have access to that paralytic Jack was talking about? Yes. Surely she'd be around a lot of medical stuff. Do you think she's leaving town because she's guilty? Or is she just panicking about being a suspect now that the insurance has come into play? Danny asked. I don't know, I admitted. But innocent people don't usually plan Caribbean vacations right after their exes are found murdered on their property. And she's got that new boyfriend to spur her on. Chapter 28. The next morning brought the call I'd been hoping for. Patricia Morse phoned at 8:30 sharp with an offer on the Brass property. $700,000, just $25,000 under asking price. Thank you for the offer, I told her professionally. Let me go over the details with you. $700,000 is a bit on the light side. We're asking $725,000. What's your timeline for closing, and will you be doing inspections? We'd like to close in 3 weeks, Patricia replied, and we're waiving inspections. We've done our research on the property and we're comfortable moving forward as is. We don't mind about what happened in the guest house, but a lot of other people might. For that reason, we aren't prepared to go any higher. No inspections was music to my ears, given everything that had happened at the property. Let me contact Mrs. Brass immediately and get back to you. Oh, and we'll meet you at the property to sign the contract. We just want another look, Patricia said. That's fine. I'll meet you there at 2. I tried Winifred's cell phone first, but it went straight to voicemail. Her rental cottage phone rang without answer. Finally, I called the main number for every hotel in Lighthouse Bay until I found her at the Harbour View Inn. Winifred, it's Vylette. I have an excellent offer. Oh, wonderful. Please tell me there are no conditions. I outlined the Morses' proposal, emphasising the strong price and quick timeline. There was a brief pause before Winifred responded. I accept, she said immediately. Whatever paperwork needs to be signed, let's get it done today. Are you sure you don't want to negotiate? We might be able to get them up to asking price. I had to give her that option. No, that's perfect. I just want to move forward as quickly as possible. Her eagerness was almost breathtaking. It won't take me long to get the paperwork together. Are you still leaving town? I'm not. I'm just staying at a hotel for a few days. The cottage I was renting was feeling claustrophobic. I wasn't entirely convinced that's why she had moved location. All right, I'll call the Morses and set up the final walkthrough they asked for, and then we can handle the paperwork. I called Patricia Morse back with the good news, and we arranged to meet later at the house. Everything seemed to be falling into place perfectly. Too perfectly, as it turned out. I took Gavin, the other agent in the office, with me because I didn't want to go alone. We arrived at the Brass property a few minutes early to make sure everything was presentable for the Morses' final walkthrough. I unlocked the front door and immediately knew something was wrong. There were muddy footprints in the hallway that hadn't been there during yesterday's open house. "Someone's been here," I whispered to Gavin. We moved carefully through the main floor, checking each room. The living room looked normal, as did the kitchen and dining area. But when we reached the hallway leading to the bedrooms, we heard sounds coming from upstairs. Gavin and I exchanged glances. The Morses weren't due for another 10 minutes, and Winifred was supposedly at her hotel. "Should we call the police?" Gavin whispered. Before I could answer, footsteps echoed from the second floor, and a man's voice muttered something unintelligible. The footsteps moved toward the staircase. "Hide," I hissed, pulling Gavin into the coat closet near the front door. Through the slats in the closet door, I watched a familiar figure descend the stairs. Marcus Webb. He was carrying what looked like a small electronic device and seemed frustrated about something. He paused at the bottom of the stairs, looking around the main floor like he was deciding where to search next. That's when the Morses' car pulled into the driveway. Marcus heard it too and quickly moved toward the back of the house, probably looking for a rear exit. I waited until I heard the back door close, then emerged from the closet with Gavin close behind. "Was that," Gavin asked, "the man who claimed Ronnie cheated him out of $50,000? The Morses approached the front door, looking excited about their potential new home. Patricia was carrying a folder of what appeared to be inspection reports and financing documents. "Vylette!" Patricia called out cheerfully. "We're so excited they accepted the price." "Wonderful," I replied, trying to hide my concern about what Marcus Webb had been doing in their future home. "Come in, and please take all the time you need." As the Morses began their systematic examination of the property, checking light switches, testing faucets, measuring rooms for furniture placement, I excused myself and called Danny over to the kitchen. "We need to figure out what Marcus was looking for," I said quietly, "and whether he found it." "Should we search the house?" Gavin asked. "After the Morses leave. Right now, I just want to get this sale completed before anything else goes wrong." But the Morses, unfortunately, were very thorough buyers. They spent nearly an hour going through every room, every closet, every storage space. When they finally reached the hallway, Patricia pointed to the access panel that was slightly askew. "Is that supposed to be loose?" she asked. I looked at the panel Danny and I had replaced after our crawl space adventure several days ago. It had definitely been disturbed again. "Oh, that's just access to some of the house's mechanical systems," I said, trying to sound casual. "The previous owner probably had maintenance work done recently." David Morse, however, was the type of buyer who noticed details. "Mind if I take a quick look? I like to understand a property's infrastructure." Before I could object, he was opening the panel and shining his phone's flashlight into the space beyond. "Interesting. There's quite a bit of storage space back here. Looks like someone's been using it recently. There are disturbed areas in the dust." My heart sank. If the Morses discovered evidence of people searching the house, they might get nervous about the purchase. Some of the previous owner's belongings were stored there temporarily, I improvised. Everything's been cleared out for the sale. Patricia and David seemed satisfied with this explanation, but I made a mental note to check that access panel thoroughly after they left. The Morses completed their walkthrough and declared themselves ready to proceed with the purchase. We moved to the dining room table, where I spread out all the necessary paperwork. "This is so exciting," Patricia said, signing her name with a flourish. "We've been looking for the perfect waterfront in Driftwood Cove for 2 years. We didn't think of looking in Lighthouse Bay. I'm not sure why. I'm glad we did, because this is perfect." "It's a beautiful house," I agreed, though I was thinking more about hidden storage spaces and mysterious intruders than architectural details. As David signed the final documents, he looked up with a slightly puzzled expression. "I have to ask, is it normal for properties to have multiple people searching through them during the sale process? Because we definitely saw someone leaving through the back door when we arrived." Gavin and I exchanged glances. "Multiple people?" I asked. "Well, there was the man who left when we got here, and during our inspection, we heard sounds from the basement. Footsteps, like someone was moving around down there." My blood ran cold. Marcus Webb had been upstairs when we arrived, but someone else had been in the basement during the Morses' walkthrough. "Oh, that was just the removalists. Excuse me for just a moment," I said, standing up from the table. "Gavin, could you help me check something?" We moved quickly toward the basement stairs, our footsteps echoing in the empty house. The basement was dark and cool, with that musty smell that comes from concrete walls and minimal ventilation. Gavin pulled out his phone's flashlight, and we began searching the space systematically. Near the furnace, we found evidence that someone had been moving storage boxes and examining the area behind the water heater. But whoever it was had already left. 2 different people, Gavin said quietly. Marcus Webb upstairs and someone else down here. "Looking for the same thing," I replied. "What?" Gavin asked. I sighed. "A stolen prototype, I think." Gavin frowned at me. "It's a long story." He shook his head. "Nothing ever happened like this when I worked for Baz Matthews." "Want to go back?" I asked. He grinned. "Never." We returned to the dining room, where the Morses were patiently waiting with their signed contracts. "Everything all right?" Patricia asked. "Just checking the furnace settings for the new owners," I said, with a smile that felt completely fake. "All set." But as we finalised the sale and shook hands with the Morses, I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd just sold them a house that was still very much the centre of a dangerous game. And the players were getting more desperate with each passing day. After the Morses left, Gavin and I decided to take one more look around the house. The fact that multiple people had been searching the property even after the police investigation suggested that whatever Ronnie had hidden was still there, waiting to be found. Unless the intruders had found it. "We need to figure out what Marcus was looking for," I said quietly, "and whether he found it." "Should we search the house?" Gavin asked. "After the Morses leave. Right now, I just want to get this sale completed before anything else goes wrong." But the Morses, unfortunately, were very thorough buyers. They spent nearly an hour going through every room, every closet, every storage space. When they finally reached the hallway, Patricia pointed to the access panel that was slightly askew. "Is that supposed to be loose?" she asked. I looked at the panel Danny and I had replaced after our crawl space adventure several days ago. It had definitely been disturbed again. Oh, that's just access to some of the house's mechanical systems, I said, trying to sound casual. The previous owner probably had maintenance work done recently. David Morse, however, was the type of buyer who noticed details. Mind if I take a quick look? I like to understand a property's infrastructure. Before I could object, he was opening the panel and shining his phone's flashlight into the space beyond. Interesting. There's quite a bit of storage space back here. Looks like someone's been using it recently. There are disturbed areas in the dust. My heart sank. If the Morses discovered evidence of people searching the house, they might get nervous about the purchase. Some of the previous owner's belongings were stored there temporarily, I improvised. Everything's been cleared out for the sale. Patricia and David seemed satisfied with this explanation, but I made a mental note to check that access panel thoroughly after they left. The Morses completed their walkthrough and declared themselves ready to proceed with the purchase. We moved to the dining room table, where I spread out all the necessary paperwork. "This is so exciting," Patricia said, signing her name with a flourish. "We've been looking for the perfect waterfront in Driftwood Cove for 2 years. We didn't think of looking in Lighthouse Bay. I'm not sure why. I'm glad we did, because this is perfect." "It's a beautiful house," I agreed, though I was thinking more about hidden storage spaces and mysterious intruders than architectural details. As David signed the final documents, he looked up with a slightly puzzled expression. "I have to ask, is it normal for properties to have multiple people searching through them during the sale process? Because we definitely saw someone leaving through the back door when we arrived." Gavin and I exchanged glances. "Multiple people?" I asked. "Well, there was the man who left when we got here, and during our inspection, we heard sounds from the basement. Footsteps, like someone was moving around down there." My blood ran cold. Marcus Webb had been upstairs when we arrived, but someone else had been in the basement during the Morses' walkthrough. "Oh, that was just the removalists. Excuse me for just a moment," I said, standing up from the table. "Gavin, could you help me check something?" We moved quickly toward the basement stairs, our footsteps echoing in the empty house. The basement was dark and cool, with that musty smell that comes from concrete walls and minimal ventilation. Gavin pulled out his phone's flashlight, and we began searching the space systematically. Near the furnace, we found evidence that someone had been moving storage boxes and examining the area behind the water heater. But whoever it was had already left. 2 different people, Gavin said quietly. Marcus Webb upstairs and someone else down here. "Looking for the same thing," I replied. "What?" Gavin asked. I sighed. "A stolen prototype, I think." Gavin frowned at me. "It's a long story." He shook his head. "Nothing ever happened like this when I worked for Baz Matthews." "Want to go back?" I asked. He grinned. "Never." We returned to the dining room, where the Morses were patiently waiting with their signed contracts. "Everything all right?" Patricia asked. "Just checking the furnace settings for the new owners," I said, with a smile that felt completely fake. "All set?" But as we finalised the sale and shook hands with the Morses, I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd just sold them a house that was still very much the centre of a dangerous game. And the players were getting more desperate with each passing day. After the Morses left, Gavin and I decided to take one more look around the house. The fact that multiple people had been searching the property even after the police investigation suggested that whatever Ronnie had hidden was still there, waiting to be found. Unless the intruders had found it.
I was unsettled about something. Gavin had another appointment, so when he left, I called Danny to meet me and told him everything that had happened. I keep thinking about what my equipment picked up that night, Danny said as we stood in the guest house doorway. You mean the "look in the crawl space" message? Not just that. There was something else. Something I didn't mention because it seemed random at the time. Danny pulled out his phone and scrolled through his notes. The spirit box picked up the phrase "Oslo betrayed" multiple times. I thought it was just electronic interference, but now... Oslo betrayed, as in Oslo Hendricks was betrayed by someone. That's what I'm thinking. What if Oslo wasn't just a buyer of stolen prototypes? What if he was Ronnie's partner in stealing them? Someone might have betrayed them. Ronnie was killed. What if Oslo might be next? I sighed. What should we do? What if I call and ask us to meet him here? Around where Ronnie used to live, he might feel he can trust us to tell us what we need to know. I don't know. It feels like a long shot. Trust me. I heard the name Oslo and betrayed. It would make perfect sense for Oslo and Ronnie to team up. We've got those receipts we found too. I thought for a moment. I suppose we have nothing to lose. Exactly. Chapter 29. Danny picked up his phone and called Oslo and told him about the equipment he found in the house. He continued with, "Could you meet us at the house in about an hour? I have the keys from the realtor. The ex-wife doesn't want it. You know Ronnie's address?" "Absolutely. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Don't let anyone else see it." "I won't. You'll get first choice." After he ended the call, Danny looked at me. "You lied?" "I had to." Oslo's beat-up sedan pulled into the driveway exactly 50 minutes later. He emerged from the car looking eager, but trying to appear casual, his usual nervous energy focused into anticipation. He approached Danny and I were waiting just outside the front door. "Hi, Danny. Thanks for thinking of me for this." "Of course," Danny said as they shook hands. "This is Vylette, the realtor selling the place." I smiled at him, and he gave me a nod. I figured a real collector would appreciate these more than some random auction bidder, Danny said, opening the door. We led Oslo inside and closed the door behind us. "So, where exactly did you find these pieces?" Oslo asked, looking around the living room with barely contained excitement. "Well," I said slowly, "before we talk about equipment, there's something we need to ask you about. When Danny was doing his paranormal investigation here, his equipment picked up some interesting messages, and it led us to a few conclusions." Oslo's expression shifted slightly, the eager anticipation replaced by wariness. "Messages?" "That's right," Danny confirmed. "Specifically, the phrase, 'Oslo betrayed,' came through multiple times. It's about the only thing I could make out." The change in Oslo was immediate and dramatic. His casual demeanour evaporated, replaced by something much more dangerous, a cold, calculating assessment of the situation. "That's impossible," he said quietly. "Ronnie is dead. He can't say anything about anything anymore." Danny frowned at him. "I thought you were open-minded about this kind of thing." Oslo's mask finally slipped completely. He let out a bitter laugh. "I didn't betray him. He betrayed me. Ronnie was an idiot. He had no vision, no understanding of what those prototypes were really worth. I spent months setting up that theft, cultivating contacts inside the distribution centre, arranging buyers who would pay premium prices for exclusive access to unreleased gaming technology. And what does Ronnie do? He decides he wants to keep them as trophies, like some kind of private gaming museum. I couldn't have him ruining everything I worked so hard for."
Danny and I exchanged alarmed glances. We had Ronnie's message all wrong. Oslo kept talking. I tried to reason with him first. I explained we had buyers lined up, serious collectors who would pay hundreds of thousands for these prototypes. But Ronnie got greedy. He wanted to cut me out entirely, said I was just the middleman and he was the one taking all the risks. But that didn't work, I said, encouraging him to keep talking. No. So I had to get creative. I poisoned him. Something that would paralyze him but leave him conscious. I thought if he couldn't move but could still talk, I could convince him to tell me where he'd hidden the prototypes. Maybe even pretend I had an antidote if he'd cooperate. Danny had his hand in his pocket, and I guessed he was recording the conversation. Where are the prototypes now? Oslo shook his head. You tell me. And it was only one prototype. I knew this was heading in the wrong direction. He was in business with Ronnie, but we didn't know he'd killed him. Now we were alone in a house with a killer. When Marcus Webb gets arrested for Ronnie's murder, this whole thing will be over. The police will stop looking for other suspects, and I'll find the prototype if it's the last thing I do. Danny and I were silent. Oslo continued. You two have created a problem for me. He reached into his jacket and pulled out what looked like a small electronic device. What is that? Danny asked, though I had a sinking feeling I already knew. A gun I created, Oslo said, holding up what looked like a plastic pistol with some metal components. It's completely unregistered. I printed most of it on a 3D printer and finished it with a few metal parts. Ronnie's idea, actually, though he intended it for protection, not this. It fires real bullets, won't show up in any databases, and the barrel's designed to degrade slightly with each shot so ballistics can't match it to multiple crime scenes. The full horror of the situation hit me. Oslo had planned for this possibility. He'd come prepared to eliminate any threats to his scheme. So why didn't you just use that on Ronnie? I asked, desperately trying to buy time. I needed him conscious and able to talk. Hard to get information from a corpse. His expression darkened. You probably should have used a different poison, Danny said. Hard to talk when you're paralyzed. This seemed to infuriate Oslo, and he pointed the gun directly at Danny. People know we're here, I said quickly, backing toward the door. Detective Sullivan is on his way. Is he? I somehow doubt that. But even if he is, by the time anyone thinks to look for you, this will all be over. Oslo raised the gun, and I knew we were out of time for talking. That's when things began to happen. Every light fixture in the room began flickering wildly. The temperature plummeted so quickly that our breath became visible in the suddenly frigid air, and from somewhere in the walls came a sound like rushing wind mixed with the groaning of old timber under stress. Oslo looked around in confusion and growing alarm. What the hell? The front door flew open with enough force to rattle the windows. Ronnie's got something to say, it seems, Danny said grimly. Oslo pointed the gun at Danny, and an antique brass candlestick from the mantelpiece flew across the room with impossible accuracy, striking Oslo's hand and sending the weapon skittering across the hardwood floor. Oslo dove for the gun, but the house had other ideas. The hardwood floor beneath his feet became as slippery as ice, sending him sliding helplessly toward the far wall. Picture frames rattled on their hooks, and the overhead chandelier swayed ominously. "Run!" I shouted to Danny. That's when we heard the sirens. Oslo heard them too, and his face transformed into a mask of pure rage. He managed to regain his footing and started moving toward us again, abandoning the gun in favour of a more direct approach. If I'm going down, he snarled, I'm taking you both with me. The living room's massive Persian rug suddenly bunched up beneath his feet like a living thing, sending him sprawling. As he tried to get up, every drawer in the antique sideboard shot open simultaneously, creating a barricade between him and us. The sirens were getting closer, and blue and red lights flashed through the windows. Oslo made one last desperate attempt to reach the gun, but the chandelier chose that moment to come crashing down, missing him by inches, but effectively pinning him behind the fallen fixture and scattered furniture. Jack Sullivan burst through with his weapon drawn, followed by 2 other officers. "Everybody freeze!" Jack shouted, then stopped short as he took in the scene. Oslo trapped behind overturned furniture and the fallen chandelier, Danny and me standing unharmed near the door, and the general chaos that looked like a small tornado had swept through the room. "What happened here?" Jack immediately moved toward me. "He confessed to murdering Ronnie," I said, still shaking from the encounter, "and he was going to kill us to keep us quiet." Jack's hands gently gripped my shoulders, his blue eyes scanning me for injuries. "Are you hurt? Did he touch you?" "No, we're fine. Ronnie led us to the truth." "This is incredible," Danny exclaimed, pulling out his phone to show Jack the recording. "Not only did I capture the paranormal activity, but I got his entire confession on audio." Jack looked around at the supernatural destruction, then back at Oslo, who was now sitting on the floor looking dazed and defeated. "Oslo Hendricks," Jack said, reluctantly leaving my side to pull out handcuffs. "You're under arrest for the murder of Ronnie Brass. And thanks to Danny here, it seems we have your full confession recorded." As the officers took Oslo into custody, he looked back at me with pure hatred in his eyes. "This isn't over," he said quietly. "You have no idea what you've interfered with." Jack stepped protectively in front of me. "That sounds like a threat, Oslo. We'll add that to your charges." After Oslo was loaded into the police car and the other officers drove away with him, Jack turned back to Danny and me. "Why was he here?" I grimaced. "Well, we thought he might have been in business with Ronnie, and we wanted to know more. We never thought he was the killer. I thought it was Billy or someone else." Danny beamed. "I've never documented anything like this before. A murder solved by paranormal investigation." "I'm driving you to your Aunt Lily's," Jack said firmly to me. "You shouldn't be alone tonight after what just happened." "I'm fine, really." "Vylette," his voice was gentle but determined. "Please, let me do this." Danny was still marvelling at the scene, taking photos of the overturned furniture. "I'll need to document all of this properly. The EMF readings during that manifestation must have been off the charts." "Will you be okay locking up, Danny?" I asked. "Absolutely. This is the find of a lifetime for paranormal research." As Jack led me to his car, I looked back at Ronnie's house one last time. The supernatural activity had completely stopped, and the house looked peaceful for the first time since I'd been there. "Thank you, Ronnie," I whispered. I could have sworn I felt a gentle, approving presence brush past me in response. Some forces, it seemed, were more powerful than greed and murder, and in Driftwood Cove, those forces were apparently on the side of justice. Chapter 30. Jack insisted on walking me to Aunt Lily's front door, despite my protests that I was perfectly capable of managing the 10 steps from his patrol car to the porch. Aunt Lily must have been watching through the window because she had the door open before we even reached it. "Vylette!" She pulled me into a fierce hug before I could say a word, then looked over my shoulder at Jack with maternal concern. "Officer Sullivan, thank you for bringing her safely." "Of course. I'll need to get a formal statement from Vylette tomorrow, but tonight she should just rest." "She certainly will," Aunt Lily said firmly, already steering me toward the living room. I'll take good care of her. Jack hesitated at the doorway. If you need anything at all, call me immediately. We will, Aunt Lily assured him. Now go catch the rest of those criminals. After Jack left, Aunt Lily bustled around her cosy living room like a mother hen preparing a nest. She pulled her softest throw blanket from the back of the sofa and wrapped it around my shoulders, then disappeared into the kitchen. Sit, she called out. Don't move. I'm making soup. I sank into her comfortable couch, suddenly feeling the exhaustion that adrenaline had been holding at bay. The familiar comfort of Aunt Lily's home, with its warm lighting, well-worn furniture, and the lingering scent of her homemade bread, made the events at the Brass house seem almost surreal. Aunt Lily returned with a steaming bowl of what appeared to be chicken noodle soup and a small bottle of over-the-counter pain relievers. Eat, she commanded, setting the bowl on the coffee table in front of me. And take a couple of these for the shock. Or, if you need something stronger, I have some leftover painkillers from when I had my tooth pulled. I'm fine, Aunt Lily. The soup will do. I accepted the spoon she thrust into my hand and took a tentative sip. The warm, salty broth was exactly what I needed. Fine? Aunt Lily settled into her favourite armchair and fixed me with that sharp look that had seen through every childhood fib I'd ever attempted. Honey, you just nearly got murdered by a man with a taser. That's not fine. It was weird, I admitted, taking another spoonful of soup. The whole thing was like something out of a movie. Oslo confessing, then trying to kill us, then the house going crazy. The house going crazy? Aunt Lily leaned forward, her expression shifting from concern to alarm. What do you mean, the house going crazy? I told her everything. The lights flickering, the temperature dropping, furniture moving on its own, the chandelier falling at just the right moment to trap Oslo. Aunt Lily listened with growing horror. That settles it, she said when I finished. I'm going over there tomorrow with my sage bundles. That place needs a serious spiritual cleansing. I couldn't help but laugh, though it came out a little shaky. Aunt Lily, that house saved our lives tonight. If anything, we should be thanking whatever spirits are in there. Spirits are still spirits, and they don't belong in the world of the living, Aunt Lily said firmly. Besides, if that place is attracting murderers and causing supernatural chaos, it's not safe for anyone. Well, we'll have to check for property damage first, I said practically. That chandelier probably did some serious harm to the hardwood floors. I'll assess it tomorrow, and if it makes you happy, you can sage to your heart's content. It will make me very happy, Aunt Lily declared. And maybe we should sage your office again too, just to be safe. One sage intervention at a time, I said, managing a real smile. Let's see how the Brass house responds first. Aunt Lily refilled my soup bowl without asking, her movements quick and efficient. You know, Vylette, I'm worried about you. I'm fine. No, listen to me. She sat back down, her expression serious. Isn't real estate supposed to be a safe job? Showing houses, handling paperwork, negotiating contracts? When did it start involving dead bodies and murder? I considered her question while I ate more soup. I don't think it's the job that's dangerous. I think it's Driftwood Cove. This place seems to attract complications. Complications? Aunt Lily's eyebrows rose. Honey, finding a leaky faucet is a complication. Getting attacked by killers is something else entirely. But I love it here, I said quietly. Despite the murders and the drama and the supernatural weirdness, I love living here.
I love my business, my new friends. Even the dangerous parts feel more real than anything I had in the city. Aunt Lily studied my face for a long moment, then sighed. I know you do. And I can see how happy you've been since you moved here. It's just, I worry. You're my only niece, and I don't want to lose you to some maniac with a modified gun. You're not going to lose me. I'm tougher than I look, and apparently I have supernatural backup when things get really bad. That's what worries me most of all, Aunt Lily muttered. Relying on ghosts for protection is not a sustainable life plan. Maybe not, but it's working so far. Aunt Lily shook her head, but she was smiling. Finish your soup. You're staying here tonight. No arguments. I'll make up the guest room, and tomorrow we'll go assess the damage and perform a proper spiritual cleansing at that house in Lighthouse Bay. What if the spirits don't want to be cleansed? Then they'll have to take it up with me, Aunt Lily said, with the confidence of someone who never had anything to do with the supernatural. As I curled up on her couch, with a full belly and a warm blanket, surrounded by the safety of Aunt Lily's unconditional love, I realised that maybe she was right to worry. Real estate probably shouldn't involve this much mortal peril. Later, as I drifted off to sleep, I also realised I wouldn't trade my complicated, dangerous, supernatural life in Driftwood Cove for all the safe, boring jobs in the world. Some things were worth the risk. Chapter 31. A few days after Oslo's arrest, I was finally beginning to feel like life in Driftwood Cove might return to normal. The local newspaper had run a front-page story about the prototype theft and murder. Oslo was being held without bail, and the Morse family had proceeded with their house purchase despite the dramatic circumstances. I was reviewing some new listings when the bell above our door chimed and Winifred Brass walked in carrying an enormous bouquet of flowers and a box of what appeared to be expensive chocolates. "Vylette," she said, setting her gifts on Jill's desk. "I wanted to thank you and your wonderful team for everything you've done." "Winifred, this is so thoughtful," Jill said, examining the chocolate box. "But really, we were just doing our job." "Nonsense. You went above and beyond, and I want everyone to know it." Winifred beamed at all of us. "I've written an excellent review on the Driftwood Cove Community Facebook group. 5 stars and a glowing recommendation for Driftwood Cove properties." "That's incredibly generous," I said. "There's something else I want to say. I know you thought I was cold about Ronnie dying. I saw it in your face. I need to explain myself." "No, there's no need to explain. Everyone handles these things differently." "I feel I need to tell you. I've had a lot of loss in my life. I won't go into it, but I've learned to put up walls." I nodded, thinking how hard some losses could be. "I understand. Winifred, can I ask you something? Why did you pretend you were leaving town? The hotel stay, the talk about Caribbean vacations?" Winifred's smile became slightly embarrassed. "I wasn't pretending exactly. I genuinely was considering leaving, but not because I was guilty of anything. I just didn't like all the drama. Police questioning me every other day, reporters calling, neighbours gossiping. I wanted a quiet life without being in the centre of a murder investigation." "That's completely understandable. But now that Oslo's been arrested and everything's settled, Gus and I are moving up north, though, a little town called Devil's Creek. Fresh start, beautiful views, and hopefully much less excitement." "That sounds perfect," I said. For the first time since I'd met her, Winifred seemed genuinely relaxed and happy. "Well, we wish you all the best," I said. "And thank you again for the flowers and chocolates. It's so kind." "You all went above and beyond to help me, even when I wasn't being entirely forthcoming about my feelings and plans. I'll never forget that." Winifred headed for the door, then paused and turned back. "Oh, and Vylette? I hope things work out with you, that handsome police officer. You two would make a lovely couple." Before I could respond to that embarrassing observation, she was gone, leaving me with burning cheeks and a team that was trying very hard not to smirk. "Don't," I warned them. "Not a word." "I wasn't going to say anything," Jill said, "but she's not wrong about—" That's when someone rapped on the window behind me. I turned to see Kevin standing on the sidewalk, gesturing for me to come outside. My good mood evaporated instantly. "What does he want now?" Gavin muttered. "I thought he'd left already," Jill said. "Only one way to find out," I said, grabbing my jacket. I stepped outside where Kevin was waiting with an expression I'd never seen before. A mixture of embarrassment, guilt, and what might have been genuine remorse. "Vylette, I need to talk to you." "Make it fast, Kevin. I have work to do." He took a deep breath like he was steeling himself for something unpleasant. "I wanted to tell you that I'm sorry, but at this time, for the next few years at least, things won't work out between us." I stared at him, wondering if he'd suffered some kind of head injury. "Kevin, did you just break up with me? Because I hate to break it to you, but we broke up over 6 months ago." "I know, but I hoped that maybe we could—" He ran his hands through his hair, destroying his usually perfect styling. "The thing is, there's been a development. Brace yourself for this one." "Go on," I said. He cleared his throat, looked up at the sky and then down at his shoes. Then he mumbled, "I'm going to be a father." "Oh," I said, processing this information. It hit me hard. For so many years I'd imagined myself being the mother of his children. It didn't feel good. "Well, congratulations. I'm sure you and Rachel and the baby will be very happy together." "Rachel? No, she's furious about the whole situation. She doesn't want a baby." "Why would she be furious? You're legally married to her, right?" I asked. He hung his head like a schoolboy caught cheating on a test. "Rachel is not the one who's pregnant. It's my secretary, Danica." I shook my head, not sure whether to laugh or scream. "What? How long was that going on for?" "What does it matter?" Kevin said defensively. "I've made a mess of everything." "You sure have," I agreed. "Well, have fun cleaning it up." I started to walk back toward the office, then paused and turned around. "Oh, and Kevin, you probably should watch your words. A child is a blessing, no matter how it comes into the world." "I never said you made a mess. That's what you said." Kevin looked like he wanted to say something else, but apparently thought better of it. He turned and walked up the street toward his oversized Mercedes, his shoulders slumped in defeat. I watched him drive away, then went back into the office and sat down at my desk, trying to absorb this new information. It was another blow, even though we weren't together. "Everything okay?" Jill asked carefully. "Kevin's having a baby," I said, "with his secretary, while being married to Rachel." The office went silent. "Wow," Danny said finally. "That's complicated." "That's Kevin lately," I replied.
always finding new ways to make simple things incredibly messy. "Are you okay?" Gavin asked. I considered the question seriously. 6 months ago, learning that Kevin was having a baby with someone else would have devastated me. I would have seen it as proof that I wasn't enough, that I'd somehow failed to keep him interested. Now, even though my heart was hurt, my head was telling me to be relieved, that I'd dodged a bullet. You know what? I'm better than okay. I'm free. Jill grinned and opened Winifred's box of chocolates. "I think this calls for a celebration. Chocolate, anyone?" As we shared expensive chocolates and talked about anything except my disaster of an ex-boyfriend, I realised that this was exactly where I belonged. Not in some sterile office, not in a relationship with someone who treated me like a business transaction, but here, in Driftwood Cove, with people who actually cared about me. Kevin's latest mess wasn't my problem to solve. For the first time in 12 years, his problems were entirely his own, and that felt absolutely wonderful. My phone buzzed with an incoming call. I glanced down to see it was Janet, a colleague from my old firm in the city. She was probably calling with fresh gossip about Kevin's exploits. I let it go to voicemail without a second thought. Right now, I had chocolate to enjoy and a life to celebrate. Kevin's drama could wait forever, as far as I was concerned. Chapter 32. 2 days later, I found myself sitting across from Jack Sullivan at Driftwood Cove Cafe, finally able to enjoy coffee without worrying about murderers lurking around every corner. The morning sun streamed through the windows, and for the first time in weeks, Driftwood Cove felt peaceful again. I sipped my coffee and then smiled, remembering something. "Oh, I saw your mother the other day on a scooter, with a friend who also had one. Mobility scooters, I think they call them." Jack chuckled. "She's always out on that thing. You can't keep her indoors for long since she got that." "She looked happy," I said. "She likes you," Jack added, his eyes softening. "Well," I smiled, "I like her too." Jack's grin lingered for a moment before he leaned back in his chair. "She'll be glad to hear that." He took a sip of his coffee, then his expression turned thoughtful. I stirred a spoonful of sugar into my cup, letting the silence settle for a beat. "I still can't believe it was Oslo. He seemed so harmless when Danny described him to me." "Danny met him?" Jack asked. "Well, yes. He went into his shop once." I hoped Jack wouldn't question me more about that. "And he didn't look dangerous or anything," I added. Jack nodded, his blue eyes serious. "That's what made him dangerous. Everyone saw him as this quirky, helpful shop owner who understood gaming culture. Ronnie probably trusted him completely." "So what really happened that night?" Jack pulled out his notebook, though I suspected he had the details memorized by now. Once Oslo confessed, the whole timeline became clear. Ronnie had called Billy that afternoon, asked him to meet halfway between Augusta and Driftwood Cove, said he had something for him. The Nintendo Switch prototype. Exactly. Ronnie was trying to make peace with his son, giving him something valuable as a sort of inheritance. They met at a rest stop on Route 95 around 10 o'clock that night. I felt a pang of sadness for Billy. So his father was actually trying to reconcile with him. Seems like it. Billy said his father said he wanted to give him something that would be worth real money to collectors. The prototype could have sold for $50,000 or more. That's why Billy wasn't home all night. He was driving to meet his father, then driving back. Right, which gave him a perfect alibi once we verified the timeline. Billy got home around 3 in the morning, and Ronnie was killed sometime after midnight. Of course, Billy couldn't tell us that because he'd have to tell us about what his father had given him. I guess that's right. There had to be a very good reason for them meeting. Jack took a sip of his coffee, his expression darkening. Oslo knew about the meeting because Ronnie had called him earlier, bragging about having one of the stolen prototypes. Oslo realised Ronnie was going to expose their whole operation. So he went to the house after Ronnie got home. Oslo was waiting when Ronnie got back from the meeting. They argued about Ronnie giving away the prototype, about Ronnie wanting out of the theft operation. Oslo said things got heated and Jack's voice trailed off. He gave him the poison. Now it all makes sense. Ronnie was protecting his son. He couldn't tell Oslo Billy had it. If he was trying to kill Ronnie, he wouldn't think twice about killing Billy. That's exactly right. I shuddered, thinking about how friendly and understanding Oslo had seemed to Danny. What about all our other suspects? They all looked so guilty. Jack smiled grimly. That's the thing about murder investigations. Everyone has secrets they're trying to hide, even if they're not related to the crime. Like Gus Cooper. At one point, I wondered if he had something to do with it. Gus is exactly what we thought he was. A financial predator targeting Winifred for her money. His criminal history made him look like a killer, but he's just a con man. Though I suspect his relationship with Winifred might be coming to an end. Why? She called me yesterday. Said she's decided to give Billy the $200,000 from the life insurance policy. Apparently, Gus is very unhappy about her throwing away that money. I felt a warm surge of respect for Winifred. That's actually really decent of her. I think finding out the truth about that night, that Ronnie was trying to reconcile with Billy, changed her perspective. She said Billy deserves something from his father's estate. And Billy? Devastated, but grateful. He never expected anything from Winifred, and learning that his father had been trying to make amends, it meant a lot to him. What about the gambling crowd? Tommy Castellano's people? Real debts, real threats, but they had nothing to do with the murder. Ronnie had actually been paying them back with money from selling modified hardware. They were angry about losing their income stream, but not angry enough to kill him. Oh, and before I forget, we picked up Marcus Webb last night. He was threatening someone outside a bar. He's being held for questioning about his links to a major gambling ring. Looks like he won't be bothering anyone for a while. I shook my head, thinking about how many people had reason to dislike Ronnie Brass. Ronnie really did make a lot of enemies. The irony, Jack said, is that Oslo was probably the person who knew him best and understood him most. They were both outcasts in their own way, both obsessed with gaming culture. But greed and fear made Oslo paranoid that Ronnie would betray him. And the whole time, we suspected everyone except the person who was actually guilty. Jack reached across the table and touched my hand briefly. You did good work on this case, Vylette, but please don't ever frighten me like that again. You got too close to some very dangerous men. I just wanted Kevin to leave town, I admitted. Jack laughed. Speaking of which, I heard he left town. I felt a weight lift from my shoulders that I'd been carrying for weeks. Finally. Finally, Jack agreed. Though I have to say, his persistence was impressive. Wrong, but impressive. Some people don't know when to give up. And some people are worth not giving up on, Jack said quietly, his blue eyes meeting mine. I felt my cheeks warm, but before I could respond, Jack's radio crackled with a call about a fender bender on Route 1. Duty calls, he said, standing up and leaving money on the table for our coffee. But maybe we could continue this conversation sometime when I'm not on duty? I'd like that, I said. As Jack left, I sat in the cafe for a few more minutes, processing everything that had happened. Oslo was awaiting trial for murder. Billy had been cleared and would receive money from Winifred to help start over. Gus was likely about to lose his meal ticket when Winifred realised what kind of man he really was. And Kevin was finally, blessedly gone. Most importantly, Driftwood Cove felt like home again, a place where I could build a business, maintain friendships, and maybe even explore whatever was developing with Jack Sullivan. I finished my coffee and headed back to the office, where I knew Jill, Gavin, and maybe even Owen would be waiting to hear all the details. Chapter 33. That night, rain drummed against the windows of Briggs Manor with the same intensity as the night Kevin had first appeared on my doorstep. But this time, I felt nothing but peace as I listened to it. I was curled up in my favourite armchair with a cup of tea and a new novel, the fire crackling cheerfully in the massive stone fireplace. "Quite the storm tonight, lass," the captain observed, materialising near the mantelpiece with his usual dramatic flair. "Reminds me of another recent evening when the weather brought unwelcome visitors to our door." "The difference is," I said, taking a sip of my tea, "tonight I know exactly who's supposed to be here and who isn't." Edgar swooped through the open doorway from the kitchen, landing on the back of my chair with a satisfied ruffle of his feathers. "No more Kevin! No more Kevin!" he cawed gleefully. "That's right," I agreed, reaching up to stroke his glossy black head. "Kevin Hughes has officially exited our lives, stage left, with a secretary, a baby, and more drama than a soap opera." The captain chuckled, the sound echoing through the high-ceilinged room. "I must admit, I'm rather impressed with how that situation resolved itself. Though I maintain that if you'd let me handle things properly from the beginning, we could have saved everyone a great deal of trouble." "Your version of handling things properly would have involved supernatural weather events and possibly drowning," I pointed out. "A few strategic storms never hurt anyone, and that sprinkler incident was merely a gentle warning. You nearly hydroblasted Jack Sullivan into the next town." "The lad proved himself admirably resilient. Besides, any man worthy of your attention should be able to weather a little irregularity." I laughed, remembering Jack's bewildered expression as the sprinkler system seemed to develop a mind of its own. Speaking of Jack, he called earlier to let me know that Oslo officially confessed to everything. Apparently, he'd been planning the prototype theft for over a year, and Ronnie was just supposed to be his inside man for the gaming community connections. "Greed," Edgar pronounced, with the wisdom of someone who'd seen centuries of human folly. "Always greed." "Indeed," the captain agreed. "The desire for easy wealth has been the downfall of many a good man. Though I suspect young Ronnie was far from good to begin with." "Oslo's going to prison for a very long time," I continued. "Jack said the federal investigators are calling it one of the largest gaming industry theft cases they've seen. Those prototypes were worth even more than we thought." "And what of the grieving widow?" the captain asked with a slight smirk. "Winifred is happily planning her new life, enjoying her insurance money and her new man. She sent me a postcard yesterday." Thunder rolled overhead, and I pulled my favourite throw blanket more tightly around myself. The storm outside only made the manor feel more cosy and secure. "It's funny," I mused, watching the rain streak down the windows. "When Kevin showed up that night, I thought my carefully rebuilt life was falling apart. But really, it was just getting tested." And you passed with flying colours, lass, the captain said warmly. You stood your ground, solved the mystery, and sent that scoundrel packing with his tail between his legs. Not me alone. I had help. Edgar preened at the compliment. Good team, good team. The best team, I agreed. My phone buzzed with a text message, and I smiled when I saw Jack's name on the screen. Storm's pretty bad out there. Everything secure at the manor? I typed back. All good here. Old houses are built to weather storms like this. Good to hear. I was worried about you out there alone in that big place. I laughed and showed the message to my ghostly companions. He thinks I'm alone. The captain's expression darkened considerably. I don't approve of visitors, lass, even if they are law enforcement. In my day, we had our share of crooked constables who take a bribe as quick as they take a drink. Why, I remember back in 1847, there was this harbour master in Portsmouth who... Captain, I interrupted before he could launch into a full maritime corruption saga. Jack Sullivan is not a crooked 19th century harbour master. He's a good man. So you say, the captain grumbled. But mark my words, no good comes of letting strange men into a lady's home, badge or no badge. Does that mean you won't behave yourself if he comes to dinner? I asked. Behave myself? The captain's translucent form bristled with indignation. This is my house, lass. I'll conduct myself as I see fit. Perhaps a few minor atmospheric disturbances to remind him he's a guest here. No breezes, no temperature drops, no mysterious sounds, I said firmly. If Jack Sullivan is brave enough to ask me out, the least we can do is let him eat his dinner in peace. Ah! Hot cop date? Edgar squawked, clearly enjoying the captain's discomfort. Maybe, I said, feeling my cheeks warm. We're taking things slowly. The captain settled into his chair with obvious reluctance. In my day, a gentleman would court a lady properly, with chaperones and formal introductions. None of this modern gallivanting about. Times change, Captain, I said gently. Indeed they do, he replied with a disapproving sniff, and not always for the better. Another flash of lightning illuminated the windows, followed by a crack of thunder that seemed to shake the very foundations of the manor. But instead of feeling anxious or unsettled, I felt completely at home. You know what the best part is, I said, looking around at my unusual but beloved companions. This is exactly where I belong. Not in some sterile apartment, not trying to fit into someone else's idea of what my life should look like. Right here, with my friends who've become family. And hot cop, Edgar added helpfully. That too, I agreed with a smile. The storm continued to rage outside, but inside Briggs Manor, all was warm and peaceful and exactly as it should be. I had a successful business, loyal friends, a beautiful home, and the kind of adventure that came from living in a place where even the dead had stories to tell. Kevin Hughes and his complicated mess of a life seemed like a distant memory now, as irrelevant as yesterday's weather. The rain that had brought him to my door had also washed him away, leaving me free to build the future I actually wanted. So, I said, raising my teacup in a mock toast, here's to Driftwood Cove properties, supernatural roommates, and the kind of life that's never boring. To new beginnings, lass, the captain replied grudgingly, raising an invisible glass of his evening brandy. Though I still maintain that young man bears watching. Ah, bye, Kevin, Edgar added, which pretty much summed up my feelings perfectly. Outside, the storm continued its wild symphony against the windows, but inside, everything was exactly as it should be. And tomorrow, whatever new mysteries or adventures awaited, I'd face them with the best team a haunted realtor could ask for. Tonight, the storm felt different. Not like the chaos that had brought Kevin to my door, but like nature's way of washing the slate clean. I was home, rain and all. Thank you for listening to The Game of Homes, Book 3 in the Paranormal Realtor Cozy Mysteries series. The Game of Homes. Copyright 2025 by Eva Onyx. Production copyright 2026 by Eva Onyx.